Primordial God-King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201 The Changes of the Little Bastard. Qin Wentian's name once again resounded in the capital of Chu. After entering the Yuanfu realm, the first person in the Junlin feast successively wiped out 3 dazzling figures, Yu Wuke, Wu Zhang, and Wang Tang, and continued to write his legend, which made countless people in Chu talk about it with relish. Qin Wentian's status in Chu has also become very sensitive. This young genius, admired by countless ordinary people, is hated by the royal family, the Yi family, and other powerful people. However, because of the existence of Di Yi, no one dared to touch him. Even if the people of the Yi family watched Yu Wuke die in front of them, they did not dare to make a move, because Yu Wuke and Qin Wentian had agreed that it was a life and death battle. If Qin Wentian died in battle, Di Yi would never take revenge. If Yu Wuke died in battle, how dare the people of the Yi family take action? In the small town next to the dark forest outside the imperial city, adventurers were busy and came and went in a hurry. Occasionally, they had free time to chat and talk about everything, which was their most relaxing moment. Once they step into the dark forest to adventure, even their closest friends might betray them. You didn't see it yesterday. Qin Wentian is really amazing. With a roar, Wang Tang was killed. It's amazing. A big man was smiling and talking to the woman next to him. He's only a little over 17 years old. Is he really that amazing? The woman was a little unconvinced. Several people next to her came forward and said, "Brother Niu, are you exaggerating?" Exaggerated. Brother Niu stared and said, "You didn't see it with your own eyes, so you don't know how powerful that boy is. I have already said it in a low-key way. In short, he can kill us with just a breath." After Yu Wuke defeated Chumo, he was ranked 4th among the top 10 beauties in Beijing. What happened? He was defeated with one punch. What a shitty genius. Brother Niu, tell us in detail about the battle. What does Qin Wentian look like? Does he have a big head and strong limbs? The woman's beautiful eyes flickered, and she was a little curious. Yes, his hands are as thick as my arms, his legs are like cow hooves, and he has infinite strength. Brother Niu grinned. Ahem. A cough came from the side. Brother Niu and his friends turned their eyes and saw a boy about 17 years old with a wry smile on his face. In the boy's arms, there was a very cute snow-white puppy. Qin Wentian was depressed. The rumors among the people were getting more and more mysterious. However, this guy called Brother Niu was really good at bragging. His beautiful image was completely destroyed. Why, little guy, you don't believe it. He is about the same age as you, but you look so weak that you may not be able to take a punch from him. Brother Niu continued to brag to Qin Wentian. Believe it, I believe it. Qin Wentian nodded continuously, then walked forward quickly, stepped into the dark forest, scratched his head, looked at the little guy in his arms and said, "Little bastard, am I that ugly?" Qin Wentian's voice drifted to the ears of Brother Niu and his friends. Their steps froze and they stood there in a daze. Then they looked ahead and saw that the boy's figure gradually blurred and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The people around Brother Niu took a deep breath, and then they all looked at Brother Niu. That must be a liar. Who is Qin Wentian? How could he be such a handsome boy? Do you believe it? Brother Niu smiled innocently, but he felt that his tone seemed a little unconfident, and repeated, "Yes, it must be a liar, pretending to be Qin Wentian." Qin Wentian is now in the realm of Yuanfu. The probability of encountering danger in the dark forest is naturally much smaller. Although he encountered some troubles, he still came to the place he was looking for. There was a hillside on the open grassland, and Qin Wentian stood on it and looked at the surrounding environment. The past events were vivid, but Jiufang was not seen. In the past, it was here that he met the middle-aged man in green shirts in his dream, and had a great dream of the spring and autumn period. At the same time, he got the Jiutian atlas. The more Qin Wentian looked at this picture, the more profound it felt. Even now, every time he looked at it, he could have different insights, which made his understanding of martial arts more profound. He occasionally guessed what level of strong man the middle-aged man in green shirts who had the ability to seize the fortune of heaven and earth in his dream would be. I'm afraid he would not be below Emperor Kang. Now, Qin Wentian revisited the old place, naturally to fulfill a wish. When he was dying, he was brought here by the Black Phoenix Eagle and resurrected in his dream. When he left, He promised that when he could skillfully use the power of blood, he would give the Black Phoenix Eagle 3 drops of blood. Today, he came to fulfill his original promise. The place they agreed on was here. In the distance, the figure of a demon beast appeared, but it did not approach, but ran away, making a low roar, as if calling their king. Sure enough, not long after, there was a whistling wind above the sky, and a huge figure in the distance quickly approached this side, and in a short moment it came to the sky above. It was the Black Phoenix Eagle. The Black Phoenix Eagle swooped down and landed in front of Qin Wentian, and its fierce eyes seemed to be a little surprised at this moment. Although Qin Wentian had made an appointment with him in the past, he actually did not hold much hope. Humans attach great importance to interests. Although monsters are fierce and violent, humans are definitely more cunning than monsters. As a monster with high intelligence, the Black Phoenix Eagle knows a lot about human character. Therefore, the Black Phoenix Eagle was a little surprised that Qin Wentian came to the appointment. Senior. Qin Wentian nodded slightly to the Black Phoenix Eagle, and then he crossed his left hand on the index finger of his right hand. The sword flashed, and blood surged. The blood in Qin Wentian's body rolled up, and then strands of blood-colored runes rushed into his fingers frantically. That drop of blood seemed to contain terrifying blood power. The Black Phoenix Eagle opened its mouth, and then Qin Wentian stretched out his hand and flicked it. 3 drops of blood popped out in succession and entered the mouth of the Black Phoenix Eagle. The Black Phoenix Eagle swallowed it, and then a strange power began to roll in its body, and even Qin Wentian, who was next to it, could feel it faintly. This surprised Qin Wentian. Is his blood power so good? Woo woo. On the ground, the little bastard looked up at Qin Wentian. His smart little eyes were very charming and his pitiful look was very cute. You want it too? Qin Wentian showed a strange look. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the little bastard nodding his head. Qin Wentian rolled his eyes. Could it be that his blood had a strange attraction to monsters? Open your mouth. Qin Wentian said helplessly. The little bastard's eyes lit up and he opened his mouth very cooperatively. Qin Wentian once again mobilized the blood-colored runes to flow into the blood on his fingers, then squatted down and let the blood drip into the little bastard's mouth. The little bastard closed his eyes, and then under Qin Wentian's gaze, his body gradually grew larger. Inside his body, the blood-colored light shone, and the blood in the little bastard's body seemed to roar. Bloodline power. Qin Wentian's expression froze. Could it be that his blood essence had activated the demon bloodline in the little bastard's body? The golden blood-colored lines shone. As Qin Wentian stared in amazement, he saw that the little bastard's body had grown a lot bigger again. His body was the size of an adult demon wolf. What was even more surprising was that his snow-white hair was actually glowing with golden light. On his forehead, the golden hair was more obvious, forming a curve. His sharp claws seemed to be covered with a layer of golden armor. It was scale armor, golden scale armor. What kind of monster is this guy? Qin Wentian was speechless for a while, but this little guy has an absurdly high IQ. Since he followed him, he can understand human language. The Black Phoenix Eagle suddenly let out a sharp whistle, as if it had cut through the sky, and startled the monsters in the surrounding area to run wild. Their king was roaring. Qin Wentian then turned his attention back to the Black Phoenix Eagle. At this moment, a blood-red light rose from the Black Phoenix Eagle, as if it had covered its body with a halo. Its breath made Qin Wentian feel terrible. However, the Black Phoenix Eagle was looking at the little bastard seriously at this time, as if it had seen something amazing. At this time, the little bastard's eyes suddenly opened, and a heart-pounding golden light flashed in his pupils. Puff! The little bastard opened his mouth and spit out a series of dazzling golden lines. Seeing that the golden lines gradually gathered into a pattern, the Black Phoenix Eagle's body trembled slightly, as if it had seen something incredible. The little bastard stared at Qin Wentian's finger, revealing a hopeful look. You want me to drip blood on this divine pattern? Qin Wentian looked at the little bastard and asked. The little bastard kept nodding. Qin Wentian smiled, and then dropped another drop of blood into the divine pattern. In an instant, the blood continued to flow along the divine pattern, and soon merged with the divine pattern. The divine pattern turned into a ray of light and sank directly into the little bastard's head. Yeah! A voice suddenly rang in Qin Wentian's head, making him stunned for a moment. Then he saw the little bastard turn back into a snow-white puppy, and his eyes flashed. Little guy, is that your voice? Yeah! The voice rang again, but Qin Wentian was depressed. Looking at the cute appearance of the little guy, he picked it up and patted its head and said, it seems that it is still a little kid. It can only understand words but can't speak. What is Yaya? I don't understand it at all. Although he said so, Qin Wentian was quite shocked in his heart. The divine pattern just now actually allowed the little bastard to directly transmit the sound into his mind. This is definitely a miracle. The black phoenix eagle saw Qin Wentian patting the little bastard's head and holding the little guy in his arms like a pet. Its head shrank back. I don't know what it was thinking. After that, the black phoenix eagle turned around and lay there, looking back at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's eyes showed a strange color, and then he raised his foot and walked to the back of the black phoenix eagle. In an instant, a strong wind blew, and the black phoenix eagle soared into the air, and continued to roar forward towards the depths of the dark forest. Below, thousands of beasts rushed up, trampling the ground, making a terrible rumbling sound, all following the figure of the black phoenix eagle. As he continued to go deeper, Qin Wentian was shocked to find that there were several monsters with extremely strong auras, and they were also running in a certain direction like the black phoenix eagle. In the forest, the monsters gathered into a torrent, like the terrible legend in the Chu state, the beast tide. However, this was not the direction to the Chu state imperial city, but the completely opposite direction, the central area of the dark forest. Chapter 202, The Waves Have Not Been Over. Qin Wentian really went deep into the dark forest, and then he realized that this forest was far more mysterious and terrifying than he had imagined. The dark forest that wrapped the imperial city of Chu was older than the history of Chu. No one knew how many years it had existed, and no one in Chu had ever really explored all its secrets. Perhaps someone had stepped into the deepest part of this forest, but such a person would not stop in Chu, so in Chu, very few people mentioned what was in the deepest part of the dark forest. Qin Wentian stood on the back of the black phoenix eagle and saw the demons galloping through strange spaces, ancient mountain tunnels, and forests in forests. The scene that appeared in front of Qin Wentian at this time was even more shocking. It was a piece of sharp peaks, and the endless peaks bordered each other. The sharp peaks seemed to have formed a barrier between heaven and earth, blocking the sky. The demons passed through directly and stepped into it. The sunlight became a little weaker. The front was no longer a forest, but a vast plain. Finally, the speed of the black phoenix eagle slowed down. Its body dropped a lot and it was flying at a low altitude. The speed of other monsters also slowed down and they were advancing slowly. Many monsters even crawled on the ground. The postures of those monsters shocked Qin Wentian. These monsters gave him an illusion of pilgrimage. Millions of violent monsters descended on this area at the same time. Their postures were so pious, as if they were going to worship the saint of all monsters, the lord of all monsters. At this moment, a sharp light burst out from Qin Wentian's eyes. Two huge statues appeared in front of him. One of the statues was a terrifying giant with a height of 100 meters, and the other statue was a terrifying monster squatting beside the giant. The dark forest monsters are rioting. Are they really coming for pilgrimage? Qin Wentian was deeply shocked. Finally, the two statues were getting closer and closer. Even the black phoenix eagle descended on the ground, showing a pious posture, crawling in front of the two statues in front, as if kneeling down to worship their king. Monster beasts are psychic and have their own wisdom. Although they are more ferocious than humans, they are more loyal to their king. This can be seen from the 10,000 monsters coming to pay homage. Suddenly, Qin Wentian felt cold all over, and then he saw several powerful monster beasts next to him looking at him and the little bastard in his arms with cold light. Qin Wentian was stunned. It seemed that these monster beasts were dissatisfied with seeing that he and the little guy did not kneel down devoutly. A wisp of terrible demonic energy even enveloped the black phoenix eagle. They also let out a low roar from their mouths, as if communicating with the black phoenix eagle. The little bastard seemed to feel the malice of these monster beasts. He jumped down from Qin Wentian's arms, and his body suddenly turned to one side, turning into a ferocious monster beast. The golden light on his forehead shone, and the dazzling golden claws seemed to be covered with a layer of demon armor, revealing a sense of nobility. Roar! A low roar was heard, and the little bastard roared at the monsters. Then, his body turned into a phantom and rushed forward. It was extremely fast, and in an instant, it landed on the head of the monster statue. The monsters here roared madly, wishing to swallow the little bastard, but they did not dare to move forward. Ah! The little bastard looked up to the sky and howled. The solemn voice was long and distant. He held his head high, full of pride. Finally, several powerful monsters could not stand the provocation of the little guy, and rushed forward with their wings. However, When they were about to approach the statue, they could not move forward at all. A rumbling sound was heard, and their bodies were shaken back, but they still did not give up and continued to rush forward. This happened repeatedly, and they were shaken to spit blood. This situation shocked Qin Wentian. These monsters were really persistent. But what surprised him even more was that these monsters were obviously blocked by a force, but why couldn't the little guy land on the statue safely? The little guy held his head high and continued to roar, which made Qin Wentian feel quite funny. This docile guy actually had such a proud side. Yeah. Qin Wentian suddenly remembered the voice of the little bastard in his mind. He couldn't help but show a look of surprise. The little guy looked at him and pointed his claws at the huge statue of 100 meters high beside him, as if to signal him to go over. Qin Wentian walked forward, and a group of monsters immediately surrounded him. However, the black phoenix eagle appeared beside Qin Wentian at this time and let out a low roar. The monsters gave way, but they still looked at Qin Wentian with ill intentions. Gradually approaching the statue, Qin Wentian suddenly felt a surge of oppressive force. Boom! A surge of power suddenly acted on Qin Wentian's body. His body retreated violently, and he groaned. When he looked up at the statue, his heart was shaken. At that moment, he felt that the statue seemed to have life. A terrifying power of thought acted on him. This statue is not a dead strong man, right? Qin Wentian suddenly had an absurd idea. This time, the blood in his body rolled up, and a strong demonic aura bloomed all over his body. Starlight enveloped his body. He walked forward step by step and walked towards the statue again. This time, the power of thought was more obvious, like a huge force of elimination, making his heart beat and his blood vessels tightly oppressed. This thought was too terrible. Qin Wentian took a difficult step, and there was a loud bang. The terrible power of thought was like a huge force of tens of millions of pounds that hit Qin Wentian's body, causing him to spit out blood, and his body was knocked out again. Blood was flying in the air. Suddenly, a mysterious force held up Qin Wentian's blood. Then the flowers turned into a strand of silk and sank into the statue. The earth suddenly trembled. The terrifying might of heaven emanated from the statue, as if it was an ancient god, suppressing the monsters so much that they could not breathe. Buzz! Wisps of dust faded from the statue. The eyes of the giant statue seemed to bloom with a terrifying look. The earth trembled, and the surrounding mountains were also shaking. Above the sky, endless starlight penetrated the gaps in the mountains and fell on the statue. Then it spread out and enveloped the world. In an instant, a sky curtain appeared in the void. The sky curtain woven by starlight was all-encompassing. Starry sky. Qin Wentian felt familiar when he saw this scene. By the way, that day outside Qin Wentian's divine sect, that middle-aged strong man who might be his dead father, was facing a group of terrifying people who could release starry sky. The moment this strange scene descended, Qin Wentian and the other monsters felt like they were carrying terrifying mountains on their backs. However, at the same time, he felt a mysterious force descending on him, helping him resist this oppressive force. He walked slowly forward to the ancient statue, feeling this artistic conception. Roar! The little guy roared again, with excitement in his eyes. The monsters were also deeply shocked by this scene. They were already wondering what this little guy and that human were. In the distant land of Chu State, in the Great Xia Dynasty, in Qin's house city, Qinshan Pavilion, on the observatory, a white-haired old man was seen with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky. His bright eyes seemed to be able to see through the past and the present. He stretched out his hand, and in an instant, a map appeared in front of the white-haired old man. This huge map spread in the void, covering endless territory. It can be said that this map scroll is one of the most complete maps of the Great Xia Dynasty, marking the vast and endless land of the Great Xia Dynasty. The old man's palm passed, and in an instant, a ray of light appeared in a small area of the Great Xia Dynasty. On it, 2 words were marked: Chu State. The old man frowned. Chu State, which was such a small country, should not have such an existence. Then, there could only be one possibility: ancient relics. The demon star fell from the sky to the land of Chu State. Go and find out what happened. The old man's voice suddenly resounded in the Qinshan Pavilion, causing countless strong men in the Qinshan Pavilion to be shocked. Their eyes looked towards the direction of the observatory at the same time. Chu State. This name appeared in the Qinshan Pavilion for the first time, causing a huge wave. Not only that, it didn't take long for the voice that appeared in the Qinshan Pavilion to be spread, resounding in Qin's house city, and even spreading to other territories of the Great Xian dynasty. However, the people of Chu state did not know all this. As the current helmsman of the Chu state, the third prince Chu Xianjiao was in a state of panic. For the first time, he was in such a state of turmoil. In front of him, there was a figure with his head down. It was the news he brought that made Chu Xianjiao extremely uneasy. "Are you sure?" Chu Xianjiao asked for the third time, staring at the figure in front of him. "I am sure that it was Xiao Lan who died outside the imperial city." In the depressing atmosphere, the man responded in a low voice, with a strong sense of uneasiness. "Can the body be handled?" Chu Xianjiao asked again. "It is under temporary control." The other party responded. "Deal with it cleanly, you know what to do." Chu Xianjiao said indifferently, releasing a cold light in his eyes. The man nodded and then bowed and retreated. Of course, he knew what to do. The people who knew about this matter, except himself, could not stay. Of course, at this moment, he was still thinking whether he should make plans for himself. After the other party left, Chu Xianjiao took a deep breath. It was certainly not his order for Xiao Lan to die in the Chu state. Xiao Lan, a descendant of the Xiao family of Jiutian Palace, no matter who killed him, as long as he died because of the affairs of Chu state, the royal family of Chu state cannot escape responsibility. Of course, it was definitely not done by Di Yi. Since Di Yi had let Xiao Lan go, there was no need to assassinate him again, which would only anger Jiutian Palace. So, who is it? What shocked Chu Xianjiao even more was that the news of this incident quickly spread in Chu state and was not concealed. This made Chu Xianjiao feel a chill in his heart. He immediately thought of a remedial measure and ordered someone to notify Jiutian Palace of this matter immediately. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203 Jiutian Palace's Revenge. After the news of Xiao Lan's death came out, Di Yi, who was about to leave Chu, stayed behind. At the same time, he ordered all those who had not left the Daixing Academy to evacuate the Chu imperial city. As long as they left, Jiutian Palace would not be able to catch them one by one. On this day, Chu, the royal family, and Chu Xianjiao stood there respectfully with a group of people, as if welcoming someone. In the distance, there were monsters howling. Several huge and powerful monsters were waving their huge wings and flying in the sky. When they came here, they stopped and then slowly descended from the sky. The strong wind raged and blew on Chu Xianjiao and others. However, he did not have any dissatisfaction at this time, and looked at the newcomers respectfully. I saw several figures walking down from the monsters, and their cold eyes swept over Chu Xianjiao and others. Finally, one of them looked at Xiao Lu. "Are you the prince of Jiutian Kingdom, a descendant of the Xiao family?" The man asked in a low voice, his tone cold. Xiao Lu bowed and said, "Junior Xiao Lu, meet the elders of the clan. You are good at making connections." The man said indifferently, "Tell me the truth. If you lie, you will bear the consequences." Xiao Lu bowed respectfully and then told his story. He mentioned that Xiao Lan helped the royal family fight against the Emperor Star Academy. The people of Jiutian Palace were killed by Emperor Yi without fighting back. Emperor Yi let Xiao Lan go, but in the end Xiao Lan died outside the imperial city. After listening to Xiao Lu's words, the man looked at Chu Xianjiao and asked, "Chu should have a person in the Xiangang realm. Why didn't you go out to fight and let the people of Jiutian Palace be slaughtered?" When the voice fell, a surge of pressure enveloped Chu Xianjiao, making Chu Xianjiao feel cold all over. "I didn't know that Emperor Star Academy had Emperor Yi of the Xiangang realm. When something happened, it was too late. I am responsible for Xiao Lan's death and I am willing to be punished." Chu Xianjiao said humbly, appearing to be very polite, but his words actually revealed that Xiao Lan's death had nothing to do with him. "I didn't know before, but now you should know. I order you, the Xiangang people of Chu state, to go and kill Emperor Yi now." The man said forcefully, which made Chu Xianjiao feel cold in his heart, but he didn't dare to disobey. He just said respectfully, "I will go and inform the ancestor now." The man didn't say anything, obviously tacitly agreed. After Chu Xianjiao left, the others were still trembling and didn't dare to say much. Not long after, A terrifying atmosphere filled the Chu State Palace, shocking the palace. Then an old man walked out of the palace, and a surging blood power rushed towards the direction of Emperor Star Academy. Wherever he passed, the people felt that their bodies were corroded and felt extremely uncomfortable. Blood will, it seems that this second realm is the realm of corrosion. The people of the Jiutian Palace of the Imperial Palace whispered when they felt the overwhelming blood power. The Imperial City shook again, and the overwhelming blood power oppressed the land. Not long after, in the direction of the Emperor Star Academy, there was also a terrifying pressure. At this moment, the people in the area around the Emperor Star Academy felt that their bodies were restrained and extremely uncomfortable, as if someone was holding their throats, very painful. The two terrifying forces collided terribly in the sky above the Imperial City, and countless people stayed away from that area. This time was different from the time when Emperor Yi killed the people of the Jiutian Palace. The artistic conception of this confrontation seemed to be able to put people to death. On the Imperial City, Chu Xianjiao looked at the battle side in the distance and sighed in his heart. His ancestor was the guardian of the Chu state. He would never come out unless the Chu state was about to be destroyed. However, because of Xiao Lan's death, he was forced to fight with Di Yi, who was also a Xiangang realm expert. This made Chu Xianjiao secretly swear that if he achieved something in the future, he would control Jiutian Palace. The will of blood and the will of power are both in the second realm, but it seems that Di Yi will have the upper hand. The strong man of Jiutian Palace whispered, Di Yi, it must be those hidden guys in Qin Wentian Palace. As soon as the voice fell, the people of Jiutian Palace walked out and whistled towards the direction of the blooming. The confrontation between Di Yi and the ancestor of Chu state became more and more terrifying. Di Yi's star soul will was stronger, but he only had 2 star soul Xiangangs, while the opponent had 3. Both Emperor Yi and the Chu state patriarch possessed 4 star souls. The reason why they were unable to condense 4 star soul heavenly gangs was because the condensation of the star soul heavenly gangs required terrifying star power. The amount was extremely terrifying. Therefore, even the Chu state patriarch, who had the resources of a country to support its cultivation, had not yet been able to condense the 4th star soul heavenly gang. After all, the Chu state was too small for the strong men in the heavenly gang realm, and its resources were limited. When one reached a certain realm, his cultivation would be checked by resources. Emperor Yi's robe fluttered. When he saw the strong men from the Jiutian Palace coming, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Even though I die, I will not regret it, but before I die, I must get rid of the threat from the Chu state. Emperor Yi's eyes were still calm, but he had already decided to die. The Chu state patriarch died. As long as the people from the Jiutian Palace did not intervene to deal with Qin Wentian, he did not need to worry about Qin Wentian's comfort. Thinking of this, he walked out, and the monstrous blood power rushed towards him. He clasped his hands forward, and suddenly thousands of hands appeared, holding the opponent's body tightly. The face of the Chu ancestor froze. Di Yi, are you looking for death? Kill. The withered body stepped forward, and the terrifying blood-red light stuck to Di Yi's body, corroding Di Yi's body crazily in an instant, but Di Yi's body was getting closer and closer. Boom. The world trembled, and the Chu ancestor felt his body sink, and there was an infinite force pressing on his body. At the same time, a pair of invisible hands held him tightly, and Di Yi's body accelerated, and the whole person turned into a dazzling beam of light and rushed towards him. The light was shining, the will to die was born, the cold wind was roaring, and there was no regret for this. Boom. The overwhelming force hit the body of the Chu state patriarch fiercely. Di Yi was looking down from head to toe. However, he put his palm forward, and a huge and boundless palm print appeared between heaven and earth, firmly holding the opponent's body in his palm. You are crazy. The Chu state patriarch roared, but Di Yi's expression was still so cruel. He suddenly clenched his palm, and a clattering sound was heard. The opponent's body turned into a stream of blood light, rushing into Di Yi's body, making Di Yi's body stained with blood. The handsome figure was corroded by half at this moment. A clattering sound was heard, and a silver light flashed by. I saw chains piercing Di Yi's shoulders, tightly binding his body. Di Yi was powerless to resist, and blood dyed the earth red. His shoulders were tightly bound by the pierced chains, and then he was lifted up in the air and moved forward, bloody and cruel. Xiao Lan's death has nothing to do with me. Di Yi remained calm at this time. Even though he knew that Jiutian Palace would not let him go, He still had to make his position clear. He hoped that Jiutian Palace would not vent his anger on the students who left the Emperor Star Academy. The people of Jiutian Palace did not speak. The chains pulled Di and whistled over the sky of Chu State, which shocked the people of Chu State deeply. Is this the power of Jiutian Palace? Chu State was too fragile in front of them. Chu Xianjiao felt bad. Although he captured Di, the ancestors of Chu State became burial objects. Jiutian Palace was too cruel. If they had taken action earlier, they could have saved the ancestors of Chu State, but they did not. This was the price that Chu State paid for Xiaolan's death. The remnants of Emperor Star Academy, capture and kill them, and leave no one alive. In addition, find out the murderer. The Jiutian Palace strongman in the void stepped on the monster and then whistled away. Di's body was still locked by the chains, which was horrible. Soon, the people from Jiutian Palace disappeared, as if they had never appeared. However, when Chu Xianjiao saw the cold eyes of the other party when he left, he knew that even if he entered Jiutian Palace to practice in the future, it would not be easy. Pass the order to arrest and kill the people from Emperor Star Academy. Chu Xianjiao shouted coldly, and in an instant, this voice spread throughout the palace. The land of Chu State seemed to be about to set off a new round of bloody storm. Outside the dark forest, a white crane flew in the sky, and above the white crane, a graceful figure flew into the dark forest. Mo Qingcheng's beautiful eyes were filled with anxiety and worry. She knew that Qin Wentian had entered the dark forest. Now that Di was dead and Xing Academy was disbanded, if Qin Wentian was encountered by the royal family, he would surely die. She had to inform Qin Wentian not to come back. However, the dark forest was so big that it was so difficult to find a person. Mo Qingcheng searched in the dark forest for half a month, but still did not see any trace of Qin Wentian. At this time, there was a lot of dust on Mo Qingcheng's green clothes, and her face was quite haggard. It was the most tiring for people to spend their lives in worry, and she was really afraid that Qin Wentian would return to the imperial city. Monster Beast. At this moment, Mo Qingcheng's face froze, and she saw several powerful monster beasts staring at her in front of her, with cold eyes and a terrible and fierce aura. Let's go. The white crane flew into the sky and left quickly, but the monster roared and chased after the white crane, shaking the forest. Many monsters were attracted by the news. Qin Wentian didn't know about this. He was still in the center of the dark forest, sitting cross-legged in front of the two statues. The gorgeous starry sky enveloped this space. From the statue, Qin Wentian clearly felt a strong will, just like the attack that Xiaolan had directly rushed into his mind when he faced Xiaolan. It was a kind of will. Of course, Xiaolan's power was obviously not comparable to the starry sky. The statue in front of him gradually gave him a sense of enlightenment and touched another level of ability on the road of martial arts. Why is Wu Mingdian Gang so powerful? Why did the starry sky come into being? Is the ability given to martial artists by the Star Soul really just an increase in strength and some attribute talents unique to the Star Soul? Qin Wentian released his Star Soul and silently comprehended. Behind him, the monsters were still there. The ferocious little guy was baring his teeth and claws at them, very arrogant. If Mo Qingcheng saw this scene, she would definitely find it very interesting. The docile guy seemed to be taming these ferocious monsters. P.S. It's the end of the month. Wuhan is asking for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. I have been writing books for many years. Wuhan's shoulders and cervical spine are not very good. The typing speed is slow, but I will update steadily and write good books. Thank you for your continued support. Old friends who read pirated copies hope that you can also come to vote frequently. Thank you very much. Chapter 204, Martial Arts Will. Cultivation is not aware of time, especially when in a special state of perception. At this time, Qin Wentian was in an ethereal state, dreaming and waking, and he was unaware of everything in the outside world. In the wonderful artistic conception, it seemed that there were powerful stars and celestial phenomena covering the world, and the world of all things was colorful. There seemed to be a stream of wonderful power spreading out of it, and this feeling became clearer and clearer as time went by. Intention, thought, will. Qin Wentian whispered in his heart, and there seemed to be an artistic conception spreading out of the dazzling Skyhammer Star Soul, making the space where Qin Wentian was located seem to have a wonderful force field. Martial Life Cultivator. After the Yuanfu, the Star Soul corresponds to the Yuanfu. The Star Soul is the power of the Martial Life Cultivator, And the meaning of the star soul is the intention of the martial life cultivator. In Qin Wentian's hand, the star soul sky hammer appeared, and he held it tightly. His palm seemed to be more powerful. A wonderful artistic conception spread around him. This power was extremely mysterious, but it gave Qin Wentian a real feeling, and his power seemed to be able to become stronger. This is no longer a simple amplification of the star soul, but a kind of willpower. He believes that with future practice, this power will become stronger and stronger, and even the starry sky phenomenon will be derived from it. Suddenly, Qin Wentian opened his eyes, and a sharp light flashed past. Looking at the statue in front of him, he seemed to be able to feel the strong will contained in the statue at this time. Qin Wentian didn't know that at this moment he really stepped into the magical realm of martial arts. The power he just realized was the first realm of will of power, power. There are many kinds of martial arts will in the world, and each kind of willpower can derive different abilities. However, the basic realm of these willpowers, that is, the first realm, will not change. The first realm of will of power is power. As for the future realm, he needs to rely on himself to comprehend. Once he enters the second realm, he will have the qualifications to achieve Wuming Xiangang. The third realm, he can condense the celestial phenomena. The realm after Yuanfu is a step-by-step, and countless people are stuck in it. In addition to the huge practice resources, they also need a strong comprehension to move forward. A genius like Xiaolan from the Nine Profound Palace only realized the first level of the Will of Thunder when he was at the third level of the Yuanfu realm. Qin Wentian himself had a strong comprehension ability, and by chance he was able to comprehend the statue, so he was able to comprehend the power of the will of martial arts at the first level of the Yuanfu realm. My Dream Star Soul and Emperor Demon Star Soul, if I comprehend them well, maybe I can also gain some insights. Qin Wentian whispered in his heart, closed his eyes again, and practiced quietly. Qin Wentian didn't know that the imperial city of Chu was in turmoil at the moment, and at the same time, many terrible people had set foot in this dark forest. Mo Qingchang was in a very bad state at this time. She could hardly tell the direction when she came to the depths of the dark forest. She was chased by monsters everywhere, and Bei died in the hands of monsters. She still remembered the scene when Bei's hut was smashed by the claws of a powerful bird. Mo Qingchang's eyes were red, and there were scratches all over her beautiful clothes. Her beautiful face was haggard. These days, she had not really rested well. Wentian, where are you? With a graceful body leaning against a tree, Mo Qingchang didn't know what was happening in the imperial city. She just hoped that Qin Wentian would never go out. I will definitely find you. A resolute look flashed in the girl's eyes, and she was ready to leave again, but at this moment, a whistling sound was heard in the void. Looking up, Mo Qingchang saw a line of figures walking over. These people standing in the void gave her the feeling of being powerful. A pair of eyes swept over Mo Qingchang, but soon moved their eyes away. There is a lot of demonic energy in the mountain ahead. Let's go and take a look. One person said calmly, and then the figure moved forward like the wind. Mo Qingchang's eyes flickered, and then she raised her feet and followed the figures of those people forward. The strong man in the void stepped into the mountains and whistled forward. Such a strong demonic aura. It seems we have come to the right place. But the news from the Qinshan Pavilion that the demon star descended from the sky is a bit exaggerated. Could it be that the old man can really see the secrets of the sky from the stars? Don't underestimate the Qinshan Pavilion. For so many years, the list compiled by the Qinshan Pavilion is the most authoritative in the Great Xia dynasty. The old man does have his strengths. One person responded. Finally, they saw the demon beasts on pilgrimage in front of them. Their pupils contracted, and then one person sneered, so many little demons. And a little human. In the eyes of these people, the violent demon beasts in the dark forest were all little demons. Qin Wentian was awakened and turned his head to look at the group of powerful people who descended. His eyes fixed, and he saw that the demons were roaring at them, as if they wanted to stop them from moving forward. What a bunch of ignorant little monsters. One person said with a smile, and then he saw his palm tremble. In an instant, a terrifying blood-red light swooped down and enveloped the monsters in the air. In an instant, the monsters roared, and their bodies exploded directly, and blood bloomed crazily. Will. Qin Wentian's face sank. This was the same power he had just comprehended, but it was much stronger than him. Senior. Qin Wentian shouted, and the man stopped attacking and looked at Qin Wentian. These monsters are the monsters of this forest. They came here to worship these two statues. I came here by chance and found that the two statues are extraordinary. I hope that the senior will forgive them for not destroying the ancient monuments. I will take them away now," Qin Wentian said. The little guy actually has a compassionate heart, but you are right. Considering that they did not destroy the ancient monuments, if you can take them away, I will forgive them," the man said with a smile. Qin Wentian looked at the little bastard who jumped into his arms. Then he saw the little bastard let out a few low roars, and the black phoenix eagle also roared wildly. The rioting monsters gradually calmed down and began to evacuate here. However, in the pupils of these monsters, there was anger and fierce eyes. Qin Wentian followed a black phoenix eagle out, and the strong men in the void did not stop them. In their eyes, these monsters and Qin Wentian were not worth mentioning. It seems that this little guy has the ability to control beasts. A strong man in the void laughed, and then looked at the two statues in front of him. His eyes became solemn. The group of monsters left, trampling on the ground, and Qin Wentian followed them out. He saw that there was another strong man in the void. He couldn't help but sigh secretly. He didn't expect that this ancient monument would attract so many terrible people. "Let's go," Qin Wentian whispered. The figure of the black phoenix eagle rose into the air and flew away. There was a roar of a monster in the sky below. Qin Wentian glanced at it inadvertently, and then his pupils shrank. "Qingchen." Qin Wentian jumped down directly and roared at the monster that was besieging Mo Qingchen, "Get out." The little bastard transformed into a terrifying golden ancient demon, roaring angrily, shocking the demon beasts. Roar. A golden lightning flashed across, and then a demon beast that continued to attack Mo Qingchen had its neck bitten off and fell to the side. The little bastard supported its body, and his cold golden eyes swept through the demons, extremely cold. "Qingchen." Qin Wentian looked at Mo Qingchen, and saw that Mo Qingchen's body was covered with blood, her breath was unstable, and her face was extremely haggard. The moment she saw Qin Wentian, her eyes turned red, and she coughed a few times. Then she smiled, walked to Qin Wentian, opened her hands, and hugged Qin Wentian tightly. "You bastard, I've been looking for you for a long time." Mo Qingchen's delicate body trembled gently in Qin Wentian's arms. Qin Wentian only felt guilty. He gently patted Mo Qingchen's back, stroked her hair with his left hand, and whispered, "It's okay, it's okay. I'm so scared, afraid that you will return to the Imperial City." Mo Qingchen whispered. "What happened?" Qin Wentian was a little confused. Xiaolan died, and many strong men from Jiutian Palace stepped into the state of Chu, letting the ancestor of the royal family and Senior Yi fight a decisive battle. The ancestor of the royal family died in the battle, and Senior Yi was seriously injured and was chained and taken away by Jiutian Palace. Now, the royal family is frantically arresting people from the former Emperor Star Academy, killing them without mercy, especially wanting to kill you. Mo Qingchen's words made Qin Wentian feel cold, and the breath on his body fluctuated violently. The two bodies separated. Mo Qingchen looked at Qin Wentian and said, "Wentian, don't go back to Chu, okay? I'll go with you and go out to explore." Qin Wentian looked at Mo Qingchen's haggard face, but her beautiful eyes were still clear. Did she risk her life to step into the dark forest just to tell him that the Imperial City was dangerous? Silly girl. Qin Wentian kissed Mo Qingchen's forehead, then hugged her tightly again, and whispered, "Qingchen, Qin Wentian, will never let you down in this life." Mo Qingchen's body trembled, her eyes were red, but she still smiled brightly, still so charming. Everything was worth it. She seemed to know what Qin Wentian would do. He was loyal and righteous, and he still wanted to go back to the Imperial City. Then, she was willing to accompany him, whether it was to rule the world or to step on the road to the underworld, her determination would never change. Qin Wentian raised his head and looked into the distance. There was the direction of the Imperial City of Chu. When he went to the Imperial City, Qin Wentian swore that he would make the Chu royal family a thing of the past, and he would do so at any cost. Chapter 205, Stormy Chu. In the Imperial Palace of the Chu Kingdom, in an elegant villa, a group of armored soldiers were guarding outside. The iron armor was dense and filled with a murderous atmosphere. In the room, a row of young men and women knelt in front of the bed. In front of them, the king of the Chu Kingdom was dying, as if he might die at any time. Wu Wei. The king looked at a young man and his voice was weak. "Father." Chu Wu Wei looked at his dying father and sighed in his heart. "Whether you are a king or a commoner, you are all like this when you are about to die. No wonder countless people on the continent have been pursuing the path of martial arts. Martial arts give them not only powerful strength, but also a longer life, and even the illusory way of longevity, which is real. After I die, help your brother and protect the royal lineage of Chu. The king's lifeless eyes were somewhat hopeful, looking at his eldest son. Why not the eldest brother to succeed the throne? Hearing the king's words, the man on Chu Wuwei's right opened his eyes wide and said somewhat unconvincedly that even if his father was about to die, he would still speak for his eldest brother. In his eyes, the eldest brother Chu Wuwei was the most perfect and the one who should take over the imperial power of Chu. As for the third brother, he couldn't stand it. The king looked at the second Prince Chu Mang and sighed in his heart. His three sons all had extremely strong temperaments. The eldest Prince Chu Wuwei, because he was born unable to practice, was indifferent to fame and wealth and did not yearn for power disputes. However, despite this, he had a terrible IQ and means, and was the most popular person. Except for the inability to practice, he was perfect, even better than Chu Xianjiao. The king even wondered, if he wanted to fight for power, Chu Xianjiao, how sure would he be to win? The second Prince Chu Mang was reckless and clumsy, with the lowest IQ, but the strongest in martial arts. He was the most talented among the three brothers. There were not many people as dazzling as him in the entire Chu state. If such a martial arts talent was placed on Chu Wuwei, it would be truly perfect. Unfortunately, no one is perfect. The third Prince Chu Xianjiao was undoubtedly suitable for his appetite and was deeply loved. He had only one shortcoming, which was that he was too arrogant. Shut up! Chu Wuwei scolded Chu Mang, and Chu Mang immediately turned his head away and did not look at the king, which made the king sigh. They were all his sons, so how could he not love them? Father, as long as I am here, the royal lineage will be here. Chu Wuwei said calmly. The king stared at him, as if he wanted to wait for him to say another word. Unfortunately, Chu Wuwei did not say that he would help his brother Chu Xianjiao after all, but only promised that as long as he was here, the royal lineage would be here. Chu Xianjiao, of course, understood. The king turned his gaze away, then slowly closed his eyes, his breathing gradually weakened. Soon, the sound of the king's death resounded in the Chu kingdom's palace. Outside the palace, countless Chu nobles entered the palace. They had been waiting outside the palace today. The king who once dominated the world finally closed his eyes forever. Chu will become the world of young people. The king's funeral will be taken care of by someone. On the top of the highest hall in the palace, Chu Wuwei and Chu Xianjiao stood together, overlooking the vast palace. Behind them, there was another person standing. He was Chu Xianjiao's trusted guard, a top-level Yuanfu realm expert. Although his reputation in Chu was not very loud, Chu Xianjiao knew how powerful he was. I'm afraid there were not many people in the entire royal family who could compare with him. Brother, I'm about to succeed to the throne. After a long silence, Chu Xianjiao finally spoke. Chu Wuwei nodded gently, only to hear Chu Xianjiao say again, Father always asks me to ask you, big brother, what do you think I should do after I succeed to the throne? The Chu kingdom is already in danger today, and it may be doomed at any time. Chu Wuwei said calmly, don't fight with the Qin Mansion anymore, vindicate Qin Wu, grant Qin Hao of the Qin Mansion the throne of King Wu, and allocate a few cities to the Qin Mansion. At the same time, don't hunt down the people of the Emperor Star Academy anymore. Just do it for Jiutian Palace to see, and don't really do things to the extreme. These young people who left will produce many strong people in the future. Brother, you underestimate the power of the imperial power of our Chu kingdom. The Qin Mansion launched a coalition rebellion, and the royal family admitted its mistakes. What is this? Isn't this slapping itself in the face? The Emperor Star Academy has long been at odds with our Chu kingdom. How can they coexist? The best strategy is to kill them all. As for some people who escaped, they will become powerful. Would my royal academy and my royal family become stronger? Chu Xianjiao looked at the distant land. His calm voice did not hide his ambition. Really? Let's not talk about others. If Qin Wentian from the Emperor Star Academy enters Xiangyang before you, how can the Chu royal family protect themselves with the power of today? Chu Wuwei asked quietly. So, he must die. Chu Xianjiao's voice contained a strong determination. If he has left, how can you want him to die? Chu Wuwei asked. When Chu Mo was captured, he had already surrendered to us. He said he could find Mo Xiang. If Mo Xiang is here, with Qin Wentian's character, how could he not come? Chu Xianjiao's eyes slowly turned and looked at Chu Wuwei. Chu Wuwei also looked at Chu Xianjiao, shook his head, and then turned and left, leaving a voice, "If you put the Chu family in crisis, I will replace you." Bold. The person behind Chu Xianjiao shouted angrily, and the violent breath suddenly rushed out crazily, covering Chu Wuwei. "How dare you?" Chu Xianjiao turned around and scolded his guard, staring at him and said, "That's my elder brother." "Yes." The man nodded slightly, and the breath dissipated. Then Chu Wuwei raised his feet again and left here. However, a terrible sharpness flashed in Chu Xianjiao's eyes, and he whispered in his heart, "Although my father never said it clearly, he always believed that I am not as good as you in other aspects besides strength. I will prove it." A courtyard in the imperial city belongs to the Mo family of the Chu royal family. In the courtyard, Mo Xiang, Ruohan, Fan Li and others were all there. They did not leave the imperial city before Diyu was captured. After that, they could no longer leave. Mo Qingchang notified Gulao and arranged them here. "Someone is coming." Mo Xiang, who was sitting on a pavilion, suddenly opened his eyes. After all, he could not escape. "Ruohan, Fan Li, go to the lake." Mo Xiang suddenly spoke. "If I'm not here either, they'll inevitably get suspicious." "Fatty, go to the lake. It's still not too late." Ruohan knew that the teacher's intuition was very strong, and she should not have been discovered yet. Fan's eyes flickered, and his expression was very unpleasant. Then he nodded heavily and said, "Teacher, Sister Ruohan, be careful, I will find a way to save you." As he said that, Fan Li headed for the lake, and sank deep into the bottom of the lake to conceal his breath. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the villa to be surrounded. When Mo Xiang and Ruohan saw the figure in front of them, their eyes were extremely cold. "Chu Mo, you traitor," Mo Xiang said coldly. "A man of insight is a hero, but you made it difficult for me to find you. Fortunately, it is not difficult to find out all the residences of Mo Qingcheng. After searching one by one, I finally found her. Qin Wentian, I guess she also hid him." Chu Mo's eyes flashed with jealousy. Mo Qingcheng, the most perfect woman in Chu, was willing to take risks for Qin Wentian. On weekdays, she never paid attention to him, one of the top 10 beauties in the capital. "Chu Mo, you probably forgot the ending of Yu Wook." Ruohan also stared at Chu Mo coldly. Chu Mo's expression turned cold. He also knew that Qin Wentian's strength had surpassed him by a lot, which made him even more jealous. Ruohan, although not as beautiful as Mo Qingcheng, is still a beauty in the world. Such a sexy body, wow. Chu Mo's eyes did not hide his greed. He scanned Ruohan with a fire in his eyes, which made Ruohan look very unpleasant. "I will let His Royal Highness the Third Prince, no, His Majesty the King, give you to me." Chu Mo did not hide his nature at this time. If he could not get Mo Qingcheng, it would be a good thing to get Ruohan's body. "I want to see how long this imperial power can last." Mo Xiang's voice was cold. Now, the leaders of the Emperor Star Academy should have joined the people of the Qin Mansion. The news that Mo Xiang and Ruohan were captured quickly spread throughout the imperial city. This was undoubtedly the voice released by the royal family themselves. They wanted Qin Wentian to show up. Chu Xianjiao had already regarded Qin Wentian as a huge threat. Such a person would definitely step into the Xiangang realm in the future. He must die. While Mo Xiang and Ruohan were captured, news came from the front that the Qin Mansion had formed several elite corps, lightly armed, invincible, and rapidly advancing towards the imperial city in a sweeping manner. It was rumored that these elite corps gathered all the elite corps controlled by the Qin Mansion together, and many strong men from the Emperor Star Academy joined, even the vice president level of the Emperor Star Academy, who could easily take the head of the enemy general. The Chu royal family's army naturally could not resist. Of course, in addition to the strong men from the Emperor Star Academy, in this war between the Qin Mansion and the royal family, the energy erupted by the army led by the Qin Mansion was also extremely amazing, and there were even many powerful Yuan Mansion figures, especially in these elite corps that are advancing now. This makes people feel that the power of the Qin Mansion in Xianyang City over the years may be only a very small part. Perhaps, the Wu Wei that followed Qin Wu to dominate the world back then has never really disappeared, and even cultivated many descendants. Everything undoubtedly indicated that the Chu Kingdom's imperial city would usher in the most violent turmoil, which was more violent than the last storm between the royal family and the Emperor Star Academy, because this time, in addition to the Emperor Star Academy, The power of the Qin Mansion also began to truly erupt. Just as this storm was brewing, the young man who was determined to take revenge stepped on a ferocious monster with golden eyes, walked out of the dark forest and into the imperial city. Chapter 206, Siege. The palace of Chu State was in a state of impending storm, and people's hearts were in turmoil. They all felt the terrifying and oppressive atmosphere of the dark cloud pressing down on the city. The Qin army broke through the defenses of many cities and advanced madly, but it was unpredictable. Just when Chu State mobilized its defense forces to a certain route, the Qin army would suddenly change its route and rush towards other cities. In addition, these soldiers who broke through the siege were all elites, and their speed of rushing thousands of miles was so fast that the defense of Chu State was full of flaws. Such a strong attitude made people truly feel the power of the Qin Mansion that had been dormant for many years. The people of Chu State seemed to understand why the royal family insisted on moving the Qin Mansion in Xianyang City. Perhaps they had already noticed it. The struggle for power was so cold and complicated, full of power and trickery, and Qin Hao himself did not hesitate to take risks. Finally, the Chu royal family ordered to release the defense, and all the defensive troops were evacuated from all cities, and the elite troops were mobilized to rush to the imperial city to guard the last line of defense. At the same time, other troops were ready to counter the encirclement and suppression at any time. This was undoubtedly the official announcement of a decisive battle between the two sides. Since the Qin Mansion was advancing towards the imperial city with all its strength, the royal family would confront the Qin Mansion in the imperial city. The Chu dragon guards of the entire Chu state went crazy, and all the elite people rushed to the imperial city. For a time, the situation in the imperial city attracted the attention of countless people in Chu. How would this power struggle end? At this moment, the confidence of the people of Chu in the royal family was no longer as strong as before. Many people even questioned that the Chu family, the royal family of Chu for 3,000 years, might fall this time. Qin Wentian received various news before he stepped into the imperial city, so he disguised himself and sneaked into the imperial city and stepped into the divine weapon pavilion. And Liuan had always been very good to him, and he was not very interested in the royal family. He also had extraordinary authority in the Divine Weapon Pavilion. Of course, he came to the Divine Weapon Pavilion in secret, and did not tell anyone. After 7 days of seclusion, Qin Wentian used the huge manpower and material resources of the Divine Weapon Pavilion to refine the Divine Weapon. The hearts of those weapon refining masters were in turmoil. They had never seen anyone who could carve divine patterns so crazily. The entire Divine Weapon Pavilion seemed to be revolving around him. Qin Wentian certainly would not let the Divine Weapon Pavilion suffer. After refining the divine weapons crazily, he left many of them to the Divine Weapon Pavilion, even some precious third-level divine weapons. At the same time, Liuan contacted Xianyang, one of the 3 major workshops of the Chu state, and after paying a huge reward, asked them to transport the divine weapons outside the imperial city. Everything was carried out in secret. Of course, this operation, Xianyang and the Divine Weapon Pavilion both gained huge benefits. In turbulent times, it was easier for them to maximize their benefits. The royal family finally realized that something was wrong, but it was too late. Xianyang had already transported the magic weapons away, and Qin Wentian had also left the Shenbing Pavilion. How could the royal family, which was already in a precarious situation, dare to vent their anger on the Shenbing Pavilion and Xianyang, 2 behemoths? After receiving the magic weapons transported by Xianyang, the elite troops of the Qin Mansion were even more powerful and advanced madly. In the end, the elite troops of all parties were stationed outside the imperial city of Chu and approached the city. On the tower of the imperial city, a group of strong men stood side by side. The current emperor of Chu, Chu Xianjiao, stood on the tower and looked ahead. The dark masses of strong men were stationed outside the imperial city, as if they could not see the end at a glance. They sharpened their knives, and their eyes were full of blazing light. It was a kind of fanaticism, a fanaticism for power and revenge. As long as they took down this last city, the country would change hands from then on. Have you found Qin Wentian? Chu Xianjiao spoke calmly, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. Not yet. Someone behind him stepped forward and bowed in response. We have been monitoring the every move of Xianyang Square and Shenbing Pavilion. If Qin Wentian appears again, we will definitely capture him. Announced the news. Mo Shuang will be executed at Chu Wangtai in 3 days, and Ruohuan will be sent to Chu Mo. Chu Xianjiao said calmly, and the person behind him said respectfully, I will do it now. After that, the man bowed and retreated, leaving this side. It seems that His Majesty was also forced into a hurry. He didn't expect that Qin Wentian, who is wanted by the royal family, would give such a big gift to the army of the Qin mansion. How disadvantageous it is to the royal family. Soon, the news from the imperial city spread everywhere. 3 days later, in Chu Wangtai, where Qin Wentian was famous in Chu, the royal family would execute Qin Wentian's teacher Mo Shang and send Ruohun to Chu Mo. Such a news actually made Chu Mo very dissatisfied. His reputation was completely ruined, but thinking of Ruohun, he didn't care. After this matter was done, he would leave Chu. In the bamboo hut, the river water was flowing, and it was quiet and peaceful. Qin Wentian sat by the river, and Mo Qingchang sat quietly beside him. Of course, she also got the news. She was very dissatisfied with Chu Xianjiao. She even directly declared Chu stayed and threatened Qin Wentian with Mo Shang and Ruohun. It can be seen that Chu Xianjiao has now done everything possible. Such a Chu royal family is really shaky and may not be far from destruction. At this time, Qin Wentian stood up, walked back, and came to the thatched hut. Here, a masked woman sat quietly here, as if she had always been here. Seeing Qin Wentian coming, she raised her head and looked at Qin Wentian with clear eyes, but gave people a cold temperament. Qin Wentian always knew that there was such a person following him, even when he stepped into the dark forest. She was as clean and beautiful as ever when she crossed the dark forest. This made Qin Wentian wonder how strong she was. Did Fairy Queen May ask you to come? Qin Wentian looked at the other party and asked in a low voice. The woman just looked at him and didn't say anything. Qin Wentian saw the helpless look in the other party's eyes and asked again, didn't you guard in secret before? Why are you so close to me this time? I saw that pair of eyes still looking at him, but still silent. Excuse me. Qin Wentian turned and left. There are many people watching here. I want to protect your safety. A crisp voice sounded. Qin Wentian turned his head and looked at a pair of beautiful eyes. A smile appeared in his eyes. Then will you help me deal with others? Qin Wentian asked. The woman shook her head gently, still giving people a cold feeling of keeping people away from her. Okay. Qin Wentian smiled and asked, my name is Qin Wentian, what's yours? The other party's eyelashes flickered, and she seemed to think for a moment, then looked up at Qin Wentian, Kinger. It's a very nice name. Qin Wentian smiled at Kinger and then turned and left. Mo Qingchang saw Qin Wentian coming and joked, do you think she is prettier or am I prettier? Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. He and Mo Qingchang had seen Kinger's true face when they were in Xianqi Palace. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Her beauty was different from Mo Qingchang's. Mo Qingchang was elegant, gentle, full of youthful vitality, and stunning. Kinger's beauty was more unworldly, cold, like a fairy on earth. Are you jealous? Qin Wentian said with a smile. Huh? Mo Qingchang rolled her eyes at Qin Wentian, but she was happy to see that Qin Wentian was in a better mood. At this moment, not far away, a figure slowly came and walked to Qin Wentian's side. How is it? Qin Wentian asked calmly. There are many people willing to participate. The pavilion master asked me to ask you, how many people do you want to hire? The other party asked. What is the strength of the people who can be invited? Qin Wentian asked again. Based on the value of the magic weapon engraved by your magic pattern, we can contact about 23rd level masters in the Yuan mansion. Then let's have 20 people. For the people of the lower 3rd level, we will hire 30 people. We will first give them a 3rd level inferior divine weapon and let them choose at will. The divine weapon pavilion will pay for it on my behalf. There should be no problem with this. Qin Wentian asked in a low voice. We will arrange it. The man nodded. Do you have any other instructions? Use intelligence power, at all costs. Help me find all the actions of the important figures of the Chu royal family in the past few days, even their food and daily life. Qin Wentian whispered. Okay, someone will come to report every once in a while. In addition, the movements here are all under control. If there is any movement, someone will come to notify the evacuation immediately, and a new place will be prepared. Qin Wentian nodded. He knew that a terrifying giant network had been woven here. This was what Kinger had just said. There were many people staring at this place. I will withdraw first. The man saluted and then retreated. Although his expression was calm, he was quite shocked in his heart. This most outstanding divine pattern master in the history of Chu state used his talent in divine patterns to win the strongest support of the divine weapon pavilion. No one knows in which direction the storm in Chu will evolve this time. This will be a game full of variables. In a blink of an eye, the 3 days mentioned by Chu Xianjiao have arrived. On this day, the Chu Wangtai was stationed with a strong force, and some seemingly ordinary people could be very powerful people. On the battle platform under the green jade dragon chair, Mo Shuang was tied to it, his clothes stained red with blood, and his hair was extremely messy. Obviously, he has suffered a lot in the past few days. Ruo Hun also looked quite haggard, but she still had a charming smile on her face. Occasionally, when she swept across Chu Mo, she would make Chu Mo feel cold all over. Soon, you will be mine. Chu Mo stared at Ruo Hun's plump cheeks, and the greed in his eyes was not concealed. Now that he is in disgrace in Chu, he has become more unscrupulous and exposed his hideous face. Ruo Hun laughed, and his laughter made Chu Mo feel a chill. Chu Mo, you will definitely die miserably, do you believe it? Ruo Hun chuckled. Chu Mo snorted coldly, you are really stubborn. Tonight, I will let you feel the benefits of stubbornness. Staring at Ruo Hun's graceful body, Chu Mo's heart was pounding. Why hasn't your majesty come yet? Chu Mo looked in the direction of the jade dragon chair. Why didn't Chu Xianjiao show up today? At this time, Chu Mo found that many people began to stir. These people were all strong men deployed, and today they were ready to make Qin Wentian unable to escape. The Qin Mansion led the army to attack the city. A voice fell into Chu Mo's ears, making him stunned. The timing of the Qin Mansion's attack on the city was so accurate. Outside the imperial city, the sound of killing shook the sky, and everyone in the imperial city felt a terrifying and oppressive atmosphere. Some people from the Yuan mansion even flew directly into the imperial city. The army outside the city launched the toughest attack on the imperial city of Chu. Chapter 207 How to Die? At the gate of the imperial city, the blood-colored light flooded the sky, and the aura of riot enveloped the entire space. Chu Xianjiao stood calmly on the tower, and behind him, there were several strong men guarding him. Qin Hao. As if his eyes penetrated the void, Chu Xianjiao looked at a figure on the ground in front of him. The man was wearing armor, and his eyes were piercing, and they also penetrated the blood rain and fell on Chu Xianjiao. Chu Xianjiao deeply felt the old wisdom and depth from Qin Hao. After enduring for so many years, Qin Hao has been hiding in Xianyang City, but he controls a huge organization. Such a person is absolutely super scary. And Qin Hao felt a completely different temperament from Chu Xianjiao, showing his edge. Chu Xianjiao, the king of Chu, has an extremely strong edge. He wants to pacify Chu and prove that he, Chu Xianjiao, can do it. For this goal, no matter what the price, he will not hesitate. However, Chu Xianjiao did not know that on a high pavilion not far from the city tower, a figure in white was looking out of the imperial city with a disappointed look. This person was none other than the eldest prince Chu Wuwei. Of course, he was no longer the eldest prince, and Chu Xianjiao did not confer the throne on him. There were people on Chu Wuwei's left and right, one of whom was his younger brother, Chu Mang. The other was the third-ranked drunken immortal among the top 10 beauties in the capital. He and Chu Wuwei had always been good friends. Don't you have any ideas? Drunken immortal asked Chu Wuwei in a low voice. Third brother, he is in a hurry to succeed. Chu Wuwei said calmly, this is definitely not a good thing. Such radical means are his style. He is vigorous and resolute. If he wins, he will settle everything. However, once a certain place collapses, everything will be lost. Why not replace him? Jiuxin said calmly, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. He has always known how outstanding his friend is. As long as he wants, the struggle for power in Chu will end with his victory. Jiuxin has no doubt about this. If I really can't control this situation, I will consider it. Chu Wuwei said calmly, I promised my father that the Chu family cannot be destroyed. Go and see the situation of Chu Wangtai. Since they are attacking the city with all their strength, I think someone there should also take action. Chu Wuwei turned around and left. Chu Mang and Jiuxin followed his footsteps. Naturally, they also believed that Chu Wangtai would move. But what they could think of, couldn't Chu Xianjiao think of it? Then, what about Qin Wentian, would he not think of it? Today's Qin Wentian is no longer the simple boy of the past. The palace of Chu was very peaceful. Occasionally, Someone would quickly step into the palace with many obstacles to report military information. The battle outside the imperial city attracted everyone's attention. The palace was undoubtedly the most concerned. Outside the high walls of the palace, the soldiers were guarding there tightly. However, at this moment, a loud shout suddenly came out. Enemy attack! The sound instantly broke the tranquility outside the palace. The soldiers looked outside and saw a group of masked men in black coming at a terrifying speed. No one released their star souls. However, when the group of men in black walked in the void at the same time, the soldiers all looked ashen. They were all Yuanfu realm masters. They knew that they were doomed. The sound of puffing was heard, and soon the land was covered with blood. The group of men in black jumped and stepped into the palace. However, at the same moment, the movement here had already been seen by the people on the watchtower in the palace, and a black smoke signal was issued. In an instant, the palace was in chaos, and the strong men guarding the palace rushed towards the direction of the smoke. For many years, the palace of Chu had never been invaded, but today, it was. And the timing was so precise. Today, a life and death decisive battle was taking place outside the city gate, and too much power was called there. Who dares to be so bold? A loud shout rolled over. Even if there was a decisive battle outside the imperial city, there was still enough guarding power in the palace, and naturally there was no shortage of top Yuanfu realm strongmen. But at the same time, a figure walked in the void, with a terrifying aura on his body. He was also a top figure in the Yuanfu, which made many people realize that this sneak attack was likely carefully planned. Shuai Tower is where the little princess of Chu lives. Because the imperial city has been in chaos these days, she did not go out casually. However, when the little princess of Chu saw a group of black-clothed people running wildly in the distance, she knew that the storm in Chu this time was more terrifying than she had imagined. These people had already found out where she lived, and knew that among the princesses in the palace, her position was the closest to the palace gate. "Little princess, leave quickly." A maid came forward and said to the little princess, "I can't leave." The little princess shook her head. Third brother threatened Qin Wentian with Mo Shang. Now, someone is going to deal with him in the same way. I guess the gates of the imperial city and the Chu Wangte will not know the situation here. Although she is young, she is also very smart. Today's decisive battle outside the imperial city and the Chu Wangte have mobilized too many strong men, resulting in a temporary emptiness in the palace. The number of strong men on the other side is more than 50, and all of them are at the Yuanfu level, and there are even top-level figures at the Yuanfu level. When such a group of strong men came together to attack, how could the current palace guards resist in a hurry? Unless they gathered all the remaining forces in the palace, but by then, the other party had already left. The little princess was quickly abducted by the group of black-clothed men, and when the other party retreated, not many people dared to step forward to stop them, which made the people in the palace panic. They were experiencing unprecedented setbacks. However, they were also thinking, who can use such a terrible force to fight? If this force is placed outside the imperial city, it is enough to control this situation. Monsters immediately flew out of the palace and went madly to report the news outside the imperial city and the direction of Chu Wangte. Not long after, the news of the little princess's abduction began to spread, and fermented in a very short time. Chu Wangte, people's hearts were turbulent, and the crowd on the stands looked livid. Many strong men of the Yi family were also here. Today, they set up a net to take Qin Wentian's fate, but now that the little princess was abducted, how could they execute Mo Shang? At this moment, not far from the Chu Wangte, a figure slowly walked over. When they saw this figure, the eyes of countless people in the Chu Wangte froze. Qin Wentian finally appeared. No one stopped Qin Wentian from moving forward. Behind him, there were several people following him. He walked straight to a place not far in front of Mo Shang and Ruohuan. There was a hint of apology in his eyes. "Teacher, Sister Ruohuan, I'm sorry for making you suffer," Qin Wentian said in a low voice, as if no one was around. "I knew you would come." Ruohuan chuckled, with a faint smile on her face. For some reason, she was full of confidence in this junior brother who is not very strong. Ruohuan glanced at Chu Mo beside her. There was a hint of undisguised irony in her beautiful eyes. She smiled and said, "Chu Mo, didn't you threaten to kill junior brother Qin? He is right there, go ahead." Chu Mo's expression froze, staring at Qin Wentian, with a bit of ferocity in his eyes, as if he had a deep hatred for Qin Wentian. "Your Majesty has ordered that if Qin Wentian shows up, He will be killed without mercy. Chumo looked at the people on his left and right, then looked up at the figure on the stands. However, no one moved. Those strong men just moved closer to Mo Xiang and Ruo Huan, staring at Qin Wentian with cold eyes, but no one dared to kill immediately. "Little princess, is she in your hands?" An old man's eyes were as sharp as a knife, scanning Qin Wentian. "What do you think?" Qin Wentian looked at him and responded calmly. "What do you want?" the old man asked Qin Wentian. "Change people." Qin Wentian responded simply, but the old man was silent. Chu Xianjiao is now the king of Chu. His order is to kill Qin Wentian without mercy. If he missed this opportunity, it would be even more difficult to kill Qin Wentian next time. Therefore, today, he personally presided over this place to prevent Qin Wentian from having strong men with him. "I can't promise you," the old man said lightly. He needed to wait for Chu Xianjiao's order. "I won't wait, and I don't have time to play with you. If you don't let her go in one stick of incense, you will bear the consequences," Qin Wentian said forcefully. He didn't want to use such means, but this was what Chu Xianjiao taught him. Chu Xianjiao dared to threaten him with Mo Xiang and Ruo Huan, so from now on, in order to destroy the Chu state, he would do anything. The old man was silent, staring at Qin Wentian and said, "If anything happens to the little princess, you will be buried with her. You really think too highly of yourself." Qin Wentian took a step forward, his eyes fell on Chumo, and he walked towards Chumo step by step. The man in black beside him followed Qin Wentian's body. Yi Liuang stared at Qin Wentian who was walking forward, his eyes were extremely cold. This boy actually dared to enter the tiger's den, which was too bold. Isn't he worried that the royal family would kill him without regard for the consequences? A graceful figure suddenly appeared not far behind Qin Wentian, like a shadow, but just now, no one had seen her. Such a scene made the old man's pupils shrink, staring at the graceful figure that appeared, as if he wanted to see through the other party. The cold breath, the indifferent temperament that kept people away from thousands of miles away, seemed to be a woman who was isolated from the world and did not eat fireworks. She just stood there, but gave people a strong sense of crisis. Qin Wentian smiled, and felt Kinger's appearance, and he actually had a faint sense of security. Perhaps Kinger's strength will really give him a huge surprise. He still walked towards Chumo, and even walked past the old man, but no one took action. "How do you want to die?" Qin Wentian stared at Chumo. At this time, the star soul on Chumo's body burst out, and shouted angrily, "Why don't you kill him?" No one paid attention to him. Qin Wentian's footsteps flashed, and his arm grabbed Chumo. Chumo's expression changed drastically, and he roared, and a powerful attack blasted towards Qin Wentian. However, when Qin Wentian's arm fell, he felt an irresistible force descending on him. Crack! Chumo's palm broke directly, Qin Wentian's arm grabbed his throat, and then he held him upside down on the ground, walking forward like a dead dog. At this moment, Qin Wentian's murderous intent was madly spreading, making Chumo feel a fear from the soul. "Sister Ruohuan, how do you want him to die?" Qin Wentian asked Ruohuan with a smile as if no one was around. Chapter 208 Kinger. Ruohuan had a slight smile on her face, and then she looked at Chumo, who was being held by Qin Wentian. "Tonight, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to let me taste the benefits of being tough," Ruohuan said to Chumo, but the words she uttered made Qin Wentian feel extremely cold, which made Qin Wentian understand what kind of insulting words Chumo had said to Sister Ruohuan. He had never felt such coldness from the cheerful Sister Ruohuan. His palms suddenly trembled, and a cracking sound was heard. Then Chumo let out a miserable howl, and one of his arms was crippled by Qin Wentian and hung there limply. "Sister, why don't we let him live a life worse than death?" Qin Wentian looked at Ruohuan and smiled, but his smile was also very cold. All the way from Xianyang City, his heart gradually became colder and colder. These people forced him to be hard-hearted and cruel. "You decide." Ruohuan's eyes were gentle. It felt so good to be protected like this. Although this person was just his junior brother, Ruohuan really liked his junior brother who had watched him grow up. Of course, it was not the love between men and women, but an indescribable emotion. "Don't." Chumo's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He certainly knew what Qin Wentian meant by a life worse than death. A cold light suddenly shot towards Chumo. The blade-like eyes made Chumo shudder. Qin Wentian's palm stretched out and suddenly imprinted on his chest. A surge of power instantly destroyed the meridians in his body. At the same time, Qin Wentian raised his foot and trampled on Chumo's lower body. Ah! A miserable cry resounded in this space. Chumo's body was thrown out by Qin Wentian. If he treated his relatives and friends cruelly, then he would be even more cruel. Seeing Chumo limp there like a puddle of mud, everyone around stared at the boy who used to be. Now, Qin Wentian, who is about to turn 18, seemed to have grown up. Mo Xiang showed a gentle smile. Qin Wentian's ruthlessness and decisiveness made Mo Xiang feel relieved. Being ruthless to the enemy was a necessary process for the growth of this warrior continent. Qin Wentian did not look at Chumo again. He only looked up at Mo Xiang and Ruohun, who were still tied there. There were many strong men beside them who could attack at any time. But at this time, Qin Wentian suddenly wanted to give it a try. For the sake of teacher Mo Xiang and sister Ruohun, he wanted to take a risk. If my teacher Mo Xiang and sister Ruohun make any mistakes, immediately order the killing of the royal princess. Qin Wentian's cold voice resounded in this space, and then he raised his feet and walked towards Mo Xiang and Ruohun step by step. The people in black behind him were stunned. They raised their feet, but they only saw Qin Wentian waving his hand, which made their faces stiffen. They stared at Qin Wentian. This guy was too risky. What if these people really wanted to kill Qin Wentian? They didn't even have the chance to rescue him. Qin Wentian was also gambling. He didn't block others, but bet on the strength of the fairy Queen Mei who sent to protect him. For some reason, the cold woman who seemed to be out of touch with the world made Qin Wentian trust her particularly. She didn't talk much, and she rarely appeared beside Qin Wentian, but she was always there at the critical moment. Moreover, even if he took a step back, Kinger was really not strong enough, and the little princess of Chu was in his hands. Without Chu Xianjiao's order, these people would never dare to kill him directly. Stop. The old man stared at Qin Wentian with a cold voice, and there was already murderous intent on his body, pressing on Qin Wentian. However, Qin Wentian just glanced at him lightly and continued to move forward. Wentian. Ruohun's face showed a look of astonishment. Is this guy really crazy? She definitely didn't want Qin Wentian to save her in this way. It was too dangerous for Qin Wentian. Go back. Mo Xiang scolded directly. His talent was limited and his achievements were foreseeable, but Qin Wentian was different. He had accepted many disciples, but Qin Wentian was undoubtedly the most outstanding among them. Of course, he didn't want to see anything happen to Qin Wentian. In fact, Mo Xiang placed hope on Qin Wentian, the hope of Emperor Star Academy. He still thought that one day, Emperor Star Academy could stand again. How wonderful it would be. Qin Wentian looked at Mo Xiang and smiled. He was getting closer and closer to that side. He was only a few steps away. The coldness that descended on him became stronger and stronger. He still took steps forward. Strong gale blew on Qin Wentian's body, and the old man had released a terrifying killing intent. However, not far behind Qin Wentian, Kinger's footsteps also moved slightly. Feeling the killing intent shrouding Qin Wentian, she frowned slightly. You really want to die? The old man glanced at Qin Wentian coldly, and slowly raised his palm. Qin Wentian took 2 steps in a row and walked to Ruohun's side, ready to untie the chains on Ruohun's body. Boom! The killing intent on the old man finally broke out completely. He pushed his palm forward, but at the same moment, a ray of light flashed, and Qin Wentian only felt a gust of wind blowing by his side. Puff! A light sound was heard, and the old man's body flew out, and then there was a loud bang, and his body hit the bottom of the Qingyu dragon chair of the Chu Wangtai. At this moment, everyone was shocked and looked at the scene in front of them in shock. How is this possible? The crowd stared at the beautiful figure who had repelled the old man. Her face was covered with a veil, but it seemed that she could not hide her peerless charm. She seemed to be out of touch with the world, cold and icy, making people feel that she was not from this world. She looked so young, but how fast she was just now, so fast that the crowd could not keep up, so fast that the powerful top powerhouse of the Yuanfu realm was blown away by one blow, and he, who was in charge of the Chu Wangtai operation, was injured without even the ability to fight back. However, the cold woman seemed to have nothing happened, just glanced at the old man casually, her eyelashes flickered, as if she was frowning, looking at the old man with some displeasure. I don't allow you to touch him. The crisp voice came out, as if it had a special magnetism, and a faint coldness, and even a few wisps of innocence. Hearing this crisp voice, Qin Wentian really wanted to hug Kinger. What a lovely woman. Unfortunately, she was only responsible for her own safety and would not help him deal with the people of Chu. But Qin Wentian was really grateful to have such a super strong man to protect him, especially at this moment. Obviously, he made the right bet. The people guarding Moshong and Ruohun saw Kinger easily repel the old man, and they inadvertently retreated a little distance. No one dared to act rashly, and they could only watch Qin Wentian untie the restraints on Ruohun and Moshong. We took the forbidden essence powder. If they were not afraid that you would not come to the appointment, they would probably destroy my and my teacher's cultivation. Ruohun said with a wry smile. Qin Wentian understood why the chains could lock up the teacher and sister Ruohun. Buzz! Suddenly, a figure rushed towards Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian did not move at all, but just supported Moshong and Ruohun and walked back. Bang! Another strong shock sound came out. Kinger knocked the strong man who had just attacked away. The method she used to deal with the old man was exactly the same. Her eyebrows frowned more, and she seemed very dissatisfied. If you do this again, I will really kill you. The crisp sound came out again, making Qin Wentian almost laugh. Listening to Kinger's tone, it seemed as if Qin Wentian had been wronged. If these people bullied Qin Wentian again, she would kill them. The old man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at Kinger. His expression was extremely ugly. Kinger still looked calm and collected. Seeing the old man staring at her, she frowned and said, I don't like people looking at me like this. Ahem. The old man was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking at her? She was so strong that he couldn't even look at her? And her voice made people feel as if she was wronged. What kind of freak beauty is this? She is so powerful that the old man was even injured by Kinger, but he couldn't even tell how strong Kinger was. Qin Wentian took Moshong and Ruohun away, leaving the people here looking at each other. Their figures flickered, but suddenly many people in black appeared here, guarding Qin Wentian in the center. Kinger also turned around and followed Qin Wentian. For a while, no one dared to keep them. Such a weird scene seemed a little ridiculous to talk about, but it really happened. Kinger, you're so cute. Qin Wentian smiled at Kinger when he saw Kinger coming to him. Kinger's beautiful eyes showed a thoughtful look, and then she looked at Qin Wentian, and after a long time she whispered, cute, is that good or bad? Qin Wentian stumbled and fell to the ground with blood, looking at Kinger as if he was looking at a monster. He was really convinced. Of course it's good, it means very good. Qin Wentian was like coaxing a girl. Kinger still didn't understand, her temperament was still cold, but she nodded gently. Cute, does it mean very good? P.S. The first half of the year has passed in the blink of an eye, so fast. The first chapter of the second half of 2015, it's very early. Wuhan is asking for the guaranteed monthly ticket. Chapter 209 Who is Aiyan? Half an hour after the dispute at Chu Wangte ended, the Qinfu army outside the imperial city began to withdraw in an orderly manner. This duel certainly had the significance of cooperating with Qin Wentian's actions, but it was also a test of the imperial power by the Qinfu. For the Qinfu, the sooner the battle was fought, the better. Now they knew that the Chu state was mobilizing armies from all sides to attack the outer perimeter of the imperial city. Although their reserve army was also gradually advancing, it would undoubtedly increase the difficulty of the battle at that time. Chu Xianjiao stood on the tower, the setting sun was like blood, and the corpses on the ground were particularly dazzling. Many powerful figures even fell in this duel. It has been many years since the death of King Wu. However, after several decades, the Qinfu once again showed their amazing combat effectiveness in front of the people of Chu. Chu Xianjiao seemed to see the elite Wu Wei who followed Qin Wu in the southern and northern expeditions. Only this time, the spearhead of the Qinfu army was pointed directly at the imperial city. Looking at the faces that retreated, even though many friends died, their eyes were still so cold and sharp, as if the anger that had been suppressed in their hearts for many years was about to burst out in this battle. Looking at the Chu army, they were silent, sad, and their fighting spirit was withered. This made Chu feel that after so many years of peace, the Chu imperial army had already smoothed its edges, but the opponent was a fierce army that yearned for revenge. Chu Kuo. Chu Xianjiao looked at the middle-aged man next to him and shouted, Your Majesty. Chu Kuo was Chu Xianjiao's uncle. Chu Xianjiao's father gave him the title of King of Han and commanded the elite imperial army. He was a strong supporter of Chu Xianjiao. Chu Xianjiao stared at Chu Kuo, then bowed and said, Uncle, this is in your hands. Your Majesty. Chu Kuo held Chu Xianjiao's body, his eyes were firm, and he said, As long as the city is there, the people are there. If the city is destroyed, the people will die. Okay, Uncle, All the people here are at your disposal. Chu Xianjiao continued. As for more things, he didn't need to tell him. He still believed in Chu Kuo's ability. Chu Xianjiao left. Of course, he also knew that the little princess was abducted. Mo Shang and Ruohun were taken away by Qin Wentian. Who is the mysterious woman who suddenly appeared? It seems that he really underestimated the storm that was suppressing the Chu kingdom. As for the Yuanfu realm powerhouses who followed Qin Wentian, Chu Xianjiao had already guessed where they came from. There were not many major forces in the imperial city that could summon such a force. After excluding them, he could guess that the only possible ones were the Mo family and the Divine Weapon Pavilion. The old man of the Mo family is a famous figure in Chu state. However, he is not interested in the struggle for power, but in martial arts. He hopes to break through the bottleneck one day. He often travels abroad, has broad knowledge, is arrogant, and does not care about the small Chu state, nor will he let his family participate in the disputes in Chu state. Then, the only thing is the Divine Weapon Pavilion. Unfortunately, he cannot move the Divine Weapon Pavilion now, otherwise, the situation will be worse. The evolution of the situation today can be said to be a shame for the royal family of Chu state. He has threatened Qin Wentian with someone regardless of the face of the king, but was countered by others with the same means. Take this token, go to the dark forest, and mobilize the army trained by the Wufu. Chu Xianjiao handed a token to a confidant behind him. The man disappeared silently after getting the token like a shadow. The Qinfu Wuwei has grown stronger over the years, but his royal family has definitely not been in vain. However, he had always suspected that in addition to the Wufu army trained by the royal family, there was another mysterious force in the dark forest. The last time he plotted against Qin Chuan and Qin Yao in the Black Castle, he wanted to find out where that force was. Go visit the Zhang family. Chu Xianjiao said lightly. The Zhang family in the imperial city was also a large family, and its strength was even stronger than that of the Yi family. Like the Mo family, the Zhang family belonged to a force that the royal family could not control. In addition to the Mo family, there were several major forces in the royal family that would not easily obey the orders of the royal family. This time, he could only visit them in person. At the same time, all kinds of rumors were spread all over the imperial city, and the most common rumor was undoubtedly that the current Chu state and the royal Chu family had run out of luck and were very likely to become history in this storm. The Mo family was located to the west of the Chu state imperial city. At this moment, Mo Qingchang walked into the Mo family with Qin Wentian. Although he was stared at by countless people, Qin Wentian did not need to pay attention to those eyes because he knew Kinger's powerful strength. However, Kinger refused to show up. Qin Wentian couldn't even find her. It was probably only when his safety was threatened that Kinger would suddenly appear. The powerful woman who appeared and disappeared mysteriously was so cute. This made Qin Wentian speechless. If Kinger knew what cute meant, Qin Wentian would think that she was cute despite her coldness. She had been practicing with her master and obeyed his words. When her master asked her to protect Qin Wentian, she had to do it. As for the social etiquette outside, she didn't know much. This was also the reason why Fairy Queen Mei told her not to listen to Qin Wentian's sweet talk before leaving. Kinger would think, cute, is it sweet talk? Girl, you finally know to come back. Mo Qingcheng's father Mo Xianlin came from the attic and glared at her when he saw Mo Qingcheng. Mo Qingcheng lowered her head slightly, then smiled playfully and called out, Father. Perhaps she would only show such an expression in front of her father. You still have me as your father. Mo Xianlin said coldly. Mo Qingcheng smiled and said, Father, I'm back now, so don't be angry with me. Humph. Mo Xianlin snorted and looked at Qin Wentian next to Mo Qingcheng. This guy caused a huge storm in the imperial city. At this time, Mo Qingcheng brought Qin Wentian to the Mo family, and the meaning was self-evident. This made Mo Xianlin sigh. Sure enough, a girl can't be kept at home. This girl has begun to grow up. Of course, Mo Xianlin also likes Qin Wentian very much, especially after witnessing Qin Wentian's performance on the Zhenlin banquet battle stage. He likes the young and frivolous Qin Wentian very much, and even wants to match Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng. However, the old man came back from outside a few days ago, and it seems that he is planning for Qingcheng's future. In this way, he will not be able to make a decision. Hey, hey, hey. Just at this moment, a beautiful girl came over and giggled when she saw Mo Qingcheng. Qingcheng, you've brought your family home, and you've developed so fast. You're not serious. Mo Qingchang glared at Nolan and secretly glanced at her father. She wanted to see what Mo Xianlin's attitude was, but she saw that Mo Xianlin looked very calm and didn't know what he was thinking. "Go see your grandfather," Mo Xianlin said to Mo Qingchang. "Grandpa is back." Mo Qingchang's beautiful eyes flashed. "Yes." Mo Xianlin nodded, and then walked to the side. Mo Qingchang looked at Qin Wentian next to her with a bitter face, then smiled sweetly and touched Qin Wentian's hand. Qin Wentian saw the sweet smile in Mo Qingchang's beautiful eyes, smiled and nodded, and the two walked forward together. Mo Xianlin led them to a pavilion, where two people were playing chess. "Haha, good guy, I didn't expect you to be so proficient in chess." A hearty laugh came out, and Qin Wentian looked at the old man. He seemed to be about 50 years old, full of energy, and had a majestic temperament. He must be the helmsman of the Mo family, known as the most terrifying person under the Xiangang realm of Chu. Opposite the old man was a young man in his 20s. His exact age could not be guessed, but the temperament of this young man was extraordinary. Just one look at him seemed to remember him. Life is like chess, and old Mo's chess is heavy and powerful. The young man said with a smile. "I'm old, not as sharp as you," old Mo said modestly, which made Mo Xianlin marvel. The old man has been with this young man since he came back. Moreover, the old man, who always looked down on others, was very humble in front of this young man, which made him feel that this young man was not an ordinary person. At this moment, the old man turned his eyes and looked at Mo Qingchang. Seeing Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchang standing together, he couldn't help but frown slightly. "Father, this is Qingchang's good friend Qin Wentian." Mo Xianlin introduced him to the old man. "Yes." The old man nodded gently. Qin Wentian, he had heard of him after he came back. He was the first in the Junlin banquet, a rare genius in Chu state, who had created many miracles. Looking at Chu state, he was the most famous. However, after all, it was only Chu state. With his vision, he would not care too much. "Young master, who is Ian?" The old man introduced the young man opposite him to everyone and said with a smile, "Qingchang, Grandpa shamelessly asked young Master Hua to help you find a good teacher. Young Master Hua promised me that I would like to send you to the great Xia dynasty to practice. It would be too much of a waste of your time here." Mo Qingchang's beautiful eyes stagnated, and her heart was a little confused. The old man actually wanted to send him to practice outside. In that case, wouldn't she be separated from Qin Wentian? Hu Xiaowen's eyes were also slightly moved after seeing Mo Qingchang's face. Such a face was definitely a rare beauty even in the great Xia dynasty. When the old man Mo told him, he thought the other party was exaggerating, but he didn't expect it to be true. This made him feel quite interesting. However, there have been many powerful people in that forest recently, and he has some friendships with some of them. It is not difficult to introduce a teacher for Mo Qingchang. Just for Qingchang's face, he really has to introduce a better teacher to her. Just as Hu Xiaowen thought, nowadays, many people from the great Xia dynasty have indeed come to the state of Chu, but they are all quite low-key. In the sky somewhere in the state of Chu, Yang Kuangsheng and Jiang Ting were together, looking down. Yang Kuangsheng showed a smile on his face. "This state of Chu is really remote. Did my friend Qin Wentian grow up here?" In addition to Yang Kuangsheng, people from Qingayan Pavilion have also arrived. Jin Mengayu has now entered the Yuanfu realm. Looking at this small imperial city, she is quite emotional. The state of Chu actually produced a genius who could easily crush the swordsman Mu Beifei from Yanshao. I wonder how he is doing now. Since the trial of the Immortal Pond, many people can't forget Qin Wentian. Jin Mengayu is one of them. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210 Above Xiangang. At the Mo Mansion, Mo Qingchang heard that the old man wanted to help him find a teacher, and couldn't help but whispered, "Grandpa, I want to go out and make my own way." Mo Qingchang had already made up her mind that after the turmoil in Chu state was over, she would go out with Qin Wentian to make her way in the great Xia dynasty. "You don't know what's good for you," Old Master Mo scolded, causing Mo Qingchang to lower her head and not dare to look at him. Old Master Mo's prestige in the Mo mansion was extremely high, and even her father Mo Xianlin did not dare to disobey him in the slightest. Although he didn't care about things on weekdays, once he made a decision, it was difficult for anyone to make him turn back. Going out? You are only at the beginning of the Yuanfu realm, and you have such an outstanding appearance. Do you know how dangerous it is to go out and venture? Even I am very careful when I go out. If I am not careful, I may end up in a foreign land. Grandpa Mo taught him, Mr. Who is willing to introduce you to a master? This is something I wish for. If you enter a powerful master in the future, wouldn't it be better to venture out and gain experience with your fellow disciples? But Mo Qingchang said stubbornly. Qingcheng. Mo Xianlin interrupted her and smiled bitterly in his heart. He knew what his daughter was thinking. Qin Wentian was indeed excellent. If he could really solve the turmoil in Chu state, he would not object to Mo Qingcheng and Qin Wentian being together, but now the old man wanted to find a good master for Mo Qingcheng, and it was also for Qingcheng's good. As for feelings, they could be put aside for the time being. Grandpa Mo glanced at Qin Wentian indifferently. Obviously, he also guessed the reason for his granddaughter's abnormal behavior today. Girl, you have never been out, so you don't know how vast the world outside is. Our Chu state is like an ant compared to the Great Xia dynasty. Any Xiangang realm expert from the Great Xia dynasty can regard all the creatures in Chu state as ants, not to mention the overlord-level experts in the Great Xia dynasty. Old Master Mo was obviously very fond of Mo Qingcheng. His tone was much softer, and he said, in Chu state, your talent is considered outstanding, so Grandpa doesn't want to delay you. Let me ask you, do you know what martial arts will is? I've heard Grandpa mention it before. Martial arts will is inspired by the Star Soul. It has powerful power and plays a big role in the breakthrough of Yuanfu realm. Mo Qingcheng responded in a low voice. You are right. There are endless types of martial will, such as the will of wind, thunder and lightning, fire, blood and so on. Each kind of willpower can be derived into various powerful forces. For example, the will of strength. The first realm is strength, and this realm is divided into initial realm, entering realm, transformation realm, and perfect realm. In the initial realm, your strength can be twice as strong. In the entering realm, your attack power is 4 times stronger. In the transformation realm, it is 8 times stronger. In the perfect realm, it is more than 10 times stronger. Imagine that people of the same realm, one of them has a martial will of the perfect realm. When he attacks, he can exert more than 10 times his own strength. Can the opponent withstand the power of his attack? Grandpa Mo said slowly, and Qin Wentian listened carefully. Martial will, the will of strength, should be the ability he has comprehended. When a martial cultivator reaches the Yuanfu realm, it becomes more and more difficult to practice. Especially when it comes to stepping from the Yuanfu into the Xiangang, it is a huge hurdle. One of the reasons is that it requires a huge amount of star energy to support it. Another reason is that you must not only comprehend the first realm of martial arts will, that is, the basic realm and practice to the perfect realm, but also comprehend the second realm of martial arts will by yourself, in order to condense the martial arts Xiangang. Father, what is the second realm of martial arts will? Mo Xianlin was also listening attentively. Before he reached this realm, Grandpa Mo didn't even tell him about it. The first realm of martial arts will is the basic realm, which is constant and unchanging. The first realm of force will is power, but as for the second realm, it is changing. It can be said that the second realm of martial arts will is the transformation and sublimation of the first realm, and it's not just that. I heard that there is a stronger third realm of martial arts will. The third realm can derive starry celestial phenomena, which is the means of the legendary Xiangxiang realm masters. Grandpa Mo's eyes were full of yearning. He traveled in the Great Xia dynasty and had a strong yearning for that legendary realm. Celestial realm, after the Xiangang realm, he didn't even have the chance to see how terrifying that kind of power was. If it was a strong man who was good at the will of blood, I'm afraid that once the stars appeared, he could turn millions of people into blood rain. That was the ability to reach the sky and the earth. Celestial realm. Qin Wentian thought of the statue. It turned out that it was a legendary strong man. He also thought of the group of people outside the Qinshan divine sect. Those were a group of terrifying beings in the celestial realm. This group of people were all crushed and killed by the middle-aged man who was suspected to be his father. So how strong was he? The peak of the celestial realm, or, above the celestial realm? In a single thought, the stars of the sky were derived. How terrifying! Father, what realm has your martial arts will reached? Mo Xianlin asked. To be honest, I have been meditating for many years. I finally broke through to the realm of transformation during my travels recently. Moreover, I have 3 star souls, but I have only comprehended a single martial arts will. Even so, I can still travel freely in the Yuanfu of Chu state. There seemed to be a hint of pride in Mr. Mo's voice. Then he looked at Mo Qingcheng and said, Qingcheng, after saying so much, you should understand what I mean. This world is really big. Go out and see. Joining a famous family can help you avoid many detours. Mo Xianlin and others were surprised. The old man's martial arts will actually enter the realm of transformation. No wonder the people of Chu state were so afraid of him. It seems that traveling abroad is indeed beneficial. Senior, you don't have to join a famous family to comprehend the will of martial arts, Qin Wentian said in a low voice, and saluted to old man Mo. He didn't mean to be disrespectful. He believed that the achievements in martial arts, in addition to famous teachers, depended more on one's own efforts and original talents. Of course, luck was also very important, just like this time when he stepped into the dark forest and saw the statue to comprehend the will of power. Old Master Mo frowned and said unhappily, what do you know? In the state of Chu, there are only a few people in the Yuan mansion who can comprehend the will. Back then, by chance, I comprehended the power of the martial arts will when I was at the 6th level of the Yuan mansion. It took me decades to enter the realm of transformation today. Do you know how difficult it is to comprehend the martial arts will? And young Master Hu, he is now at the 4th level of the Yuan mansion and has comprehended the martial arts will for more than a year. This is the gap. Old Master Mo said coldly, ignorance is bliss. Qin Wentian saw Old Master Mo's stern attitude and knew that his words just now had disgusted him, so he did not argue any more. If he showed the martial arts will at this time, he didn't know whether Old Master Mo would think that he deliberately prevented him from stepping down and slapped him in the face. Such a misunderstanding was definitely not what Qin Wentian wanted to see. Your lesson is right, senior. Qin Wentian smiled bitterly, but today was not without gain. After hearing what Old Master Mo said, at least he had a preliminary understanding of the will of martial arts, knowing that it was not only a very powerful ability, but also paved the way for entering the Xiangang realm in the future. Now, he only comprehended the will of force by perceiving the Skyhammer Star Soul. Then, the 2nd and 3rd Star Souls were not inferior to the Skyhammer Star Soul, and they also had the opportunity to comprehend the other 2 kinds of martial arts will. Young man, you should be more humble. You can leave. Old Master Mo waved his hand at Qin Wentian and ordered him to leave. Qin Wentian was stunned, then bowed and said, Junior, take your leave. I'll see him off. Mo Qingcheng said in a low voice, and regardless of Grandpa Mo's objection, he left side by side with Qin Wentian, which made Grandpa Mo glare with anger. Then he looked at Hu Xiaoyan and said, this child, it's all my fault that she's spoiled. It doesn't matter. If she really has the talent that you said, I can introduce her to a master of the Xiangang realm, and she will be a master of the overlord level sect in Jiaozhou city. Hu Xiaoyan seemed quite calm and said calmly, haha, thank you very much, old man. Grandpa Mo laughed heartily and sighed in his heart. Looking at Hu Xiaoyan's magnanimity and then looking at Qin Wentian's youth and ignorance, this is the difference. In fact, he had already formed a certain opinion about Hu Xiaoyan and Qin Wentian in his heart, so his thoughts naturally included his own subjective emotions. Obviously, he had a prejudice against Qin Wentian. Even though Qin Wentian behaved very modestly, he still thought that Qin Wentian was young and ignorant. Mo Qingcheng and Qin Wentian walked in the Mo mansion. Mo Qingcheng leaned against Qin Wentian, pulled his hand, and whispered, Wentian, Grandpa is just like this, don't mind it. I know, you don't have to explain to me. Qin Wentian smiled. The top figure of the Chu State Yuan mansion was naturally arrogant, and he often traveled to the great Xia dynasty. For some people in the Chu State, he looked down on them. Then don't be angry. Mo Qingcheng smiled playfully and shook Qin Wentian's arm. Okay. Qin Wentian smiled and nodded. He was not so ungenerous. Hey, you are really in love. Nolan, who was following behind, said with a sweet smile. Mo Qingcheng turned around and rolled her eyes at her. Now she is much more natural than before. After all, she has regarded Qin Wentian as her other half in her heart, so she doesn't care so much about other people's opinions. If you have the ability, you can also find one. Mo Qingcheng joked. I am not as good as you. You are the most beautiful woman in Chu State, and you have countless suitors. Nolan curled her lips. Several people walked out of the Mo mansion, but saw someone waiting outside. Seeing him, Qin Wentian couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then smiled. Long time no see. The drunk fairy still held a wine pot in his hand and smiled at Qin Wentian. Looking for me? Qin Wentian was a little confused. Well, now there are few people in the Imperial City who don't know that you have entered the Mo mansion. What, are you here to propose marriage? The drunk fairy glanced at Mo Qingchang beside Qin Wentian. They are really a perfect couple, enviable. Not so soon. Qin Wentian shrugged, but he didn't deny that he would come to propose marriage, but he said it wouldn't be so soon. This made Mo Qingchang smile sweetly. Do you have time to have a drink? Someone wants to see you. The drunken immortal got to the point. Okay. Qin Wentian agreed readily. He was also curious that the drunken immortal would actually run errands for others. He didn't know who wanted to see him. Chapter 211 Meeting. Qin Wentian followed the drunken immortal to a tavern. The last time he was chased by Luo Qiangqiu, he encountered the black phoenix eagle. When he came out of the dark forest, the sky was full of snow. He happened to pass by this tavern and saw the drunken immortal and another young man with extraordinary temperament. Now, the person that the drunken immortal brought him to see was the young man from last time. Last time we parted, now we meet again. The former youth has already made a name for himself in the state of Chu. Things in the world are really amazing. The young man smiled when he saw Qin Wentian coming. Qin Wentian felt that this person was extraordinary last time, but the drunken immortal said that although this person was righteous, he could not practice, and he felt sorry for him. I can't live in peace in the Imperial City, how can I make a name for myself in the state of Chu? Qin Wentian sat down and said with a smile. If it weren't for some opportunities and Kinger's protection, he would probably have to be careful when walking on the road, let alone drinking and chatting here. The young man looked at Qin Wentian and sighed in his heart. It must be said that it was a pity that such a person became the mortal enemy of the royal family. Perhaps, when Chu Xianjiao wanted to move the Qin mansion, he had never talked about a young man who walked out of the Qin mansion and could change the situation of Chu. Now the power behind Qin Wentian can no longer be ignored, not to mention that he will continue to grow in the future. Last time you asked me who I was, I answered that we met because of wine, regardless of birth. If we can meet again, we will be friends. Now, I tell you that I am Chu Wuwei, the royal family of Chu, that is, Chu Xianjiao's eldest brother. What do you think? Chu Wuwei drank a glass of wine lightly, but his eyes looked at Qin Wentian with a smile. Qin Wentian was stunned for a moment, but he returned to normal in an instant. Things in the world are indeed wonderful. He still has a good impression of Chu Wuwei, but he is the former eldest prince of Chu. Seeing Qin Wentian remain silent, Chu Wuwei smiled again and said, Is it because of my identity that you don't want to be friends with me? The Chu royal family wants my life, wants to destroy the Qin mansion, destroy the Emperor Star Academy, and kill my teacher and fellow apprentices. Qin Wentian looked at Chu Wuwei. Although his voice was calm, his meaning was self-evident. The Chu royal family treated him like this, and the outcome was doomed. One of them must be destroyed. Chu Mang. Chu Wuwei shouted, and then Qin Wentian saw a man outside the tavern walk in. This man was tall, strong, and had big eyes. Staring at Qin Wentian made Qin Wentian feel a strong pressure. Chu Mang of the Chu royal family, the second brother of Chu Xianjiao. Chu Wuwei looked at Qin Wentian and said, he also has another identity, the first of the top 10 beauties in the capital. He has heard of it for a long time. Qin Wentian smiled. He has been in the Chu royal city for more than a year. How could he not have heard of the name of the first of the top 10 beauties in the capital? My second brother and I have always opposed the ideas of father and Chu Xianjiao, and my sisters have never participated in these disputes. Although Chu Xianjiao holds the power of Chu, he cannot represent the royal family. Chu Wuwei said seriously. Then what? From what Chu Wuwei said, he seemed to have drawn a line between Chu Xianjiao and the royal family of Chu, wanting to eliminate Qin Wentian's hostility towards the royal family of Chu. However, as the king of Chu, Chu Xianjiao, in a sense, represents the royal family of Chu. Before my father died, he asked me to promise to protect the royal family and help my third brother at the same time. I promised the former but not the latter. Chu Wuwei continued, I will not ask you to release my sister immediately. I can say that she is innocent, but your teacher and your senior sister are also innocent, so you have your position. I just hope that you will not hurt her, Just treat me as a brother and plead for her." As he said, Chu Wuwei raised his glass to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian hesitated for a moment, then raised his glass and drank it. "Thank you." Chu Wuwei smiled and said, "I can assure you that I will never use my power to help Chu Xianjiao. In fact, I don't want the Chu kingdom to have a war. Wouldn't it be better if all forces and academies coexisted, 100 flowers contended, and a strong Chu kingdom emerged?" Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. Chu Wuwei shook his head helplessly and drank a glass by himself. "Since you have ambitions, why don't you fight for it?" The drunken fairy next to him said to Chu Wuwei, which made Qin Wentian show a touch of surprise. The word fight used on Chu Wuwei means to seize power. That kind of life is actually quite tiring. Chu Wuwei sighed. Perhaps outsiders could not imagine that as the eldest prince of the royal family, he could not practice. How many things he had faced since he was a child, and how much he had paid even for self-protection. "Qin Wentian, I hope we can become friends. If there is a chance, I will look for you again." Chu Wuwei smiled at Qin Wentian, then stood up and left with Chu Mang. Qin Wentian thought about what the other party said. What does this opportunity mean? The drunken immortal patted Qin Wentian on the shoulder and said with a smile, "You and I are also friends. I can guarantee with my personality that Chu Wuwei is absolutely trustworthy. If it weren't for his characteristics, I'm afraid he would not be able to survive in the royal family. Have a drink." Qin Wentian didn't talk about this topic anymore, and raised his glass to the drunken immortal and smiled. Just as the drunken immortal's joking words, the news spread quickly when Qin Wentian stepped into the Mo family. Now there are too many eyes staring at him in the imperial city, and Qin Wentian's every move has become the focus. The reason why Yan Kuangsheng and Jiang Ting came here was because of the rumors about the so-called demon star in the dark forest. However, at this moment, that place was occupied by a group of old guys, and they, the younger generation, could only stand aside, which made him quite depressed, so they came to the Chu Kingdom imperial city next to the dark forest. In Chu, Yang Kuangsheng only recognized Qin Wentian, and Qin Wentian seemed to be very famous in the imperial city. As soon as Yang Kuangsheng asked, someone immediately told him that Qin Wentian went to the Mo mansion west of the imperial city. But thinking about it, Yang Kuangsheng felt that it was normal. With the strength shown by Qin Wentian, how could the Chu kingdom not be famous? Even in the great Xia dynasty, he would stand out in 5 or 10 years. Yan Kuangsheng, Jiang Ting and a group of people came to the Mo mansion in a mighty manner. Seeing the strong men descending from the void, the Mo mansion was instantly shocked, especially because these people were all extraordinary and did not look like people from Chu at all. After Mo Qingcheng came here with the people of the Mo family, she was quite surprised to see Yang Kuangsheng and Jiang Ting. Yang Kuangsheng obviously saw her, but he was stunned for a while before he recognized her. "Haha, Mo Qingcheng, it turns out that the Mo mansion is your home, no wonder he is here." After seeing Mo Qingcheng, Yang Kuangsheng guessed that this was Mo Qingcheng's family, and couldn't help but laugh heartily. He had seen Mo Qingcheng before the start of the Immortal Pawn trial, but at that time Mo Qingcheng was also wearing men's clothes, but her beautiful temperament could not be concealed. Now, Mo Qingcheng has returned to her original appearance, which instantly made Yang Kuangsheng feel bright. It seems that the guy really has a good eye. Not bad, worthy of Qin Wentian. If Yang Kuangsheng's thoughts had not been known by the people of the Mo mansion, she would not know whether she would be angry to death. After seeing Mo Qingcheng's stunning face, the first thing she thought of was that she was worthy of Qin Wentian. Of course, this does not mean that Yang Kuangsheng has any disrespect for Mo Qingcheng, but he has such a personality, and it is natural to think so when he regards Qin Wentian as a friend. Mo Qingcheng knew that Yang Kuangsheng was referring to Qin Wentian, and couldn't help but smile and said, "He left not long ago, you guys come in and sit down first." "Is that so?" Yang Kuangsheng was a little depressed. At this time, not far away, Mr. Mo also walked over. He heard that someone had come to the Mo mansion and didn't pay much attention to it. Later, he received a report that these people were not ordinary people, so he came to take a look in person. When seeing Yang Kuangsheng, Jiang Ting and others, Mr. Mo was shocked. These people really have extraordinary temperament. A person's temperament is cultivated by the environment. This group of people stood there quietly, but they all gave people a calm feeling. Although the two young men in the lead were young, they were obviously young masters and young ladies. Both of them had the innate temperament of children from a large family. Mr. Mo instantly thought that they were people from a powerful outside. People from the Wu Yang family and the Jiang family, Yang Kuangsheng and Jiang Ting. Hu Ziyuan saw the crowd and his eyes fell on Yang Kuangsheng and Jiang Ting. The great Xia dynasty is endless and vast, and the influence of the younger generation is limited. Everyone may have heard of some names, but they don't recognize them. Who are you? Yang Kuangsheng looked at Hu Ziyuan and asked. Hua family, Hu Ziyuan. Hu Ziyuan said lightly. The Hua family, like the Yang family, is also a dominant family in Jiuzhou City, and its strength is very powerful. So it's you, the second-generation ancestor. Yang Kuangsheng said with a smile, which made Hu Ziyuan frown. I heard that your brother is here too, where's he? Yang Kuangsheng said to Hu Ziyuan. He didn't expect to meet someone from the Hua family here. What, you also want to be on par with your brother? A hint of coldness and arrogance flashed in Hu Ziyuan's eyes. Hu Ziyuan's brother has always been his pride and the pride of the Hua family. I will slowly attack him. He is my idol, of course, only temporarily. Yang Kuangsheng's eyes were full of arrogance. He had to admit that the one from the Hua family was indeed a top figure and was very famous in the entire Daxia dynasty. It's a fool's dream. Hu Ziyuan said with some disdain. You are so arrogant, it will probably take only a few years to surpass you. Yang Kuangsheng saw Hu Ziyuan's cold look and said a little unhappy, which made Hu Ziyuan's face sink, and he felt very embarrassed. Mr. Mo, who was beside Hu Ziyuan, had not spoken a word, but just listened quietly. He and Hu Ziyuan met by chance. Seeing that Hu Ziyuan was very eloquent and had understood the power of martial arts at a young age, he made friends with him and admired him. At this moment, it seemed that Hu Ziyuan had an elder brother who was even more terrifying. As for the group of people in front of him, they were also from aristocratic families. From Yang Kuangsheng's tone, they seemed to be more outstanding than Hu Ziyuan. This surprised Mr. Mo. When did King Cheng, this girl, know such people? She is indeed his granddaughter. She is extremely talented and beautiful. As long as she leaves the state of Chu, her future prospects will never be comparable to those of this old man. Chapter 212 Wu Yang's thoughts. Grandpa Mo came to Mo Qingcheng and whispered, King Cheng, who are they? Grandpa, this is Wu Yang Kuangsheng, a member of the Wu Yang family of the great Xia dynasty. He's extremely talented. His first star soul was condensed by communicating with the martial star in the fourth heaven. Mo Qingcheng introduced him, which made Grandpa Mo's eyes suddenly brighten, and he looked at Yang Kuangsheng deeply. His girlfriend Jiang Ting is also from a noble family. Mo Qingcheng continued to say, and Grandpa Mo was a little shocked. It seemed that he had trained in vain over the years. How old was Mo Qingcheng, but he actually knew so many people from noble families. At this time, there was a whistling sound not far away. The crowd turned their eyes and saw a group of figures walking in the void, and soon came to the front. There were also quite a few people, led by 3 young men and women, all of whom had extraordinary temperaments. This made the old man of the Mo family stunned. What happened in the Mo mansion today? Hu Ziyuan, what do you want to see us for? The leading woman was very young, and looked only about 18 or 19 years old. She was wearing a clean dark green robe, and her outfit was elegant but gave people a simple and clean feeling, which made people feel very comfortable. There were 2 young men beside her, both of whom were handsome and had extraordinary temperament. When they saw Mo Qingcheng, they couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Women with such appearance were rare. Then they saw Yang Kuangsheng and Jiang Ting, and they felt a little strange. Bai Fei, how about I introduce you to junior sister? Hu Ziyuan looked at the woman and said. However, Bai Fei snorted coldly and said, you know how high the talent requirements of our Dangwon Palace are. Hu Ziyuan couldn't help but feel a little nervous, but since he had already spoken, he had to try it, otherwise he would lose face in front of so many people. Besides, didn't Mr. Mo say that his granddaughter Mo Qingcheng had an extraordinary talent in alchemy? He didn't lie about her appearance before, and he hoped it would be the same this time. Don't worry, your alchemy talent is very good, your master will definitely like it. Hu Ziyuan smiled and said, she is here, why don't you test her first? As he said that, Hu Ziyuan pointed at Mo Qingcheng. Bai Fei was just amazed when she saw Mo Qingcheng, but the 2 young men next to her were all dazzled. If they had such a beauty as their junior sister, they would naturally not mind. Since her master is nearby, why not ask her to test her talent? A young man said with a smile. Bai Fei glared at her senior brother, but she only saw that his senior brother had a smile on his face, and his ordinary expression did not reveal what he was thinking. Haha, please tell someone. Who is Iwan said with a smile. Yan Kuongshen, who was standing by, seemed to understand something after hearing what these people said. He looked at Bai Fei and others and asked, Bai Fei of the Dan King Palace, is your master the daughter of the Dan King? If so, what does it have to do with you? Bai Fei's voice was filled with a hint of pride. Her master was indeed the beloved daughter of the Dan King Palace, and had a very high alchemy talent. You are quite good at talking, but unfortunately I don't quarrel with women. Yang Kuangsheng said with a smile, Mo Qingchen, if it is really her, you can think about it carefully. I will take my leave first. With that, Yang Kuangsheng left with her, looking quite cool. Bai Fei glanced at him coldly, and said with some disdain, it's ridiculous. My master has never heard of anyone considering accepting a disciple. Obviously, Yang Kuangsheng's request for Mo Qingchen to consider it made her quite unhappy. Mr. Mo was quite excited in his heart. The daughter of the King of Pills? He never thought that Mo Qingchen would have such an opportunity. He only saw him politely said to Bai Fei and others, please come into my humble abode for a chat? Since you are here, sit here first. What if your master really values your talent? Who is Iwan said with a smile, and Bai Fei and others nodded gently. Qin Wentian didn't know what happened here. After separating from Chu Wuwei, he returned to the bamboo hut where Guang Yanghang used to live. He sat by the river and practiced quietly, feeling the power of the star soul. Haha, Wentian, you are here indeed. It seems that it is easy to find out your news. A hearty voice floated from a distance, which startled Qin Wentian. Although he did not hide anything when he returned to the bamboo hut, there were still many spies around. It was unusual that someone came here directly and no one came to report. However, when he saw Yang Kuangsheng and his group walking in a mighty manner, he was relieved. Kinger didn't know when she stood not far from Qin Wentian. Seeing that the person coming was Zhu Yan Kuangsheng, she disappeared quietly. She witnessed the trial of the fairy pool and knew that Yang Kuangsheng and Qin Wentian had a good relationship. Yang, why did you come to the land of Chu? Qin Wentian asked in surprise. There is a monster forest outside your Chu state. A demon lord's body appeared there, causing some commotion in the Great Xia dynasty. I came here with my family, but I have nothing to do now. I thought you were in Chu state, so I came to see you. Yang Kuangsheng and Jiang Ting fell to the ground, but Qin Wentian was speechless. He didn't expect that he was the one who caused this commotion. And from what Yang Kuangsheng said, that statue is the demon lord's body? The demon lord's body you mentioned, do you mean the monster or the human body? Qin Wentian said. Both, but the human body is more extraordinary. Those elders are studying it. I heard that it may have the blood of the ancient clan flowing before death. As for which ancient clan it is, it may be difficult to confirm. Chu Xianjiao said calmly, causing Qin Wentian's eyes to flash with a strange light. The blood of the ancient clan? I don't know what triggered the dried blood of the demon lord, and it actually caused the Qinshan pavilion to spread the word of the demon star falling from the sky. Yang Kuangsheng shook his head and said, by the way, there is one more thing I want to tell you. I just went to the Mo mansion and met your girlfriend Mo Qingchen. What's the matter with Hu Xiaoyan? Could he be a love rival? He actually introduced a master to Mo Qingchen. I don't know either. This person should be acquainted with King Chang's grandfather, and King Chang's grandfather seems to like him very much. He doesn't think much of me, a person from the Chu state. Qin Wentian smiled bitterly and shook his head, but I believe King Chang will have an idea about the master's matter. Qin Wentian had no doubts about Mo Qingchen. This silly woman used her back to help him block the attack when he was attacked by Jiang Zhen. Not long ago, in order to tell him that the Chu state was in danger, she suffered a lot in the dark forest. Moreover, she is still so outstanding, Qin Wentian will not fail to cherish her. This matter is easy to handle. Do you want me to help you remind that old man? Yang Kuangsheng said with a smile. No need, let King Chang handle it herself. It's not good for me to get involved with her family. Qin Wentian certainly didn't want to ruin his relationship with the Mo family. I didn't say to deal with him. Yang Kuangsheng's eyes flickered, and he didn't know what he was thinking. By the way, there is one more thing. If they were looking for a master for Mo Qingchen, then Hu Xiaoyan actually found one on the Dan King's beloved daughter. This is really a coincidence. I think if the Dan King's beloved daughter really recognizes Mo Qingchang's talent, you can rest assured to let Mo Qingchang become a disciple of the Dan King's palace. Yang Kuangsheng analyzed, you are bound to leave the Chu state and go to the great Xia dynasty. With your talent, do you want Mo Qingchang to be slowly left behind by you? If she enters the Dan King's palace, won't the Dan King's palace just be able to train you a powerful alchemist girlfriend? This deal is too cost-effective, haha. As long as the Dan King's daughter recognizes Mo Qingchang, she will never be bullied. No matter how you look at it, I think it's a good deal. Of course, it depends on your own thoughts and whether you are confident in this relationship. Yang Kuangsheng said cheerfully. I'm not worried about this. Even if Qingchang changes her mind, I don't need to stop her. Qin Wentian felt that Yang Kuangsheng's words made sense. After he solved the Chu state's affairs, he would step into the great Xia dynasty. Isn't Mo Qingchang's going to the Dan King Palace also a step into the great Xia dynasty? It's good that you can think like this. Hu Xiaoyan did a good thing. Yang Kuangsheng felt that this matter was too interesting. Why are you laughing so happily? Jiang Ting glared at him. Jiang Ting, you have to know that Hu Xiaoyan is not qualified to invite the Dan King's beloved daughter. If the other party really went to the Mo family, it must be for the sake of his brother. This second-generation ancestor used his brother's genius to help Mo Qingchang. Isn't it interesting? Yang Kuangsheng seemed to be in a good mood, and said, okay, let's wait and see the situation for the time being. I heard that you have some troubles in Chu State. I can help you solve it. Qin Wentian took a look at the people brought by Yang Kuangsheng. I'm afraid there are many powerful people in the Yuanfu realm. Then I won't be polite. Qin Wentian laughed. This was really a divine soldier sent from heaven. In order to remove the Chu royal family, Qin Wentian would never mind using external forces. This was not a moral battle for him alone, but a battle for the fate of the Emperor Star Academy and the Qin Mansion. The turmoil in the imperial city had never subsided, and it was getting more and more intense. In the dark forest, it seemed that several forces were ready to move. As for the Qin Mansion outside the imperial city, after turning around and clearing the pursuers from behind, it returned to the imperial city again and was brewing a more violent offensive. Moreover, many people got the news that Qin Wentian seemed to be in contact with a powerful foreign force, which made the people of various forces in the palace more and more turbulent. They vaguely felt that the end of the Chu family, the royal family of Chu, was really coming. However, the Mo Mansion did not care about everything that happened in the imperial city. Now the eyes of the entire Mo Mansion were all focused on Mo Qingchang, and of course the foreign masters who were guests in the Mo Mansion. Mo Qingchang was now forbidden from going out and was completely under house arrest. Finally, Bai Fei's master, a woman from the Dan Wang Palace, arrived at the Mo Mansion, and everyone in the Mo Mansion bowed to greet her. It was said that this was a powerful alchemist from the Dan Wang Palace of the great Xia dynasty. Her martial arts realm was definitely enough to overlook the entire Chu state, and her alchemy attainments and her life experience were extremely shocking. The conclusion was finally drawn that Mo Qingchang really had an amazing talent in alchemy. The big shot from the Dan Wang Palace was willing to accept her as a disciple, and the entire Mo Mansion was boiling with excitement. Chapter 213 The Heart of Seven Apertures. The Mo family, the daughter of Dan Wang Luohe has left, but the Mo family is still immersed in joy. Especially the old man of the Mo family and Mo Qingchang's parents. How can they not be happy that Mo Qingchang has such a good fortune? Xiaoyan, thank you so much this time. Old man Mo said politely to Hu Xiaoyan beside him, but Bai Fei next to him curled her lips. Thank Hu Xiaoyan? If it weren't for Mo Qingchang's own talent, would Hu Xiaoyan's face allow her master to accept her as a disciple? If it weren't for Hu Xiaoyan's brother, her master wouldn't even come to the Mo family. Qingchang has a heart with 7 orifices, so she can be valued by Senior Luohe. It has nothing to do with me. Old Mo, don't be polite. Hu Xiaoyan said with a smile. The result of Luohe coming to test Mo Qingchang's talent this time also shocked him. It turned out to be a heart with 7 orifices. In this case, Mo Qingchang will definitely be a person like a proud daughter of heaven in the future. No wonder she looks so pure and peaceful, and seems to be smart. At this time, Hu Xiaoyan was already thinking that if he could get along well with Mo Qingchang, it would definitely be a very good choice. Even more, if he could pursue her. For this reason, Hu Xiaoyan planned to live in the Mo Mansion for a long time, so that he could get closer to Mo Qingchang. Haha, I didn't expect it either. Old Master Mo laughed heartily, and people from far away could hear it, which showed how excited he was. Sure enough, the big shots outside were different. In Shu, he didn't even know what the seven orifice heart was. No matter how talented Mo Qingcheng was, she would be buried. The group came to a separate courtyard, and old Master Mo said to the guard in front of the courtyard, "Qingcheng is still in a bad mood. Miss, she must go out." The guard bowed and said, somewhat helpless. Old Master Mo's expression became serious, and then he stepped into the courtyard. Seeing Mo Qingcheng standing there, staring at the people guarding her, he shouted, "What nonsense!" Mo Qingcheng looked at old Master Mo. Her beautiful eyes were firm, and she said, "Grandpa, if you even restrict my freedom, then I will never go to the Danyuan Palace, and I will not care how powerful the Danyuan Palace is. No matter how powerful it is, I will not go." "How dare you!" Old Master Mo scolded, and glanced at Bai Fei and others beside him. Sure enough, Bai Fei frowned, a little unhappy. Although Mo Qingcheng has a heart of 7 orifices, her talent will be wasted without the cultivation of the Danyuan Palace. Now, it seems that the Danyuan Palace is begging her to go. You know how many people want to enter the Danyuan Palace but can't. "Qingcheng, don't say such angry words in the future," Old Master Mo said seriously. "I'm not angry. Even if you force me to go, I won't work hard to practice." Mo Qingcheng stared at Old Master Mo with her beautiful eyes, and said stubbornly, "You." Old Mo was so angry that his chest was heaving. Seeing that Mo Qingcheng was just looking at him, he said, "Okay, I'll let you out, but someone must follow you. Then I'm leaving." Mo Qingcheng jumped up and flew away. Old Mo was so angry that he was speechless. "Old Mo, I'll go take care of my junior sister. You don't have to worry," the young man next to Bai Fei said with a smile. Old Mo nodded slightly and said, "If so, it would be the best." Jingai Wanyanki nodded slightly, and then flew away. Bai Fei was stunned for a moment, stamped her feet, and then followed her. These two bastards, seeing that Mo Qingcheng was so talented and beautiful, immediately had ideas. It was really realistic. They used to revolve around her. After Mo Qingcheng left the Mo mansion, she went straight to the bamboo hut to find Qin Wentian. Seeing the grievance on Mo Qingcheng's peerless face, Qin Wentian walked up to her and pinched her delicate face, saying with a smile, "What's wrong? Who bullied my Qingcheng? Stinky idiot, you are still in the mood to joke." Mo Qingcheng glared at Qin Wentian with resentment. "Don't be sad, isn't it a good thing that the daughter of the King of Pills values your talent? You will be a powerful alchemist in the future." Qin Wentian smiled, as if to comfort Mo Qingcheng. In fact, he was reluctant to let her go, but he couldn't be too selfish. He couldn't help Mo Qingcheng's cultivation. 7 orifice heart, I haven't heard of this kind of talent, it must be very powerful, Qin Wentian said with a smile. Seeing that Qin Wentian kept persuading her, Mo Qingcheng felt better and moved closer to Qin Wentian. The two looked at each other and seemed to be able to feel each other's breathing and heartbeat. Mo Qingcheng's eyes showed a gentle and brilliant smile, so beautiful that Qin Wentian's heartbeat accelerated. Mo Qingcheng rested her head in his arms, her slender hands tightly wrapped around him, and murmured, "As long as you say no, I won't go." "Go, why not?" Qin Wentian stroked Mo Qingcheng's hair and looked into the distance. At this time, his mood was complicated. He hoped that Mo Qingcheng would have a good future, but he was reluctant to let her leave. "When you go to the Danyuan Palace, you are so outstanding, there must be many people pursuing you, and the pressure is great," Qin Wentian said jokingly. Mo Qingcheng poked her head out of Qin Wentian's arms, looked at Qin Wentian's appearance, and couldn't help laughing. "You are jealous, then you have to work hard." She raised her little fist to Qin Wentian. "Of course." Qin Wentian smiled and nodded. The two sat down by the river, leaning against each other quietly, enjoying this rare peace. Today's sunset is particularly beautiful, with red clouds floating in the sky. Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng sit there and watch the sunset, as if weaving a beautiful picture. No matter how beautiful the sunset is, it will eventually fade away. Seeing the night quietly approaching, Mo Qingcheng seemed a little sad, and then she got up and ran away. "Where are you going?" Qin Wentian got up and followed Mo Qingcheng, and then came to the tidied small house, only to see Mo Qingcheng's body lying there, with pure and moving watery eyes looking at him. "What's wrong?" Qin Wentian walked up and whispered. "I'm staying here today." Mo Qingcheng's voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. Qin Wentian looked at her and saw that Mo Qingcheng's pretty face gradually blushed, and there was shyness in her beautiful eyes. He immediately understood what the other party meant. In his heart, a warm current flowed through. Very warm, very warm. Silly girl. Qin Wentian squatted on the edge of the bed, and then gently kissed Mo Qingchang's lips. Mo Qingchang's beautiful eyes opened wide, her face turned red instantly, and she slowly closed her eyes, not knowing how to respond, and just let Qin Wentian kiss her. When their lips parted, Qin Wentian saw Mo Qingchang's blushing face and smiled. Go back, I will go to the Mo mansion to propose marriage in the future. Yes. Mo Qingchang was moved, and then sat up, kissed Qin Wentian on the forehead, and then turned around and walked out of the house. When she reached the door, she turned back and smiled at Qin Wentian. I will wait until your affairs in Chu are settled, and then leave Chu and accompany you to finish this journey. Qin Wentian, you took my first kiss. You are not allowed to get rid of me in this life, otherwise I will not forgive you. With a brilliant smile, Mo Qingchang trotted away. The moment she turned around, her beautiful eyes gradually became moist, as if a tear was flowing down her cheek. Qin Wentian stood up and followed Mo Qingchang, reluctant to leave. Outside the bamboo forest, Yan Qi and Jingai were blocked by Yan Kuongshen, looking very unhappy. It was already dark, and Mo Qingchang had not come out yet, which made them feel very uncomfortable. But at this moment, a graceful figure walked out slowly. Yang Kuongshen turned around and saw the moment when Mo Qingchang's smile was covered with tears. His heart couldn't help but be slightly touched. What kind of emotion was hidden in this girl's beautiful eyes? Mo Qingchang didn't look at the people here. She flew into the air and went far away, which made everyone here stunned. Qin Wentian followed slowly, looking at the figure going away, sighing in his heart, but with a trace of attachment in his eyes. Qin Wentian, you took my first kiss away. You are not allowed to get rid of me in this life, or I will not forgive you. The girl's voice still echoed in his ears, full of affection. He knew that he would never forget this kind and beautiful girl in his life. Jingai frowned, glanced at Qin Wentian, and said lightly, Are you Qin Wentian? Qin Wentian looked at the other party with a calm expression. Is this also the disciple of Luohi, the daughter of the King of Pills? The look in his eyes was obviously malicious. No matter what your relationship with Mo Qingchang was before, from now on, you should give up this thought. You are not people of the same level. Luanfeng is destined not to be with Jackdaw? Jingai looked at Qin Wentian and said lightly, with an indifferent tone. Mo Qingchang, who has a heart of 7 orifices, will definitely have a place in the King of Pills palace in the future. That's right. Many people may have been childhood sweethearts in their youth. However, as the gap in status gradually widens, the gap in status between them will be insurmountable. Even if they were close before, they will become distant. You'd better give up as soon as possible and stop having any more delusions, otherwise you will be courting death. Yan Qi spoke even more bluntly, indifferently and coldly. Bai Fei glanced at Qin Wentian. Although she had some opinions about Mo Qingchang, after all, her master valued her 7 orifice heart very much, so she also said, give up, it's good for both you and her. After that, the 3 people from the Dangwon Palace left together, leaving Yan Kuongshen with a look of surprise. Isn't this a bit too arrogant? Yang is not so arrogant. Wentian, these alchemists are just like this. They are able to refine some elixirs needed by martial artists. They are often asked by powerful people, so they are used to it and think they are so amazing. Don't take it too seriously. Yang Kuongshen seemed to be comforting Qin Wentian, which surprised Qin Wentian. He smiled. It turned out that this arrogant guy could comfort people. Don't worry, as they said, the phoenix will not be with a jackdaw, so why would the Qilin care about the eyes of the slender horse? Qin Wentian said with a smile. Hearing his words, Yang Kuongshen was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. Yes, Qilin, why should you care about the eyes of the slender horse? Chapter 214 Brothers. The news that Mo Qingchang was valued by a powerful foreign power caused quite a stir in the imperial city, but more people's attention was still on the struggle for the imperial power of Chu. After all, this battle for imperial power was about to break out, and it seemed to be closer to them. The Qin army was wandering outside the imperial city, frantically attacking this ancient capital. The garrison led by Chu Kuo gradually became exhausted, and felt that the imperial city could not hold on for too long. However, Chu Xianjiao did not seem to be in a hurry. On this day, he stood on the rooftop and looked into the distance. The last time they welcomed the strong men of Jiutian Palace, it was here. However, Jiutian Palace did something that shook the foundation of the royal family. The ancestor of Chu fell. Although Diyu was also captured by Jiutian Palace, it still could not make up for the loss of Chu. The ancestor of Chu was the strongest force of the Chu royal family, the foundation and the pillar. The strong impact of his death can be imagined. However, for the Chu state, which was dependent on the Jiutian Palace, they did not have the courage to blame the Jiutian Palace. In the crisis, they once again sent a distress signal to the Jiutian Palace. After all, he knew that there were many strong men in the Jiutian Palace, in the dark forest outside the Chu state. A strong man was walking in the sky in the distance. A smile flashed in Chu Xianjiao's eyes. With the support of the Jiutian Palace and the trump card of the royal family, this battle was still a sure win. The Qin mansion must be destroyed. Brother Luo, after many days of separation, your demeanor is even better than before. Chu Xianjiao's eyes fell on a young man. This young man had an extraordinary temperament, his clothes fluttered, but his face was cold, giving people a chill. It was the former disciple of the Jiutian Palace, the Emperor Star Academy, Luo Qianqiu. Luo Qianqiu, he is back to the Chu state. His temperament is no longer as arrogant as before, but colder, more gloomy, and even has a hint of demonic meaning. As for his strength, of course, it is stronger than before. This time he returned to Chu state, not for anything else, but to wash away the shame of the past, and to commemorate the humiliation he suffered at the Jiutian banquet with Qin Wentian's blood. He could not forget the defeat at the Jiutian banquet, and it was also the motivation for him to move forward during this period of time. He did it. With that stubborn will, he broke through the realm of Yuanfu and communicated with stronger star souls. Even in that crazy state, he broke through himself and stepped into the realm of the second level of Yuanfu, and realized the power of will. The thunder and lightning will gave him a more violent attack power. In order to comprehend this will, his third star soul was also condensed by communicating with the Wuming star with the tyrannical power of thunder and lightning. Obviously, he succeeded. Now, not to mention the people of the second level of Yuanfu, some of the strong men of the third level of Yuanfu in the family have been defeated by him, and his status in Jiutian Palace has been greatly improved. Because of this, when the demon star appeared in Chu this time, the strong men of Jiutian Palace took him with them, because now he has the qualifications to be valued by Jiutian Palace. For him, Jiutian Palace specially ordered a group of people to assist him to come to the imperial city of Chu to help him resolve the knot left in Chu in the past. Execute, Qin Wentian. When the people of Jiutian Palace came to the palace of Chu, Jin Mengyu stood there quietly on a restaurant. Behind her, someone was reporting something to her. Have the people of Jiutian Palace arrived? Jin Mengyu whispered. It was said that a younger generation of Jiutian Palace named Luo Qianqiu had entered a crazy state some time ago and realized the power of will. This person was the one who was defeated by Qin Wentian at the Jiutian banquet, but left Chu in disgrace. Now that he has returned, his meaning is self-evident. I didn't expect this matter to be so complicated. My aunt ordered me to come and recruit Qin Wentian to Qingyuan Pavilion, and at the same time help him solve the problems that may be encountered here. However, Yang Kuangsheng has a very good relationship with Qin Wentian. If he wants to go, he is more likely to go to the Yang family. Jin Mengyu thought to herself. Now she already knows some of the grievances between her aunt and Gong Yanghong. Gong Yanghong was the one who helped Qin Wentian at the banquet of the king of Chu in the past. This made her have a connection with Qin Wentian again, and she couldn't help but sigh at the wonder of fate. I don't know if Qin Wentian still cares about the trial of the fairy pool now. Now the water in the imperial city of Chu is very deep. I hope everything will go well. Even if Qin Wentian will not go to Qingyuan Pavilion with her, if he really encounters trouble, she will help Qin Wentian solve it. In addition to her aunt's instructions, she also felt a little guilty about the trial of the fairy pool in the past. At that time, Qin Wentian was willing to share the star fruit with them, but they wanted to take the big head for themselves. This matter was not very authentic. The whole imperial city was filled with a sense of impending storm, and this time, it would be the ultimate storm. It is very likely that the trend of the imperial city in the next few days will determine the future fate of going abroad and the ownership of the imperial power. The oppressive atmosphere that permeated the Chu imperial city enveloped everyone in the imperial city. On this day, some news suddenly came out of the Chu imperial city that more than 10 girls were missing, but it did not cause much waves, especially when the decisive battle was coming. It seemed insignificant. and the news was quickly drowned out. However, on the second day, the same news came out again, and the missing people even included some girls under the age of 10, which gradually attracted considerable attention. On the third day, it was rumored that the number of girls who disappeared in the imperial city had exceeded 100, and people were suddenly panicked. Families with girls at home hid them tightly and did not let them go out half a step, as if they were afraid of the plague god coming. The news that someone had robbed the girl began to spread, and gradually gathered into a terrifying trend, which caused a great outcry. Who was so cruel that he specifically attacked the girl? It was simply infuriating. On the fourth day, those who lost their children began to move around the imperial city, forming a terrible torrent. With so many missing girls, the Chu royal family, with its powerful intelligence capabilities, could not possibly be unaware of this. Outside the Xianwu gate, the royal soldiers, in armor, suppressed those who denounced them. Chu Wuwei, dressed in white, stood on the attic, looking at the resentful people in the imperial city in the distance, with a flash of pain in his eyes. A general's success is the result of the sacrifice of thousands of people. Sometimes, in order to achieve a certain goal, no matter what means are used, no matter how many sacrifices are made, those in power will turn a blind eye. Human nature can sometimes become extremely indifferent. Being in the royal family, he felt deeply about this. Now, has he finally come to this point? When he opened his eyes again, a very tough edge flashed in Chu Wuwei's eyes. In this case, he could only go against his father's wishes. Notify everyone that I, Chu Wuwei, want the throne of the kingdom of Chu. Chu Wuwei said indifferently, causing the hearts of the people behind him to tremble fiercely, and then a terrible sharpness burst out in their eyes. One person bowed and retreated. When he turned around, his eyes became extremely tough and excited. Is this day finally coming? Brother, I have been waiting for this day for a long time. The throne of the king of Chu is the most suitable for you. Chu Mang grinned. In his eyes, it seemed that there was only this eldest brother, and no third brother. Chu Wuwei turned around, looking at Chu Mang's eyes flashing with a gentle light, and said softly, "Second brother, when the matter of the kingdom of Chu is over, you can go out and make a living." Why? Chu Mang stared at Chu Wuwei with his big eyes like copper bells, surprised and puzzled. With your talent, you should go out. Big brother is a useless person. Just protect the foundation of our ancestors. I don't want to drag you down for the rest of your life. Chu Wuwei still said softly. I won't go out. I want to accompany Big Brother. Chu Mang said loudly. In his eyes, Big Brother is the only one who doesn't despise him. Chu Mang knows that he is stupid and has been stupid since he was a child. No one wants to be with him. Only Big Brother often plays with him. Big Brother has read a lot of books. Although he can't practice, he will teach him. He also studies hard. As he studies, more and more people are willing to contact him. Many people even say that he is a genius. But Chu Mang still doesn't like those people. In his eyes, only Big Brother Chu Wuwei is his closest relative. He, Chu Mang, only listens to Big Brother, but this time, it won't work. Silly man, you don't know how powerful your cultivation talent is. If you have a good teacher, there are few people in Chu who can be compared with you. At least I only see one person who can compare with you. How can you not go out? Chu Wuwei advised quietly, besides, my lifespan is definitely not as long as yours. When I die of old age, what will you do? Who will take care of you? No. Chu Mang roared, and there were tears in his huge eyes. It was hard to imagine that such a man as strong as an iron tower would cry. Brother will not die. I will not allow you to die. If you die, I will die too. Chu Mang roared. Chu Wuwei's eyes gradually became sharper. Under his gaze, Chu Mang slowly calmed down. Then he only heard Chu Wuwei scolding, don't say such things again in the future. After the matter of Chu's state is settled, you must leave. I have already thought of someone to take care of you. You will follow him in the future. Seeing that Chu Mang wanted to speak again, Chu Wuwei scolded, don't say no again, otherwise don't recognize me as your elder brother. Roar. Chu Mang did not speak, but a low and hoarse roar came out of his throat, as if he was extremely painful, but he did not dare to disobey his elder brother. Chu Wuwei was still indifferent, and then slowly turned around, looking into the distance, still so firm, his heart, how could he not be in pain? However, Chu Mang, is he going to follow him for the rest of his life? Would that be a waste of the talent given by God? He should not be his own shadow, but should shine with great brilliance. When the news that Chu Wuwei wanted the throne spread in the imperial city, it was a shocking event. I don't know how many nobles were trembling in their hearts. Faced with internal and external troubles, the once outstanding third prince has not been able to realize his ambitions after becoming king. Is it coming to an end before he even has time to sit on the throne? Chapter 215, on the verge of breaking out. The Qin Mansion's chaos and Chu had already put Chu in a precarious situation. Now, the eldest prince announced that he would seize the throne, and the turmoil caused can be imagined. Some people have even begun to pave the way for themselves, wondering what to do. The noble forces began to disagree. They needed to choose a team. Over the years, the eldest prince had never appeared before the curtain. However, the forces at the top of the pyramid in Chu knew how strong Chu Wuwei's influence on the imperial power was. If only he and Chu Xianjiao were to compete, they might lose. After all, Chu Xianjiao was passed down by the previous emperor and was orthodox, so naturally there were many people supporting him. But now with the addition of the Qin Mansion, it means that Chu Xianjiao is facing internal and external troubles. Can anyone still have strong confidence in him? Some neutral nobles dared not participate in this struggle for imperial power. They were worried that standing on the wrong side would bring about a catastrophe. Afterwards, a letter of self-blame was announced to the world, shocking the imperial city. This letter of self-blame was written by the eldest Prince Chu Wuwei, announcing the crime of imperial power. The first crime: King Wu had great achievements and should have lived out his life in peace, but the former emperor was jealous of his good ministers and caused King Wu to die unjustly. This is his crime. The second crime: the Qin family worked for the country all their lives, but the imperial power was unfair, and they suppressed loyal officials and framed General Qin Hao into prison. This is his crime. The third crime: in order to fight for the imperial power, they ignored the lives of soldiers and launched a national war, which broke up countless families. This is his crime. The fourth crime: he held the power of the Chu state, but did whatever he wanted. There were people who practiced evil skills, who used young girls as inducements, killed innocent people indiscriminately, were cruel and unjust, and used any means. They were unforgivable and their crimes were heinous. All the crimes were accused of the mistakes of the imperial power, and even directly stated the mistakes of the deceased emperor. This kind of courage has never been seen in the 3,000-year history of the Chu state. But what is even more shocking is the content of these heinous crimes, which undoubtedly confirmed the guilt of the former emperor for killing loyal officials. The fourth crime caused an uproar in the imperial city. The overwhelming voice of anger filled this ancient imperial city. The imperial power was unjust, but no one thought it would be so cruel and unjust. It actually took the life of a young girl to practice evil skills. If it weren't for the eldest Prince Chu Wuwei, ordinary people would never think that the source of this sin was the imperial power they believed in. This also made people deeply feel the cruelty of power. Those powerful people must know some inside information, but everyone kept their mouths shut and no one dared to say it. The terrifying curses seemed to drown the imperial power, especially the hatred for Chu Xianjiao reached an unprecedented height. Many people even decided to overthrow the imperial power and kill Chu Xianjiao. No one thought Chu Wuwei would do such a crazy thing. This not only pushed Chu Xianjiao into the abyss, but also pushed the entire Chu royal family into an extremely difficult situation. For the Qin Mansion, which was marching into the imperial city, it was undoubtedly the most beneficial. Afterwards, Chu Wuwei spoke again. He was born a waste and could not practice. He was willing to dedicate the rest of his life to the people of Chu. He would build a statue for General Qin Wu to guard the woman gate of the imperial palace. At the same time, he would justify the Qin Mansion's army. He was not a rebel, but a righteous army that overthrew the unrighteous monarch. At the same time, he would give the people of Chu an explanation for the missing girl. When such a news spread throughout the imperial city, many people recognized Chu Wuwei's character, but thought that Chu Wuwei was crazy. He justified the Qin Mansion. He was going to let the Qin Mansion enter the imperial city and then join forces to deal with Chu Xianjiao. So, what was the attitude of the Qin Mansion? Even if Chu Xianjiao was overthrown in the end, could the Qin Mansion accommodate the Chu royal family and make Chu Wuwei the new king? Power is full of temptations, especially under the premise that the royal family was sorry for the Qin Mansion. Chu Wuwei also justified the Qin Mansion. In this way, even if the Qin Mansion really overthrew the Chu royal family, at that time, They only needed to not move Chu Wuwei and not kill the royal family indiscriminately. Who could say that the Qin mansion was wrong? No one knew what Chu Wuwei was thinking, even Chu Xianjiao couldn't figure it out. Sitting in the palace of the Chu kingdom, for the first time, Chu Xianjiao felt a pressure coming at him. When he was about to launch a fatal attack on the Qin mansion's army outside the imperial city, Chu Wuwei not only did not help him, but stood on the opposite side of him. Moreover, the fourth crime was his trump card. Brother, if you don't assist me, it's fine. In this case, don't blame me for not thinking about the brotherhood. A cold look flashed in Chu Xianjiao's eyes again, and then he whispered, "Have the dragon shadow guards entered the imperial city?" A figure appeared behind Chu Xianjiao at some point, and he bowed and said, "Your Majesty, they have been dispersed into the imperial city and can obey orders at any time." "Well, don't use the dragon shadow guards yet. Wait for my order. Others can act. It's time to stand in line," Chu Xianjiao said lightly, and the man disappeared again, as if he was just a shadow. After he left, Chu Xianjiao stood up, his eyes were extremely cold, and he walked out of the hall. The storm will eventually come. In the imperial city, terrible undercurrents were surging crazily. Chu Wuwei and Chu Xianjiao were fighting for the imperial power. The powerful officials were about to choose their own team. If they didn't choose, Chu Xianjiao would force them to choose. In the imperial city of Chu, there was a huge mansion, which was grand and elegant. At the outermost edge of the mansion was a vast square. Giant pillars made of white jade stood there, with the meaning of 9 dragons spitting water. In the front section of the square, surrounded by giant white jade pillars, there was an attic. On the rooftop of the attic, a banquet was being held at the moment. Chu Wuwei was sitting there, as if waiting for someone. In the distance, on the white jade square, a figure was walking over, only one person. Qin Wentian walked on the square. It was very quiet here, but he knew that as long as there was any movement, many strong people might appear here in an instant. Although he had never appeared in the past few days, he knew the situation in the imperial city very well. He even knew that the storm had grown to a critical point and was about to erupt. And the next eruption might be the decisive battle that directly determined the fate of the Chu state. "Brother Qin." Chu Wuwei stood on the attic, looked at Qin Wentian below, and said with a smile, "The banquet has been prepared for a long time." Qin Wentian's footsteps trembled, and his figure soared into the air, and soon came to the attic. At this time, Chu Wuwei invited him to the banquet, and he didn't know what his intention was. However, Chu Wuwei's confession made him feel full of courage. On the rooftop, there was a table of banquet, and only 2 people sat opposite each other. "Your Highness." Qin Wentian was about to speak, but he saw Chu Wuwei waving his hand, looking at Qin Wentian and said, "If you don't mind, how about calling me Brother Chu?" Qin Wentian looked at Chu Wuwei's gentle eyes, as if there was a unique charm that made people feel very comfortable, so he smiled and said, "Brother Chu, what's the matter today? The country of Chu is about to change, but you are calm." Chu Wuwei said with a smile, "Let's end everything in the country of Chu here." "Brother Chu, you seem very confident," Qin Wentian said with a smile. Chu Wuwei, Chu Xianjiao, and Qin Mansion, 3 forces. It can be said that Chu Wuwei is the weakest party. Even if he and Qin Mansion join forces to defeat Chu Xianjiao, will Qin Mansion be willing to reconcile? "You are wrong, I am not confident at all. I have done everything I can these days, but in the end my fate is actually handed over to you." Chu Wuwei said calmly, "So, I invite you today." "Me?" Qin Wentian shook his head and smiled. "Yes, the person who decides the fate of the country of Chu is not Chu Xianjiao, not me, Chu Wuwei, nor Qin Mansion, but you, Qin Wentian." Chu Wuwei raised his glass to Qin Wentian and smiled, "Let's drink a glass first." Qin Wentian raised the wine in the glass and drank it all. He didn't say anything, just waiting for Chu Wuwei to speak. "I didn't want to get involved in the power struggle, but sometimes I have no choice. I have to become the king of Chu." Chu Wuwei said calmly, "The reason why I dare to speak so arrogantly is because I believe in you, Qin Wentian. If I were the king of Chu, I would never touch the Qin Mansion or the soldiers who follow the Qin Mansion. In fact, their positions would remain unchanged. I would grant a piece of land to the Qin Mansion and let Mr. Qin inherit the throne of King Wu. If I were the king of Chu, as a useless cultivator, I would not need any cultivation resources, nor would I need to devote my energy to cultivation. I would only be willing to develop Chu and make it more powerful and prosperous. The Emperor Star Academy would of course stand up again. It would even replace the Royal Academy. It would still be the symbol of Chu. This is what I can do for the state of Chu. However, if the Qin family takes over and old Master Qin Hao becomes the king, the first thing they will do will be to eliminate the remnants of the royal family. The imperial city will soon be filled with blood and the corpses of the nobles will be everywhere. At the same time, Qin Hao will continue to suppress dissidents and enfaff those who follow him to extremely important positions, thereby consolidating his power. The throne watered with blood will not make any changes to the state of Chu. Qin Wentian frowned when he heard Chu Wuwei's words, but Chu Wuwei just shook his head and smiled, saying, "The authorities are the most confused. You have seen many things but have not thought about them, or you are avoiding them." When Chu Xianjiao asked the Yi family to deal with the Qin family, you saw clearly what Qin Hao did. For decades of planning, he did not hesitate to let himself fall into the trap. Similarly, he also let his relatives in the Qin family fall into his trap. If your second uncle Qin he had not had his arm broken and the battle had not been involved in the Emperor Star Academy in your outburst, I am afraid the ending would have been even worse, but all of this, in fact, can be avoided. Chu Wuwei's voice remained calm, and he looked at Qin Wentian and said, "Grandpa Qin, it's not that simple." It was the first time Qin Wentian heard such words, and he was stunned. In fact, he had had such thoughts before, but just as Chu Wuwei said, the person involved was confused, and maybe sometimes he didn't want to think about it. Perhaps, Grandpa Qin, in order to avenge his father's murder, he endured humiliation and bore heavy burdens. Qin Wentian said. Chu Wuwei smiled and shook his head. "My father is dead, but my relatives are still here. In order to avenge the death, he puts his relatives in danger. Do you think that with Grandpa Qin's life wisdom and experience, he would be so emotional?" Qin Wentian was speechless, just looking at Chu Wuwei. Chu Wuwei was silent for a moment, then continued, "It won't be long before Chu Xianjiao will bring people to deal with me. I will make a bet with you. Let your people inform Mr. Qin and tell him that I led him into the imperial city to join forces to deal with Chu Xianjiao. You tell Mr. Qin everything I promised you, but after that, he must be content to step down and let me be the king. I am sure that Mr. Qin will agree immediately at that time. After defeating Chu Xianjiao, if Mr. Qin abides by the agreement and takes his people out of the imperial city, I am willing to re-announce him to the imperial city and abdicate to him. How about it?" Qin Wentian was stunned when he heard Chu Wuwei's words, and then said, "What if Grandpa Qin breaks the agreement, and I still stand on the side of the Qin mansion? So, I will entrust my destiny to you." Chu Wuwei smiled, then slowly turned his eyes, looked into the distance, and whispered, "The time is almost up." Chapter 216 The beginning of the war. White clouds floated in the sky of Chu State. Although it was bright, there was no sun, as if it was covered by clouds. This kind of weather was particularly cool, and the occasional breeze blew, giving people a refreshing feeling. On the rooftop of the high pavilion, in the banquet, in addition to Qin Wentian and Chu Wuwei, there were several more figures, namely Ziyuai Jiuxian, Chu Meng, and another young man. This was the first time Qin Wentian saw this person. According to Chu Wuwei's introduction, he was a member of the Zhang family, a very powerful family in the imperial city. The Zhang family, like the Mo family, had a special status in the imperial city. They were very powerful and had never participated in the affairs of the imperial power. They belonged to the neutral faction. Chu Xianjiao had wanted to win them over before, but the Zhang family rejected Chu Xianjiao. But today, the descendants of the Zhang family appeared at Chu Wuwei's banquet. "Zhang Wei, if your father knew you were here, he would probably hate me to death." Chu Wuwei smiled at the young man. "Who told them not to support you?" Zhang Wei said jokingly, but the casual words made Qin Wentian feel Chu Wuwei's charm. This guy clearly supported Chu Wuwei, which would undoubtedly put his family in a passive situation. At this moment, one figure after another lifted up huge vertical drums and placed them on the edges of the land, forming two rows. This made Qin Wentian reveal a strange color. These drums seemed to be somewhat extraordinary. He felt as if there was a faint starlight flowing on the drums. They should be magic weapons, and a set of magic weapons. Some powerful magic weapons have more than one, such as swords. Sometimes, 9 swords are a set of magic weapons, which exerts a certain power, and the 36 giant drums in front of him seemed to be a set of magic weapons. So many magic weapons are a set, so the power exerted is probably also very amazing. Gradually, Qin Wentian felt a sense of solemnity and murder. He looked through the wall and saw that in the distance of the giant pillar square, several large squares were striding over, making uniform sounds. The group of soldiers in armor holding spears, perhaps they did not have much aura alone, but when more than 1,000 people stood together, a strong sense of solemnity and murder was rolling out. The group of soldiers stood in the giant pillar square, looking up at the banquet on the attic, and a uniform sound came out. They inserted their spears beside them, then took out the bows and arrows behind them, and pointed them at the sky. A sharp breath filled the air, covering Chu Wuwei, Qin Wentian and others. At the same time, in the distance, in the void, figures walked over one after another. The strong men who could walk in the void were all Yuanfu realm strong men. There were more than a dozen Yuanfu people who came. They were standing in the pavilion above the group of soldiers, looking at Chu Wuwei and others. One of them shouted coldly, "Chu Wuwei, you are the son of the previous emperor, but you have the intention of rebellion. Come with us to see His Majesty. With just such a small number of people, my third brother must be looking down on me." Chu Wuwei smiled at the newcomers and sat there calmly. At some point, a figure stood in front of each of the 36 drums. They were all dressed in white and looked ordinary, but they all had the same temperament, calm and ordinary. If you didn't pay attention, you wouldn't even feel their existence. Thunder Dragon Drum. The leader saw the 36 giant drums and suddenly thought of something. His face sank. This was the rumored third great superior divine weapon. If it was controlled by 36 Yuanfu realm masters, the power it exerted would kill as many as there were below the 6th level of Yuanfu realm. He glanced at Chu Wuwei with an ugly look, and saw that Chu Wuwei was extremely quiet, holding a wine glass and drinking, as if he didn't care about the outside world at all. "Chu Wuwei, look around you. This time, you'd better surrender. His Majesty will let you have a good destination for the sake of brotherhood." The man continued to persuade. Although Qin Wentian didn't stand up, he heard many footsteps. "I'm afraid that Chu Wuwei's private residence outside the palace has been surrounded. Only my order will launch an attack. Why cause unnecessary casualties?" Chu Wuwei still ignored the other party, looked at Qin Wentian and smiled. "My third brother will show up soon. Let's take a look." As he said, Chu Wuwei stood up and came to the city wall. He looked at the other party and said casually, "Uncle Hang, don't follow my third brother to cause chaos in Shu." Chu Hang looked into Chu Wuwei's eyes, quiet and sincere, and couldn't help sighing in his heart. He raised his hand and then waved it down. "Kill." A deafening killing intent filled the sky. Then, there were terrible rumbling sounds. The cavalry launched an attack on the mansion. Those sounds were the sounds of the walls being directly broken. At the same time, in front of Chu Wuwei, arrows broke through the air and came to kill. They were overwhelming, as if they were going to drown the world. Boom! A drum sounded, and the sky trembled, as if a lightning flashed through the void. Boom! Boom! The giant drums beat in unison, and the sound of booming explosions came out. Thunder flashed in the sky. In an instant, a huge lightning curtain appeared in front of Qin Wentian. Thousands of arrows shot at the lightning curtain and were instantly entangled by the wandering lightning. Then there were continuous clicks, and the arrows were shattered and destroyed crazily. Under the attic, the door opened, and a group of figures walked out. These people were dressed in black and ran forward like ghosts. They held various magic weapons in their hands and pounced on the group of people who shot arrows. Chu Heng's expression changed slightly. Then they wanted to go down, but they felt a terrifying pressure covering them. Then they saw the thunder dragon in front of them wandering, accompanied by the sound of war drums. The terrifying light of thunder and lightning actually intertwined into a terrifying thunder dragon, which was extremely domineering. Boom! A terrible loud noise came out, and the thunder dragon rushed forward with a dazzling purple lightning. Chu Heng and others changed their expressions. The thunder dragon drum was as terrible as the rumor said. Swish, swish. A terrifying whistle came from a distance. 9 golden lightnings burst out from the void and instantly collided with the thunder dragon. Then they exploded in the void, and the dazzling light pierced people's eyes so that they couldn't open them. In the distance, a mighty group of strong men came, and the powerful lineup was shocking. The leader was wearing a golden dragon robe. It was the current king of Chu, Chu Xianjiao. Behind Chu Xianjiao and the others, endless figures on the ground were running. I'm afraid that in addition to the forces guarding the imperial city to resist the Qin Mansion, the forces of other armies in the Chu imperial city were all mobilized here. Because Chu Xianjiao knew that Chu Wuwei, he and Qin Wentian were together, so this battle would end everything. Beside Chu Xianjiao, there was a figure holding a brilliant golden bow and arrow, shining with dazzling golden light, which was also a very powerful magic weapon. Brother, you don't have to help me, why do this? Chu Xianjiao looked at Chu Wuwei and spoke calmly. I didn't want to interfere in the struggle for imperial power, but your path is getting more and more biased. If you continue to go this way, the Chu royal family will suffer a catastrophe. Chu Wuwei responded. Is that so? Are you now starting a civil war in the Chu family, for the sake of the royal family? It's ridiculous. Your so-called righteousness has really put the Chu kingdom in danger, so my brother can only be ruthless. Chu Wuwei said coldly, and his eyes gradually showed murderous intent. However, at this time, many mysterious young men appeared beside Chu Wuwei. They were always very quiet, as if they were always by Chu Wuwei's side. These are the poor people you have been training. Now, they are probably your dead soldiers. Do you feel ashamed to let them sacrifice their lives for you? Chu Wuwei said sarcastically, and then he gave a cold order, kill. The strong men pushed forward. At this time, Chu Wuwei was still calm. Looking at the faces in front of him, he said, it's not too late for you to give up now. I, Chu Wuwei, guarantee with my personality that I will never settle accounts later. If you continue to be stubborn, I'm afraid I can't protect you. Those people obviously hesitated, but now, it's too late to get off the tiger. The sound of iron hooves came from the distance again. The Knight Legions appeared on the left and right sides of the Jade Pillar Square. They saw that their long spears were all aimed at Chu Xianjiao's people. Obviously, in this fight between the two brothers, they all have their own supporters. People from the Jiang family. At this time, someone exclaimed. In the distance, the strong men of the Jiang family came in a mighty manner. The leader glanced at Jiang Wei. This bastard had forced the Jiang family to be involved in this storm. The people of the Mu Mansion also stand on Chu Wuwei's side. Someone saw the strong men of the Mu Mansion appear. Because of the incident with Mu Rou, Chu Xianjiao had always had a gap with the Mu Mansion. Guang Yanghong's promise and the relationship between Qin Wentian and Mu Rou made the Mu Mansion decide to come out this time to show their attitude. Many black-clothed and masked figures quietly appeared on the left and right sides of the wall. They were naturally the people who came to help Qin Wentian. More and more hostile strong men appeared, making Chu Wuwei's expression more and more ugly. He only heard him say coldly, good, very good. After today, the Chu kingdom will be pacified, kill. Chu Xianjiao roared, and a burst of Emperor's intention bloomed wildly, and the monstrous murderous intent roared. Kill, kill. The crazy roar shook between heaven and earth, and the people on both sides finally started a confrontation. The cold wind howled, and the chilling killing intent made the wind carry a terrible chill. Chu Xianjiao stood on the air, looking at Qin Wentian and Chu Wuwei. He thought that Chu Wuwei would get stronger power to fight against him today. It seemed that he overestimated this elder brother. With just these powers, could they resist his crushing? This time, he brought all the troops trained by the Wufu, in order to crush Chu Wuwei with the most violent power. It can be said that he concentrated all the forces except those guarding the imperial city here, first killing Chu Wuwei, and then dealing with the people of the Qin Mansion. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217, All the Cards Are Revealed. P.S. I saw many brothers talking about adding more rules. Okay, let's work hard this month. The monthly tickets of the two websites have been merged. From now on, as long as you add 100 more monthly tickets, you will add one more chapter. If a leader appears, you will add 2 more chapters. Now the monthly ticket is 280. Even if I am 250, I will add one more chapter when it reaches 350. I hope you will support me. Thank you very much. The battle broke out instantly, bloody rain and wind, the sound of war drums rolled and roared, and the endless power of thunder enveloped the void. Crazy people fell from the sky and killed the people in the air under the guidance of those who beat the drums. In the distance ahead, the person next to Chu Xianjiao raised the golden arrow again, and an indestructible sharp intention burst out crazily. The golden light crossed the void and pounced on Chu Wuwei. The thunder dragon drum vibrated at the same time, and the thunder dragon roared and rushed towards the arrows that were shot and killed, emitting a beam of destruction. The light of thunder and lightning was obviously better. Boom! Chu Mang stepped forward, and his body stood on the city wall. The starlight was dazzling, and his star soul bloomed. First, a bow and arrow, then a giant axe, which were his second and third star souls. A huge star bow and arrow appeared in Chu Mang's hand. He drew the bow and arrow, and 9 arrows were directed at the line of figures rushing towards him. In an instant, 9 people froze, as if they were locked. They stared at Chu Mang with deep fear. Chu Mang, the first of the 10 talents in the capital, his talent was much more outstanding than Chu Xianjiao, and his strength was incomparable. Who dares to come forward, kill? Chu Mang shouted, and the arrows broke through the air, like light and shadow. Puff, puff, puff. 9 sounds rang out almost at the same time, and the 9 Yuanfu realm masters trembled all over, their eyebrows were pierced by arrows, and their eyes showed incredible looks. How could his arrows be so fast? This is the power of martial arts will. Qin Wentian's eyes suddenly stared at Chu Mang. The other party's aura should be the strength of the 5th level of Yuanfu, which is very scary, and there is a faint power of martial arts will in his arrow. Qin Wentian was not wrong. Chu Mang had been urging Chu Wuwei to shoot arrows crazily, day after day, year after year, even when he entered the Yuanfu realm. Chu Wuwei just let him shoot arrows and let him feel, until one day, he suddenly had a feeling that he could make his arrow hit his target in the shortest time. At that time, he realized the first level of arrow will, instant attack. One arrow hit 9 Yuanfu, such a scene brought a huge impact to people. Although the strength of the 9 Yuanfu was not too strong, after all, the Yuanfu realm was the backbone of this war. Chu Mang's movements did not stop at all. His body suddenly turned around, and the bow and arrow were aimed at the strong men who rushed to the rooftop in various directions. Roar! With a roar, Chu Mang seemed to become extremely violent, like a giant, and shot out 9 arrows again. 9 rays of light flashed past, and there were continuous puffing sounds. More Yuanfu strongmen continued to fall, and one strike killed them all. Chu Mang's bow and arrow were like arrows that took their lives. The thunder dragon drum defended, and Chu Mang attacked. Although there were not many strong men here, it seemed that it was not so easy for Chu Xianjiao's people to attack the rooftop. 36 Yuanfu realm strongmen cooperated to control the thunder dragon drum. Even if a Yuanfu realm upper 3rd level strongman approached, he would still be under great threat. The Qin Mansion's people should be here soon. Chu Wuwei said in a low voice. Qin Wentian looked at the blood flowing on the ground and sighed in his heart. Yang's people did not show up, because Qin Wentian knew that Jiutian Palace had not appeared yet, and Yu Yang and his people needed to shock Jiutian Palace. As for Kinger, Qin Wentian could only smile bitterly when he thought of her. He couldn't even see Kinger. Maybe he could deliberately expose himself to danger to let Kinger show up, but if he did this every time, Kinger would probably have an opinion. After all, Kinger didn't owe him anything. She protected him in secret, so he should be grateful. He couldn't threaten Kinger with his life every time. The white clouds in the sky seemed to be stained with a layer of bright red. The strong men on the rooftop still guarded all directions. Chu Mang kept shooting arrows to kill people within the attack range, but the other strong men in this mansion could not stop the invasion of the cavalry. Those who supported Chu Wuwei were being hunted. Even the people of the Jiang family and the Mu mansion were put in danger. However, they were also gradually moving closer to the rooftop where Chu Wuwei was, so that the attack of the thunder dragon drum could protect them. Chu Wuwei did not order the strongest group of strong men around him to attack. Although he was sure to disintegrate the attack of the thunder dragon drum, such a desperate effort would undoubtedly cost him a lot of strong men. When he got here and killed everyone below, he wanted to see how long Chu Wuwei could hide. The shouts gradually weakened, but the earth began to tremble. Chu Xianjiao's eyes slowly turned around, and then he saw a strong man howling in the void in the distance. An iron cavalry trampled the ground on the ground, advancing rapidly towards this side with the momentum of a whirlwind. It was the people of Qin Mansion who had arrived. Chu Xianjiao glanced at Chu Wuwei coldly, and then waved his hand. His people immediately retreated frantically to the left side of the giant pillar square to avoid being attacked from both sides by Chu Wuwei and the Qin Wentian army. The terrifying hurricane roared over, and the people of Qin Wentian stood on the right side of the giant pillar square, facing Chu Xianjiao's people, and a violent power swept across the world. Wentian! A shout came, and Qin Wentian looked at the two generals of Qin Wentian. It was Qin Hao and Qin Xuan who were there, but their own strength was not very strong, so they were heavily guarded. In addition to the Wu Wei, the people guarding them were also Gulao and other strong men from the Emperor Star Academy. Jiutian Palace locked up Di Yin took him away. The royal family came to arrest and kill the people from the Emperor Star Academy. How could this hatred not be avenged? There were already many people from the Emperor Star Academy in the Qin Wentian's army. This was also Chu Wuwei's confidence in Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian was the key figure who could influence the outcome. Grandpa Qin, father. Qin Wentian said with a smile. This day had finally come. It had been less than 2 years since the Yi family led people into Xianyang City. Everything should have come to an end. It's good that they are here. Let's bury them here together today. Chu Xianjiao glanced at the people coldly. Then, a powerful army came running madly in the distance. It seemed that they were being hunted. Seeing this scene, Chu Xianjiao's eyes condensed. When those people came close, Chu Xianjiao said coldly, "What's going on?" The army in front of him was very embarrassed and scattered. Was this still the army of the Wu mansion that had spent many years training? We were ambushed. Leng Ying is a traitor and an undercover agent. As a deputy general, he led us into a trap. The leading general said coldly, with a strong murderous aura. In the distance, another army was approaching. This army was wearing armor and fully armed, full of a sense of killing. They slowly approached and surrounded Chu Xianjiao and his men. The leader, Qin Wentian's eyes froze when he saw him. Once, he and family were trapped in the Jedi castle in the dark forest and were almost killed. Someone recognized him. It seemed that he was this person, and this army was also that force. The other party slowly took off his head armor, revealing a familiar face. Leng Ying, it's him. Qin Wentian remembered the scene when Leng Ying led people into Xianyang City and rushed into the Qin Mansion. Unexpectedly, the person who dealt with the Qin Mansion at that time was actually an undercover agent. I heard from my father that he was originally Grandpa Qin's deputy general. Later, he rebelled and gained the trust of the royal family and the Yi family. He led the army to massacre many people in the Qin Mansion. At this critical moment, he dealt a fatal blow to the royal family. Old people are still the best. Chu Wuwei whispered, and then took a deep look at Qin Wentian beside him. In this case, Chu Xianjiao's troops completely lost their advantage. If they wanted to reverse this defeat, they could only rely on the top part of their strength to save it. This also means that the final decisive battle is coming. Chu Xianjiao suddenly smiled, and he looked at Chu Wuwei and said coldly, "Brother, you forced me to do this. Since it has come to this, the only way to suppress the situation today is to kill you all." As soon as the voice fell, a cold wind swept between the sky and the earth, which was very cold. Behind Chu Xianjiao, 4 figures suddenly walked out, and a crackling sound was heard. They were 4 old men. Their outer clothes were torn at the same time, revealing blood-colored robes. They were all terribly withered and bloody. The cold eyes of the eagle were extremely sharp, and a monstrous blood pressure permeated. The girls in the imperial city died in their hands. They should have been dead long ago, but you have been raising them with the blood of the girls. Moreover, you even brought them out today. Third brother, you really deserve to die. Chu Wuwei stared at the 4 people who appeared. He vaguely recognized these 4 people. They should have died long ago, but they were all alive. I don't have this ability. It was left by our ancestors for our royal family. If it weren't for you, how could I have come to this point? Chu Xianjiao said lightly, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Today, Chu Wuwei, Qin Wentian, you will all be buried here. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 old men roared and rushed towards Leng Ying and others. A terrible sound of puffing was heard, and blood burst out of their bodies crazily. In an instant, there were heavy casualties. This brutal scene made the crowd tremble with fear and pale. Cruel means, all of which are blood explosions triggered by the will of blood. Damn it! Gulao and Ren Kaiangxing looked extremely ugly when they saw the scene in front of them, but the strength of these 4 people was terrifying. At the same time, another group of people came from the distance. When they saw the leader, the people of Emperor Star Academy couldn't help but stare at them. Jiutian Palace, Luo Qianqiu. Qin Wentian. Luo Qianqiu's eyes fell on Qin Wentian, and there was a faint flash of lightning on his body, and his killing intent was fierce. The shame of Junlin banquet will be washed away today. I know there is a capable person behind you, so I also sent a Xiangang realm expert from Jiutian Palace. Today, no one can save you. Luo Qianqiu looked at Qin Wentian and spoke calmly, which made many people's hearts sink. Jiutian Palace not only wanted to participate, but also brought a Xiangang realm expert here. Luo Qianqiu wanted to kill Qin Wentian, and no one could stop his determination, and this was undoubtedly helping Chu Xianjiao. Chu Xianjiao also looked at Qin Wentian, the man who almost decided the outcome of the battle. With a cold smile in his eyes, he said coldly, "Today, no one can escape. Qin Wentian, your hope will be shattered in vain. Today is the day you die." Chapter 218 come out. The vast majority of the eyes in the entire imperial city were focused on the decisive battle, with the exception of the Mo family. The people of the Mo family were all thinking about Mo Qingcheng and the people of the Danwang Palace. It was said that the Danwang's daughter Luo, he liked Mo Qingcheng very much and urged Bai Fei and others to take Mo Qingcheng to the Danwang Palace as soon as possible. Hu Xiaoyan also had a lot of thoughts in his mind, because his brother had told him yesterday to get along well with Mo Qingcheng. Luo he valued Mo Qingcheng very much. His brother revealed that if Mo Qingcheng performed well after arriving at the Danwang Palace, Luo he might even introduce her to the Danwang to teach her. Once that step was reached, Mo Qingcheng would become an important figure in the entire Danwang Palace, and even have a certain status in the entire Daxia dynasty. Although Hu Xiaoyan can show off his power in the Mo mansion now, if that time comes, with his talent, I am afraid he will not know where he will be left. He is not as talented as his genius brother. Therefore, when Hu Xiaoyan was chatting with Mr. Mo, he vaguely revealed that he had a crush on Mo Qingcheng. Not to mention Hu Xiaoyan's talent, with his status and position, Mr. Mo and his introduction of Mo Qingcheng to Master, Mr. Mo would not object. However, it was not easy to force Mo Qingcheng now, so he just created opportunities for Hu Xiaoyan to have more contact with Mo Qingcheng. This made Mo Qingcheng annoyed to death by Hu Xiaoyan, but she could only pretend to be nice to him, and her attention was still on the situation in the imperial city. I wonder if that idiot is okay. He must not be in trouble. Miss, the decisive battle has reached a critical moment. People from the Jiutian Palace have appeared, and Luo Qianqiu is also here, and they want to kill Qin Wentian. At this time, someone came to report the latest situation to Mo Qingcheng, who was sitting in the pavilion. Mo Qingcheng's body suddenly stood up, her heart tightened, and her little hands were clenched tightly. Seeing this scene, Hu Xiaoyan's eyes flashed with a barely perceptible coldness. Mo Qingcheng would either get excited or nervous whenever she heard Qin Wentian's name, but she treated him as heir. The country boy from Chu was so important in Mo Qingcheng's eyes, but Hu Xiaoyan was ignored everywhere. This feeling was very uncomfortable. Junior sister, it's impossible for him and you to be together. Forget about him. Bai Fei said lightly. Mo Qingcheng frowned and didn't say much. Qingcheng, your future is extraordinary. Don't let yourself fall. Qin Wentian is not qualified to like you. Hu Xiaoyan also spoke. What does it have to do with you? Mo Qingcheng glanced at Hu Xiaoyan coldly. She was in a bad mood to begin with. How could she not be angry when these people were so irritating? At this time, Mo Qingcheng regained the indifferent temperament of not approaching strangers, just like the impression she gave to the people in the imperial city. Only when she was with Qin Wentian would she have the playful and cute side of a girl. Mo Qingcheng's cold rebuke made Hu Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly freeze, and there was a terrible cold light in the depths of his eyes. Hu Xiaoyan smiled, but it gave people a cold feeling. Mo Qingcheng of the Mo family dared to treat him like this. If it weren't for him, would the Mo family be what it is today? Would Mo Qingcheng be able to worship Luo He? Shame on you, I will make you very happy. Hu Xiaoyan stared at Mo Qingcheng's beautiful face and thought to himself, he wanted to see how long this face could stay cold. Hu Xiaoyan left with a wave of his sleeves, but Jingai Wenyanqi laughed. The temper of this second-generation ancestor was probably provoked. Of course, they saw Hu Xiaoyan's intentions towards Mo Qingcheng, and they were very happy to see the two break up. Mo Qingcheng naturally didn't pay much attention to Hu Xiaoyan's attitude. She didn't know that she had offended someone. Now she only had Qin Wentian in her heart. Qin Wentian looked at Chu Xianjiao and Luo Qianqiu. Both of them wanted him to die so much? Jiutian Palace, this force has always stood behind the Chu royal family, controlling the Chu royal family's hunting of the Emperor Star Academy. They refused to let go until the Emperor Star Academy was disbanded, and even took Diyi away. He felt heartbroken when he didn't think about Diyi being chained by the people of Jiutian Palace and left. The old man's last mission was to pave the way for Qin Wentian, and he even cared very little about his own life and death. Jiutian Palace should be destroyed. Luo Qianqiu wanted to kill him more than once. Last time, he was weak and didn't dare to kill the people of Jiutian Palace. He let him go and was even bullied by Luo Xianjiao, but Luo Qianqiu deserved to die. Chu Xianjiao personally ordered people to intercept the girl in the imperial city and use her to keep the 4 strong men. He treated the lives of others as worthless. If such a person were king, all the people would suffer. Chu Xianjiao deserved to die. Jiutian Palace, so majestic. A wild voice came from a distance, and then 2 lines of figures broke through the air at the same time. The strong men of Jiutian Palace stared at the people who came, and then their expressions gradually changed. Yang Kuangsheng brought many people from the Yang family and the Jiang family to this void, and the figure that appeared on the other side surprised Qin Wentian. It turned out to be someone from Qingyuan Pavilion. Jin Mengyu. Luo Qianqiu looked at the people from Qingyuan Pavilion with a bad look. Qingyuan Pavilion is also here to join in the fun. Luo Qianqiu, you will be defeated by Qin Wentian in the future. Do you have any shame to bring people from Jiutian Palace to oppress him today? Jin Mengyu scolded coldly. Do you need people from Jiutian Palace to kill him? But he is hiding inside, so I will naturally bring people to oppress him and make him come out to die. Luo Qianqiu's voice was cold, pointing in the direction of Qin Wentian. The Battle of Junlin Banquet was his shame. Well said. Yang Kuangsheng crossed his arms over his chest and smiled. Since Jiutian Palace is here to play today, then let's play. But I'll say this in advance. After today's matter is over, Jiutian Palace will no longer be allowed to touch anything in Chu State. Since you are here, if you can win, you win. If you lose, if you die, die here. Don't call people for me again. What an arrogant tone. Who are you? A strong man behind Luo Qianqiu exuded a tyrannical aura and stared at Yang Kuangsheng. Don't look at me like that. Although you are an old man in the Xiangang realm, I don't think you dare to move when I stand in front of you. Yang Kuangsheng stared at the other party and said, Kang's House City, Yang family, Yang Kuangsheng, you Jiutian Palace want to play, my Yang family will play with you. Then the Xiangang strong man's eyes condensed. His expression was not very good. How could he be a member of the Yang family? Why did the Yang family appear in this true state? This is also the opinion of my Qingyuan Pavilion. If Jiutian Palace wants to end it today, then let's end it here. If we die, we will die here. If Jiutian Palace wants to play again in the future, my Qingyuan Pavilion will accompany us. Jin Mengyu's attitude surprised Qin Wentian, and the people of Jiutian Palace were even more gloomy. They never expected that the Yang family and Qingyuan Pavilion would express their opinions at this time. Chu Xianjiao frowned, and he also felt that it was not good. The tone of Yang Kuangsheng was so arrogant in front of Jiutian Palace that he felt that the Yang family was a force that Jiutian Palace could not afford to offend. Qianqiu, it's a bit tricky. In this case, we don't have an absolute chance of winning. Jiutian Palace Xiangang realm strongman whispered beside Luo Qianqiu. Luo Qianqiu was silent for a while, and then took a deep breath. He came to Chu State today, how could he leave in disgrace again? If he didn't kill Qin Wentian this time, where would he find him in the future? I'll accompany you, Old Yan, to destroy the magic weapon drum. Luo Qianqiu said lightly. Old Yan beside him pondered for a moment, then nodded. Luo Qianqiu's status in Jiutian Palace was different now. Since he wanted to fight, he would accompany him. As long as the young master of the Yang family was not involved, it would be fine. Old Yan walked out, and with a loud rumble, an extremely huge leg appeared in the void. This giant leg fell from the sky and hit the thunder curtain. The thunder dragon roared and collided with a giant leg. The sound of crackling was everywhere. The giant leg contained a terrifying power, which directly crushed and destroyed the thunder dragon, and then pressed down again. The white-clothed figure who was beating the drum kept spitting blood and his face was pale. The giant leg pressed down on the sky above Qin Wentian and others, and the terrifying pressure rushed down. However, at this moment, a graceful figure suddenly appeared. She was always so mysterious. Raising her delicate jade hand, Kinger was bathed in the glory of the stars. She waved her palm, and a pure lotus with a terrible strangling force went towards the giant leg. The lotus kept getting bigger and wrapped the giant leg. The terrifying strangling force made the giant leg explode. Two figures rushed out at the same time, and the figures of Old Yan and Kinger rushed into the sky. The two Xiangang realm masters started fighting. Is this Kinger's strength? Qin Wentian looked at the fury-like cold figure. At this moment, she was still so Jiutian, and fought with Yan Lao in the air. What a beautiful woman, Qin Wentian, this guy, tut-tut. Yang Kuangsheng was a little jealous of Qin Wentian. This is a bit like the stunning beauty in Xianqi Palace, right? Yang, help to deal with those four old men. Qin Wentian pointed to the four withered old men in the distance. The four were murderous demons. Go kill them, Yang said, and several strong men rushed out behind him. At the same time, several vice presidents from the direction of Emperor Star Academy rushed over, ready to encircle and suppress the four old men. Chu Xianjiao waved his hand, and many strong men rushed to the rooftop where Qin Wentian was. The battle in the space broke out completely, and the airflow of destruction swept across the world. Even the crowd who secretly looked at this side from a very far distance could deeply feel how terrifying the breath here was. Fierce, the battle in front of them can only be described as ferocious. When the 9 profound palace strongmen and the Yang family and Qingayan pavilion strongmen began to collide, the people of the Qin mansion rushed towards Chu Xianjiao. At this moment, on Qin Wentian's side, only Chu Wuwei and Qin Wentian were still standing on the rooftop watching all this. Luo Qianqiu and Chu Xianjiao did not make a move. Luo Qianqiu stared at Qin Wentian and said coldly, I really don't understand why so many people are willing to stand in front of you, but you yourself are standing there like a coward. Luo Qianqiu was obviously deliberately provoking Qin Wentian, which made many people look in the direction of Qin Wentian. Now Luo Qianqiu might have come prepared. This former genius left a very deep impression on the people of Chu. Qin Wentian looked at Luo Qianqiu and smiled, which made Luo Qianqiu frown. At the Jumlin banquet, if Jiuxian Palace hadn't stood in front of you, you would have been dead long ago. What's funny is that you are mocking me now, Qin Wentian said calmly, and then he was seen slowly rising into the air, which made many people look nervous. Qin Wentian was too important, and many people didn't want to see him have an accident, and would rather he stand there and watch. Qin Wentian also understood that many people would rather he stand there and not move. However, so many people supported him, and he had to tell them anyway that he, Qin Wentian, was worth it, and he, Qin Wentian, would not let them down. Those pairs of expectant eyes would eventually see results. So, he walked out and stood in the middle of the crowd. He looked at Luo Qianqiu with such a calm expression. He had never been afraid of fighting. The Jumlin banquet was so difficult, but he walked over and won the first place. Today, he only wanted to tell those who supported him that he, Qin Wentian, was worth it. Within 10 breaths, you will die. Qin Wentian looked at Luo Qianqiu and uttered an arrogant voice, which made many people tremble in their hearts. 10 breaths, within 10 breaths, he wants the genius Luo Qianqiu of Jiuxian Palace to die. P.S. This is the second update, and there are more than 20 monthly tickets to add more. If it can be reached today, Wuhan will update the third update in the evening. Chapter 219, The Power of One Catch. Luo Qianqiu was stunned for a moment when he heard Qin Wentian's words, and then he laughed wildly. With one step, lightning flashed across his body, and his star soul blossomed, dazzling and incomparable. The terrifying lightning enveloped his body, and the purple lightning revealed a wisp of heart-pounding power. The power of lightning and thunder, the attack was tyrannical. The third star soul that Luo Qianqiu condensed after breaking through the Yuanfu was still a lightning star soul. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Luo Qianqiu was bathed in lightning, and the power of lightning and thunder danced between his hands. The aura on his body was that of the second level of the Yuanfu. One breath. Qin Wentian uttered a voice lightly, and before he made a move, he had already started counting. At the same time, the power in his body began to roar. His robe fluttered, his long hair turned black and danced with the wind. His pupils became more and more strange, and the whole person was filled with a demonic temperament, and his blood was boiling. The Yuanfu in the body, The Yuanfu corresponding to the Sky Hammer Star Soul and the Yuanfu corresponding to the Emperor Demon Star Soul roared at the same time. Both Yuanfus were pregnant with terrible divine essences, not ordinary star energy. At this moment, they were mobilized crazily. Qin Wentian, who had 3 Yuanfus, could withstand the consumption of star energy better than others. Luo Qianqiu heard Qin Wentian counting the time and took a deep breath. On his body, there seemed to be a phantom of a Thunder Lord, making him more majestic. You really don't know how to live or die. Let me let you feel the power of martial arts will. Luo Qianqiu said lightly. Suddenly, Qin Wentian felt that a terrifying force descended on him, constantly bombarding his body, and even rushing into his mind. This was somewhat similar to Xiao Lan's attack at the beginning. That wonderful willpower was like a lightning attack. Luo Qianqiu stood there motionless, but Qin Wentian felt that his whole body was wrapped in lightning. Now, how do you feel? Luo Qianqiu stared at Qin Wentian with arrogance in his eyes. 3 breaths. A cold voice responded to him. Qin Wentian was still counting the time, which made Luo Qianqiu's expression suddenly ugly. Could it be that he didn't know what the power of will was? Even if he didn't know, he should be able to feel the power of martial arts will. Many people looked up at the battle between Qin Wentian and Luo Qianqiu in the void. Seeing that Qin Wentian was still brewing and motionless, they couldn't help but sigh. This guy is really as arrogant as ever. The seemingly quiet boy will show his arrogant attitude once he fights. Maybe he is born with arrogance in his bones and blood. Even if he doesn't know it himself, the faintly revealed temperament of the king on his body at this time is a good interpretation of this point. 4 breaths. Qin Wentian said lightly, and Luo Qianqiu's smile froze there. He stared at Qin Wentian with extremely cold eyes. The other party's attitude was like constantly slapping him in the face. What did he think of Luo Qianqiu? Chu Wuwei stood there very calmly, as if he was always so calm. He was not sure about seizing the throne of the Chu kingdom this time. In fact, the power he controlled was limited. His confidence came from Qin Wentian. He would never doubt what he was optimistic about, and he always believed that the winner today would be Qin Wentian. And Qin Wentian's victory was Chu Wuwei's victory. Chu Mang, go and protect Qin Wentian. I am worried about your 3rd brother. Chu Wuwei said to Chu Mang beside him. Okay. Chu Mang stepped out and came not far from Qin Wentian. His eyes were fixed on Chu Xianjiao. He would do whatever his elder brother asked him to do. 5 breaths. Another voice came out of Qin Wentian's mouth. Luo Qianqiu's handsome face became a little ferocious. Qin Wentian was insulting him. Taking a deep breath, Luo Qianqiu calmed himself down. Anger was a taboo in battle. He knew this very well. It was only because Qin Wentian was a knot in his heart that he was so angry and could not suppress it. Endless purple lightning gathered into a huge thunder sword. Even behind Luo Qianqiu, the thunder and lightning phantom also held the thunder sword in his hand. The terrifying majesty made people feel shocked. Boom! Luo Qianqiu walked out, and the thunder and lightning will pressed Qin Wentian away, and at the same time merged into the 2 thunder swords. 10 breaths? What a big joke! He wanted people to see that Qin Wentian dodged his attack in a panic during the 10 breaths. When Qin Wentian uttered the words of 6 breaths, Luo Qianqiu launched his attack, and the dazzling thunder sword slashed out, as violent as thunder. Thunder slash! Luo Qianqiu shouted angrily, and the 2 thunder swords came from the sky and slashed towards Qin Wentian's head. The power of this attack was extremely terrible, containing the power of thunder and lightning will. The first realm of thunder and lightning will is thunder crit, which enhances both attack speed and attack power. This attack is the power of crit. Qin Wentian raised his head slightly, and the terrifying lightning flashed through his body. Of course, he could feel the power of this attack. However, today's battle will put an end to the affairs of the state of Chu. He will crush and kill Luo Qianqiu with the strongest attitude. Yao Jun's face was full of unparalleled arrogance. Qin Wentian walked out and actually walked towards Luo Qianqiu, facing the terrifying sword that was beheading him. The crowd saw Qin Wentian raise his left hand and grabbed it towards the sky. This scene made countless people tremble in their hearts and show horror on their faces. Wentian. Qin Chuan's heart seemed to stop beating when he saw this scene. Many people even thought that Qin Wentian was crazy. He was only in the 1st level of Yuanfu, but he actually grabbed the sword with his hand. They seemed to see the scene of Qin Wentian's body being split by the thunder. The people of Jiutian Palace also showed a sarcastic look. It was really ridiculous. They were a little afraid of Qin Wentian just now. After all, the might emanating from Qin Wentian was no less than Luo Qianqiu, who was at the second level of Yuan Fu. However, at this moment, they only had contempt in their eyes. This person was so ignorant of life and death. The Thunder Slash combined with Luo Qianqiu's Star Soul and the power of Thunder Crit, even a person at the third level of Yuan Fu would be chopped off. This arrogant guy who didn't know how high the sky was, actually grabbed with his hands. Qin Wentian's palm was seen to have terrifying blood-colored runes flowing, and there was also a terrifying demonic meaning. All the divine essence in his palm was contained in the Emperor Demon Yuan Fu. The divine essence of the mountain was attached with a terrifying demonic aura. At this moment, Qin Wentian's palm was like a demon mountain, full of terrible power. Puff! The thunder sword slashed down, and a ferocious and cruel look flashed in Luo Qianqiu's eyes, but it made a crisp sound. The second sword slashed down again, still motionless. Then, under the shocked gaze of the crowd, Qin Wentian raised his palm and grasped the two thunder swords directly. Many people's hearts seemed to stop beating. No one could describe the impact that the seemingly casual grasp brought to them. Is this really a human hand? The demon's palm can't be so scary, right? He's got it, he really got it. Everyone was shaking like crazy, watching the mature young man's long hair move in the wind, but his palm was like a defensive weapon, motionless. This pervert. Yang Kuangsheng was completely out of temper when he saw this exaggerated scene. Damn, does he want others to live? After all, his star soul is from the fourth heaven or above, and he is also the first level of Yuan Fu, but he felt his hair stand on end when he saw Luo Qianqiu's attack. Qin Wentian, he tried to grab it with his hands? What's even more speechless is that he actually caught it. It was such a blow to this genius. He felt that as long as Qin Wentian was careful not to be assassinated in the Great Xia dynasty, he would definitely become a man who could call the wind and rain in the future. No one knew how much mystery was hidden in Qin Wentian's grasp. The star energy absorbed by the Emperor Demon Star Soul was already violent, condensing into the mountain's divine energy. In addition to the power of blood, the power of the demon god transformation, and the first level of the will of power, the power, gave him double the power, so he dared to hold this terrifying blow directly with his hand. It seemed a simple grasp, but it contained too many powerful elements, and also gave everyone a terrible shock, especially Luo Qianqiu, who couldn't believe it was true. How could this happen? Qin Wentian's body seemed to be like a phantom, and his body rushed forward, and his right hand rushed straight to Luo Qianqiu. Luo Qianqiu, who was still in shock, was caught off guard and hastily resisted Qin Wentian's attack, but how could he still block it? The will of power directly pressed on him. How could the power contained in Qin Wentian's right palm be weak? It directly broke through the opponent's defense and landed on Luo Qianqiu's throat, and closed directly. Luo Qianqiu only felt that his breathing was not smooth. 9 breaths. Qin Wentian said calmly. If you dare to kill me, Jiutian Palace will kill you. Luo Qianqiu threatened, but Qin Wentian shook his head in disappointment. Luo Qianqiu said that he was hiding in the crowd, but now at the moment of death, he used Jiutian Palace to intimidate himself. This is the nth time you want to kill me, and you still want to live. It's ridiculous. Jiutian Palace, one day I will go there myself and take everything back. Qin Wentian's palm suddenly burst out with terrifying power, and suddenly twisted it. Then Luo Qianqiu's eyes straightened up, and his eyes gradually became blurred. 10 breaths, just right. Qin Wentian's hand slowly loosened, and then Luo Qianqiu's body fell to the sky below. 10 breaths, Luo Qianqiu, who was in the second level of Yuan Fu, died. Died in the hands of Qin Wentian, who was in the first level of Yuan Fu. This guy. Jin Mengai was speechless when she saw Luo Qianqiu being killed. Such fighting power was indeed too amazing. It was much stronger than the shock she had when Qin Wentian fought against the swordsman from Yanshao. This guy was simply a monster. Moreover, he had not yet joined a big force. He was just growing up in a place like Chu. What would happen to him in the future? Senior Gong Yanghong has a good eye. Unfortunately, it's probably difficult to attract him to Qingayan Pavilion now. Jin Mengayu thought to herself. P.S. The chapter with extra chapters is here. Con, it's too powerful, 350 in an instant. Next, 450 monthly tickets will be added. Given this situation, I guess I'll have to add another chapter tomorrow. Chapter 220 Crushing. Qin Wentian hadn't fought for a long time. Just when many people doubted his strength, Luo Qianqiu's strong arrival only served as a foil for him. Luo Qianqiu, the genius who had once shone brightly and was admired in the Chu Kingdom's palace, seemed to have died only to witness the rise of Qin Wentian. Qin Chuan's nervous heart finally calmed down. Looking at the figure in the void, a gentle smile appeared in his vicissitudes of life. Wentian. Qin Chuan clenched his fists. He was really happy. He adopted Qin Wentian since he was a child until Qin Wentian was 16 years old. He knew how hard he worked, but he was looked down upon. It was not until he was 16 that he got a new life, but it happened that the Qin family was in trouble. Fortunately, everything would pass. Qin Wentian released his own light. Qin Hao's eyes flashed with a ray of light. Those deep eyes were calm and no one seemed to know what he was thinking. Suddenly, Qin Wentian in the void felt an extremely dangerous aura. He saw several people fighting in various places, suddenly concentrated all their strength and rushed towards Qin Wentian. Their movements were uniform, as if they had trained countless times. A murderous intent locked Qin Wentian's body tightly. "Be careful." Yang Kuangsheng roared. Chu Mang took a big step, and a huge axe suddenly appeared in his hand. The terrifying mountain-splitting axe was filled with a terrifying willpower. The axe star soul was Chu Mang's third star soul. At the beginning, after his elder brother Chu Wuwei taught him to comprehend the power of the bow and arrow will, he asked him to chop trees in the dark forest. He chopped down countless trees. In the end, he only needed to swing it casually, or even a thought, and the tree could be split in the middle. Later, he used it on the axe and found that the power of chopping trees was even more powerful. Later, his elder brother Chu Wuwei told him that the basic realm of the axe will, that is, the first realm, is the power of cutting, and he has already comprehended that power. The eldest brother had read a lot of books and knew a lot. He not only taught him, but also taught many orphans and some poor people with talents, helping them do the things they wanted to do but were unable to do, and taught them to practice. Those people were the people around the eldest brother now. They were willing to follow the eldest brother and were willing to die for him. Of course, Chu Mang knew that the eldest brother Chu Wuwei had a good relationship with those people. He sincerely hoped that they could all be well and live a good life, otherwise those people would not admire the eldest brother so much. Chu Mang saw the person who was coming to kill him, and his axe chopped down directly like he had chopped down a tree before. A wonderful force chopped down, and a terrible golden line appeared in the void. Then he saw the body of the person in front of him was split directly in the middle, and blood rained. Who dares to touch him? Chu Mang roared and went towards the other people. However, at this moment, Chu Xianjiao pointed behind him and said, "Chu Mang, do you not care about your elder brother's life?" Chu Mang looked back and saw that there were also many killers with cold breath rushing towards Chu Wuwei, which made Chu Mang roar and rush towards Chu Wuwei. Chu Xianjiao sneered. He knew Chu Mang's weaknesses too well. As long as someone killed his elder brother, he would not care about anyone. Now that the strongest people around him have started fighting, Chu Mang stayed here. How could he kill Qin Wentian? After seeing Qin Wentian kill Luo Qianqiu, Chu Xianjiao not only did not retreat, but also strengthened his determination to kill Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian must die, otherwise even if he wins today, there will still be endless troubles. When Chu Mang attacked just now, several killer-like warriors came to Qin Wentian. These people had been hiding their auras and mingling in the battlefield. They looked ordinary, but it was obvious that they were all deliberately prepared killers. Go help Qin Wentian. Many people rushed over here. Chu Wuwei saw Chu Mang coming back and couldn't help but shout, "Don't worry about me, go keep an eye on your third brother." At this time, Chu Xianjiao still walked towards Qin Wentian, and saw that he was holding a lamp in his palm. With a tremor of his palm, the lamp was thrown into the air by him, and then he slapped it out with one palm, and the lamp was directly shattered. The light spread all over the space here, turning into a light curtain, covering Chu Xianjiao, Qin Wentian and those killers. Those who came here directly attacked the light curtain, but their palm power hit the light curtain, but the power seemed to hit the air. The light of the glass shone, but the light curtain did not move at all. Chu Xianjiao and Qin Wentian were like inside the lamp. This is the glaze lamp, a third-grade, top-grade divine weapon, and it is disposable. It can only last for one stick of incense. Because it is a disposable divine weapon, its sealing ability is stronger than that of ordinary third-grade, top-grade divine weapons. Unless a Xiangang realm expert takes action, don't even think about breaking it in an instant. Chu Xianjiao said calmly, "Qin Wentian, you really impressed me. You can even kill Luo Qianqiu, so I have to use this divine weapon, the glazed lamp, on you. Even if you die, you are worthy of pride." Everyone outside could hear Chu Xianjiao's voice. Their expressions were particularly ugly. They attacked the glazed light curtain frantically, but as Chu Xianjiao said, it was useless. Chu Xianjiao, plus those Yuanfu realm assassins, Qin Wentian is in danger. Chu Mang, you are too impulsive. Chu Wuwei looked unhappy, and the eyes of the crowd froze. Many people even lost their minds to fight. Wentian, Ren Qianxing, Mo Shang and other people from the Emperor Star Academy showed deep worry. Qin Wentian is talented and powerful, but no matter how strong he is, facing such a situation, he will be in danger of death. Moreover, let alone Chu Xianjiao's strength as the second of the 10 beauties in Beijing, does he have no other powerful magic weapons besides the glass lamp? They hated it. They were too careless and let Qin Wentian and Luo Qianqiu fight. Unexpectedly, they were tricked by Chu Xianjiao. Qin Wentian, no matter how talented you are, it's a pity that you took the wrong path. Today, you are destined to die here. Chu Xianjiao said calmly. Now, he has a little appreciation for Qin Wentian. This is indeed a genius that the Chu state has never had. However, if he is his enemy, then he must die. Qin Wentian didn't say anything. Suddenly, a strong demonic meaning permeated the space covered by the glass lamp. Qin Wentian's pupils seemed to gradually become demonic, and they were extremely cold. At the same time, there was a heavy and terrible force pressing on this space. The two forces made people feel uneasy. The first realm of the will of power, strength, the initial realm, can have double attack power. The first stage of the demon will, demonization, the initial stage, makes the body like a demon. The physical fitness transforms into a demon, and enters a rampaging state. In general, the attack power doubles. Behind Qin Wentian, the feathers of Kunpeng appeared, which were like the real wings of a demon, as if they were about to condense into substance. Kill him. Chu Xianjiao's expression gradually changed. He seemed to feel that Qin Wentian was experiencing a terrible change. Buzz! The killers moved at the same time. They all held sharp swords. Swords and daggers were the easiest weapons to assassinate. These killers were like ghosts in the dark night, with extremely fast speeds and could kill people in a moment. However, when they moved, Qin Wentian's body also moved. The whistling wind sounded, and his body was like a shadow, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Boom! A terrible sound was heard, and the crowd suddenly turned their eyes and saw Qin Wentian's demonic arm with blood-red light flowing through it. He was pinching someone's neck and hitting the light curtain of the glass lamp. The other killers had just attacked the place where Qin Wentian had just stood. They turned their heads and looked at Qin Wentian with incredible expressions. So fast. Just now, they seemed to have seen a shadow. Qin Wentian was faster than a real flying monster, and his strength was simply terrifying. Qin Wentian raised his hand and a palm print directly hit the figure he was holding. He turned his head and scanned the crowd with cold eyes. The wings flashed, and Qin Wentian moved again, and once again turned into a gray afterimage, which was almost impossible to catch. In the narrow space, a terrifying demonic wind blew. 9 Heavens Kunpeng Yuanfu Volume. Ren Qianxing took a deep breath when he saw Qin Wentian's figure, his heart pounding. Qin Wentian was able to practice the 9 Heavens Kunpeng Ju to such a terrifying degree, as if he had really transformed into Kunpeng. He seemed to be born to practice this kind of magical skill. Ren Qianxing, it was the first time he saw someone who could use the 9 Heavens Kunpeng Ju to such a powerful level. Puff! In the glass lamp, a residual image passed by, and the head of a killer exploded. Huff! Another sound came out, and a person's eyebrows were pierced by the terrifying sword light. Killers died one by one. They were originally killers who were good at killing people, but now, they became Qin Wentian's prey and were killed one by one. The seal of the glass lamp did not check Qin Wentian, but checked them. Of course, this is also because the strength of these killers is not strong. They are all good at assassination, but their realm is not high. But now they have encountered a monster like Qin Wentian, and can only be killed one by one. Chu Xianjiao watched the strong men fall in front of him one by one. His expression gradually turned gloomy. How could this happen? Even if Qin Wentian was very fast, they would not be unable to withstand the force of a blow, right? The wind roared. Chu Xianjiao's expression condensed. His hands trembled forward, and in an instant, it seemed that a dragon seal appeared in his palm, emitting a terrifying dragon roar, and killing. Qin Wentian's palm power blasted out like a raging wave. When Chu Xianjiao and Qin Wentian collided, he deeply realized how terrible Qin Wentian's attack power was. He was in the third level of Yuanfu and practiced a powerful True Dragon Seal method, but Qin Wentian's power could suppress him. Kill! Qin Wentian roared, and the blood-colored runes rushed into his palm frantically. Chu Xianjiao was shocked back, and he clapped his hands. Suddenly, a golden ancient seal appeared in front of him, filled with a majestic atmosphere, and the dragon roar became more fierce. It seems that your highness is busy with intrigues and neglects cultivation. This king should step down, Qin Wentian said coldly. At this time, he was suspended there, and the whole person was like an ancient demon, extremely arrogant. How shameless! Chu Xianjiao shouted coldly, urging the golden ancient seal of the magic weapon. However, in front of Qin Wentian, a blood-colored light suddenly shone, and a blood-colored stone tablet was suspended in the air. With a sound of dong, Chu Xianjiao felt that his blood was rioting wildly and his heart was beating. Your highness is not the only one who has a magic weapon. Qin Wentian hit the yellow spring stone tablet, and Chu Xianjiao immediately showed a ferocious look, with blue veins exposed, and blood vessels seemed to burst. His heart was extremely uncomfortable. This made him understand that he would still lose to the magic weapon. It's time to end. Qin Wentian pointed his finger at the yellow spring stone tablet, and the terrifying bloodlight shone. Chu Xianjiao groaned and spit out a mouthful of blood. The whole person sat there decadently. The glass lamp did not seal Qin Wentian, but it sealed his retreat. Qin Wentian slowly stepped forward and hovered above Chu Xianjiao. When Chu Xianjiao looked up at the figure overlooking him, he felt a little ironic. At that time, the stubborn boy blocked his way in the wind and snow. At that time, he could easily control Qin Wentian's life, but now, the other party crushed him with a strong attitude and overlooked him, the king of Chu. Is everything really over? P.S. It's too violent. I thought it would reach 450 tomorrow, but it reached today. The fourth update is here. The next one is 550 votes for extra updates. Also, why do so many people scold me for making extra updates? Extra updates are based on the minimum of 2 updates. If everyone votes for Wuhan for the monthly ticket, I will try to update more. It's not that if there is no monthly ticket, even the minimum update will not be updated. Is it that the brothers don't understand clearly? Even if there is no monthly ticket, there will be a minimum of 2 chapters. Chapter 221 The Last Words of a Prodigy. Qin Wentian looked down at Chu Xianjiao. He was ranked second among the 10 beauties in Beijing. His talent was unquestionable. However, he was so far behind Chu Mang. It was obvious that Chu Xianjiao later abandoned his cultivation due to the power struggle. After all, people have limited energy. Chu Mang, although he was simple-minded, was just because of this. When his elder brother asked him to practice hard, he ignored everything and practiced madly. But even so, the crowd was still shocked by Qin Wentian's strong crush. When they saw Chu Xianjiao seal the space with a glass lamp, they all thought that Qin Wentian was finished. However, was Qin Wentian really only able to defeat Luo Qianqiu? Perhaps they had only seen the tip of the iceberg in the battle with Luo Qianqiu. Qin Wentian, who seemed to have turned into a demon just now, was too terrifying. The crowd felt that they could not see through this growing boy. Even, no one had seen what Qin Wentian's third star soul was. Which heaven did it come from? It was rumored that Qin Wentian's second star soul was condensed by communicating with the martial star on the fourth heaven. What about the third star soul? Qin Wentian, was he deliberately covering up? Is it because his star soul is too powerful? No one knows what Qin Wentian's third star soul is, the Emperor Demon Star Soul. Perhaps Qin Wentian can change the color of the star soul, but because this star soul is too famous, those who are well informed can still see that it is the star soul ranked first in the war beast list. That martial star comes from the fifth heaven, and it is a martial star that is extremely difficult to communicate with. Chu Xianjiao, you want to block my way, but now, you have put yourself in a desperate situation. Have you ever thought that you would have this day? Qin Wentian looked at Chu Xianjiao and said. Chu Xianjiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then stood up, and a smile appeared in his eyes, which was particularly weird. I misjudged you. Not only me, I'm afraid that the people of Chu, including your grandfather Qin, also misjudged you. Chu Xianjiao said slowly, no one could have thought that you could get to this point in less than 2 years. I admit that not paying enough attention to you at the beginning was my only mistake, Chu Xianjiao, and it was also a fatal mistake. Chu Xianjiao, after you killed loyal people, you use innocent girls to feed the dead. Aren't you really ashamed? Qin Wentian looked at that face and said coldly. Naive? Chu Xianjiao shouted coldly, since ancient times, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. The throne is originally made of piles of bones. As for the descendants of the loyal and good, are you talking about Qin Hao? In your impression, your grandpa Qin is a kind old man. What a joke. If you were an ordinary old man, would he let Leng Ying go undercover for many years and even participate in the siege of the Qin mansion? If you were an ordinary old man, could he walk out of the Black Castle and set off a storm in an instant? Chu Xianjiao looked at Qin Wentian sarcastically. How much do you know about your grandpa Qin? Do you know why he is so sure that I dare not kill him? Why dare to take risks? Do you know that the palace where I am located must guard against the infiltration of Qin Hao's people? Do you know that my father's illness started after Qin Wu's death, and he happened to die of illness during this turmoil? Do you really think this is a coincidence? My father is a strong man in the Yuan mansion. Can illness defeat him? Chu Xianjiao's words made Qin Wentian frown. This word was a bit scary. That palace was infiltrated? Even the death of the king was related to Qin Hao? Looking at Qin Hao outside the glass lamp, he saw Qin Hao wearing armor and military uniform, with a deep and calm gaze, as if he had always been so calm. In terms of the strength of the intelligence network, I am afraid that I, the king of Chu, am not as good as your grandfather Qin. Chu Xianjiao smiled sarcastically. No matter what you say, you still have to pay the blood debt you owe. Qin Wentian said calmly. Even if it was not for the Qin mansion, it was for the Emperor Star Academy, Taishan, and those dead students. Chu Xianjiao deserved to die. Chu Xianjiao smiled and said, since you have already been defeated, why should you fear death? I am not telling you this to beg for my life. Today's situation can be said to be ruined by you. I, Chu Xianjiao, have never submitted to anyone in my life. My eldest brother Chu Wuwei is naturally smart, and I admire him half. Your grandfather Qin Hao is very powerful, and I also admire him half. As for senior Qin Wu, it is a pity that I have not been able to see his style. Now that I see you, Qin Wentian, I, Chu Xianjiao, admire you. You are not as smart as Chu Wuwei, nor do you have the methods of Qin Hao, but you have the determination to move forward. No matter who is standing in front of you or how powerful the force is, you remain true to your original intention. This courage is admirable, and this is what I lack. Your amazing talent and cultivation is shocking. I hope you can go further. The imperial power, give it to Chu Wuwei. He is a good man without any shortcomings. Chu Xianjiao said slowly, and suddenly shouted angrily. The palm power was directly imprinted on his heart. There was a cracking sound, and Chu Xianjiao looked at Qin Wentian with a smile, and then slowly closed his eyes. Chu Xianjiao, a great man of his generation, committed suicide. He was defeated by the times in Qin Wentian. For a man like him, defeat means death. He was unwilling to linger on and die in humiliation. At least, he wanted to die with dignity. The battles around him stopped. Countless people looked up and looked at Chu Xianjiao, feeling a sense of sadness. It's over. Chu Xianjiao fell. His words before his death were also thought-provoking. Chu Xianjiao's death did not make Qin Wentian too excited. He just felt a little relaxed. At least, he gave an explanation to Dashan and the Emperor Star Academy. The struggle for the imperial power of the Chu state can finally come to an end. However, Qin Wentian felt a little heavy. After that, who will be in charge of the Chu state, Chu Wuwei or Qin Hao? Just as Chu Wuwei and Chu Xianjiao said to him, in fact, the right to speak now is not on the hands of Qin Hao and Chu Wuwei, but in the hands of Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's attitude is the attitude of the Emperor Star Academy. If he supports Chu Wuwei, the Emperor Star Academy will give up the Qin mansion for him. His attitude is also the attitude of the Yang family and Qingyuan Pavilion. These two forces can solve the troubles of Jiutian Palace for Chu state. His attitude is still the attitude of Kinger, a Xiangang realm expert. The light curtain gradually dissipated, and Chu Xianjiao's body fell to the sky below. Chu Mang stepped forward, caught Chu Xianjiao, and then carried him back to Chu Wuwei. Chu Wuwei hugged the body of his third brother, closed his eyes, and sighed silently. The imperial power is ruthless. Being born in an imperial family is not as lucky as many people imagine. Bang! A figure fell to the sky below like a hurricane, and then fell heavily to the ground. It was the Xiangang realm figure of Jiutian Palace. Cough cough. After coughing a few times, he raised his head and looked at King Er, who was slowly descending, with a deep fear in his eyes. King Er's beautiful eyes looked at Qin Wentian, as if asking Qin Wentian's attitude. The matter of Chu state is over. People from Jiutian Palace, get out of here. Go back and tell the people from the 3 major families of Jiutian Palace that they are not allowed to enter Chu state for revenge in the future. Otherwise, let them prepare to bear the wrath of the Yang family. Yang Kuangsheng said coldly. He spoke before Qin Wentian and did not let Qin Wentian do too much. Yang Kuangsheng will be fine, but Qin Wentian will still have to walk in the great Xia dynasty in the future. Now he should not offend Jiutian Palace too much. He will get back when he has the strength. If a hegemonic force is determined to deal with Qin Wentian will have a very difficult time. Maybe they will have a big conflict in the future, but at least, they should leave some buffer time for Qin Wentian. And Qingyuan Pavilion, after today, the matter of Chu state will no longer have anything to do with Jiutian Palace. If you still want to intervene here, I will remember it. Jin Mengai also expressed his attitude, which made the people of Jiutian Palace look very ugly. Then the strong man of Xiangang realm soared into the air, and then waved his hand, and in an instant, the group of people left one after another. Today, Jiutian Palace suffered a complete defeat. It lost face in the state of Chu and will not have the face to return to Chu anymore. With the attitude of the Yang family and Qingyuan Pavilion, the 3 major families of Jiutian Palace will not stand up for the fallen Luo Qianqiu, but Luo Xianai is afraid that he will hate Qin Wentian. After all, it is his son who died. Jiutian Palace left, Chu Xianjiao fell, and the 4 cruel bloody old men also died under the siege. The situation here can be said to be completely under control. Now, it is the ownership of the imperial power of Chu state in the reckoning after the autumn. Wentian. Qin Hao spoke, and Qin Wentian turned his eyes and looked at Qin Hao, but at this time his mood was different. Looking at Qin Hao, he no longer felt close to him in the past, but felt a little strange. Thanks to you, the Qin family's revenge has been avenged. Now, there is only the matter of the Yi family left, which should be resolved. Why don't I control this situation first? Qin Hao said with a smile, looking very peaceful. However, Qin Wentian shook his head slightly and said, Grandpa Qin, it's already chaotic enough here. According to the agreement when we entered the city, you should withdraw your troops to the outside of the imperial city first. Qin Wentian's words made Qin Hao stunned, and also made many people show a hint of surprise. Qin Wentian, is this hinting that Qin Hao should give up the imperial power? Wentian, I'm a little worried. I'll learn from the past. Qin Hao said again, Qin Hao, will not be greedy for power, and I'm old. I just don't want to suffer the humiliation of the past again. After pacifying the state of Chu, let your father Qin Xuan take charge of the throne. How about it? Qin Wentian was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan glanced at his father Qin Hao, then looked at Qin Wentian, with a hint of struggle in his eyes. Then he took a deep breath, looked at Qin Wentian, and smiled softly. Wentian, father, respect your wishes and do what you think in your heart. Qin Wentian's eyes stagnated slightly, then he smiled brightly at Qin Xuan and said, Thank you, father. I will have a private chat with General Qin Hao. At this time, Chu Mang brought Chu Wuwei down from the rooftop, walked to Qin Hao, and then extended his hand to make a gesture of invitation. Qin Hao raised his eyebrows, and then followed Chu Wuwei to a giant pillar. General Qin Hao, all the grievances should be settled. After I become the king, I will infect several cities in the Qin mansion, so that the general can be at ease as a king of a foreign surname. I will not touch any of the people who follow the general. I just hope that they can all guard the territory for the state of Chu. Chu Wuwei said in a low voice. Qin Hao looked at him and said calmly, I don't like to give the initiative to others again. There are some things I don't want to say too much. Chu Wuwei said calmly, I don't want to affect your relationship with Qin Wentian. There are not many people in Noda Imperial City who can kill Ziolan and others. Gu is one of them. He is the personal bodyguard of my third brother. He used to follow my father. I really don't want to suspect that my father's death has anything to do with him, but I pay attention to him. When Ziolan died, he was not by my third brother's side. I also know one thing. He once followed Qin Wu to the battlefield. General Qin Wu once saved his life. Chu Wuwei said slowly, causing Qin Hao's pupils to shrink. P.S. It's terrible. It's over 550. I updated 4 times yesterday, and I have to add more today. I can't afford it. I have promised myself that I must fulfill it even if I spit blood. In addition, today is Monday. Everyone who has recommendation votes can vote for the God King. Thank you, brothers. Chapter 222, Years are like a dream. Chu Wuwei's words had already hinted very clearly, and he also knew that Qin Hao certainly understood what he was saying. The anger of the Jiutian palace descended on the Chu royal family and the Emperor Star Academy, which would undoubtedly weaken the power of both. At the same time, the royal family and the Emperor Star Academy would completely embark on a situation of life and death. It goes without saying who would benefit the most. General Qin, leave the imperial city. I don't want the grudges to continue. Let the past go with the wind. Chu Wuwei said calmly. Qin Hao looked at that clean face, and a cold light suddenly flashed in his eyes. General Qin Wentian is not stupid. He has seen through many things, but he just doesn't want to say more. If you continue to insist on your own way, I'm afraid that his relationship with the Qin mansion will no longer be maintained. If you kill me here, it would be equivalent to admitting that the person who dealt a fatal blow to Qin Wentian was your Qin Hao's man. Chu Wuwei's eyes suddenly became sharp, staring at Qin Hao. On that day, the royal family and the Emperor Star Academy had not completely torn their faces apart, but Qin Wentian had been assassinated. That assassination directly caused the relationship between the royal family and the Emperor Star Academy to drop to the freezing point. This was before Qin Wentian died. If Qin Wentian had died at that time, the royal family and the Emperor Star Academy would have directly fought a decisive battle, and the blow to both sides would have been tragic. Qin Hao also stared at Chu Wuwei with a cold expression. After a long silence, he smiled and said, Okay, I never considered Chu Xianjiao as an opponent, but I didn't expect that I would be defeated by the unprepossessing eldest prince. He didn't have a strong military force to support him, but he was able to make plans. Chu Wuwei, you win. As he spoke, Qin Hao raised his feet and left. Qin Wentian looked at his figure and followed him. Everything will eventually come to an end. Let's go back to the outside of the imperial city. Qin Hao returned to the original place and said loudly. All the soldiers were stunned for a moment, then looked up at Qin Wentian in the void. They sighed and then set off one after another. Qin Wentian, have you made your own decision? Wentian. Qin Chuan did not leave, but looked at the figure in the void. Qin Wentian stepped down and landed beside Qin Chuan, smiling and saying, Father, I am unfilial. Silly child. Qin Chuan rubbed Qin Wentian's head. In the eyes of this iron-blooded man, Qin Wentian was always just a child. No matter how brilliant he was still his son Qin Chuan and his pride. Your father can't help you on the road ahead. You have to walk well and forget the past. Qin Chuan said meaningfully. Don't worry, father. I will come back to Xianyang City to see you when I have time. Qin Wentian held his father's hand very hard. No matter what Qin Hao did, his father Qin Chuan was still a man of steel. Little guy, you have grown up. Qin He and Qin Yi also walked to Qin Wentian and grinned. Qin Wentian glanced at Qin He's broken arm and felt uncomfortable. This was the price of fighting for power. Didn't Qin Hao feel ashamed for doing this? Taking a deep breath, Qin Wentian walked forward and hugged Qin He and Qin Yi tightly, saying, Second uncle, third uncle, you must take care of yourselves in the future. Don't worry. Qin He smiled freely, as if he had forgotten his broken arm. When you travel abroad in the future, keep a low profile and be cautious in everything. Qin He advised. Stinky boy, don't forget your third uncle when you have a promising future. Qin Yi said carelessly, patting Qin Wentian's shoulder heavily. They watched Qin Wentian awaken his talent at the beginning, and now Qin Wentian has come to this point. They are really relieved. Qin Wentian is their family and close relative. Even if he did not give the imperial power to the Qin mansion, it did not affect their feelings for Qin Wentian at all. The men of the Qin mansion are strong and unyielding. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded heavily. Okay, this girl must have something to say to you. Qin He and Qin Yi stepped aside, and then Qin Wentian saw a beautiful figure. Who is Qin Yao? Whom he asked the people of the Emperor Star Academy to send away. Sister, you are so beautiful even in armor. Qin Wentian smiled at Qin Yao. Qin Yao looked very heroic in armor. Slippery tongue. Qin Yao rolled her eyes at Qin Wentian. What are your plans for the future? See, I may leave Chu State in the near future to venture out. Qin Wentian responded. Well, with your talent, you should go out. Chu State is too small for you. Qin Yao nodded, but wouldn't it be difficult to see you in the future? Thinking of this, Qin Yao's beautiful eyes had a hint of loss. The two had played together since childhood and had a deep relationship. How could it be? How could I not come back to see you? Qin Wentian smiled, as if trying to hide the pain of parting. Qin Yao naturally knew what Qin Wentian was thinking, and walked forward silently, looking at the handsome boy who had grown up. Then, Qin Yao tiptoed, put her lips forward, and kissed Qin Wentian's forehead gently. Then Qin Yao turned around and trotted away, turned around and smiled at Qin Wentian, saying, "Stinky boy, remember to come and see me in the future." Looking at Qin Yao's departing back, Qin Wentian nodded heavily. The people in the Qin mansion gradually went away, and Qin Hao didn't even say hello to Qin Wentian. Perhaps he blamed Qin Wentian, or perhaps he felt guilty for what he had done. Qin Wentian didn't want to guess what the reason was. He only knew that Qin Chuan, Qin He, Qin Yi and sister Qin Yao were his relatives. In order not to affect this family relationship, some things should be let go with the wind. As Chu Wuwei said to Qin Hao, Qin Wentian was not a fool. He could guess some things now, but it might be better to let go. The people in the Qin mansion left, and Chu Xianjiao fell. Qin Wentian believed that with Chu Wuwei's ability, he could easily control the situation that followed. No one was more familiar with the forces in the Chu imperial city than Chu Wuwei. Chu Wuwei walked to Qin Wentian's side and smiled at him. "Leave the next thing to me. When it's done, I'll treat you to a drink." "Okay." Qin Wentian nodded gently, then turned around and walked away. The people from the Ouyang family and Qingyuan pavilion also left with Qin Wentian. As for the beautiful woman Qinger, she had long disappeared. The storm that shocked the Chu state just subsided. Qin Wentian stayed away from the next dispute, as if everything had nothing to do with him. However, among the various rumors in the imperial city, Qin Wentian undoubtedly became one of the absolute protagonists. Less than 2 years after setting foot in the imperial city, he won the first seat at the Zhenlin banquet, and now, he has rewritten the history of the Chu state. Everyone in the Chu kingdom's imperial city knows the name of Qin Wentian. It is rumored that he killed Luo Qianqiu, who had entered the second level of Yuanfu, in this battle. It only took him 10 breaths of time, which was extremely domineering. It is rumored that he killed Chu Xianjiao with absolute power. It is also rumored that the person who can ultimately decide who will be the emperor abroad is Qin Wentian. He did not choose to hand over the imperial power to the Qin mansion, but to Chu Wuwei. Of course, all the rumors have gradually shown signs of exaggeration, and those who know the truth are always a minority, but there is no doubt that Qin Wentian led this battle for the imperial power. The cold wind blew across the imperial city. After Chu Wuwei rectified the situation in the imperial city, he issued an order. In the past, due to the mistakes of the previous emperor, King Wu was wronged, and the Qin family had to rebel. It was understandable. Now that they have lost their way, they know what to do. All the past things will be forgiven. Qin Hao will inherit the throne of King Wu and inherit it for generations. Xianyang City will be sealed to move the land of 10 cities. Other people who follow Qin Hao will guard their original posts and must not leave their posts without permission. At the same time, the royal family helped the Emperor Star Academy to rebuild, recognized the status of the Emperor Star Academy, and conferred the reputation of the first academy in Chu. Even Chu Wuwei personally served as a nominal elder of the Emperor Star Academy and would go to the academy to teach students when he had time. This made many people speculate that Chu Wuwei, isn't he unable to practice? How can he teach students? After these news came out, King Wu Qin Hao, his deep eyes swept across the ancient imperial city, and then took people away. That parting look contained too many complicated emotions. It's time, it's fate. If he knew that Qin Wentian would end up like this, he would not have planned many things the same way as before. Unfortunately, everything was over. Chu Wuwei was not Chu Xianjiao, and would never give him any chances. He would not even find an excuse to send troops again. In this game, he deeply felt the power of the young man's tactics. He was strategizing and making plans, as if everything was in his hands. Qin Hao, if you miss this opportunity, you will miss it for the rest of your life. Qin Hao is like this, and so is the Bai family. Bai Qingsong and Bai Qibuksu are standing outside a mansion at this time, looking at the ancient mansion in front of them calmly. The Yi family, which was once prominent and glorious, is now deserted and filled with a sense of desolation and loneliness. The Yi family is over. After Bai King Song's cultivation was wasted, he was much older than before, with many white hairs. He looked at the Yi mansion in front of him, and he didn't know what he felt. Bai Kibuksu nodded gently. The Yi family is over. In this game of imperial power, the Yi family and the Huo family were loyal to Chu Xianjiao and suffered heavy casualties on the battlefield. After everything settled, Chu Wuyi reorganized the imperial power, and the Yi family became the first family to be cleared. The reason was simple, because Chu Wuyi needed to give an explanation to Qin Wentian, which determined the ending of the Yi family, and they lost everything. Things in the world are unpredictable, too fast, too fast. Bai King Song sighed deeply. This was a sigh from the heart. The Yi family showed the extreme of prosperity and decline. Who could have thought that a family that was once prominent not long ago would fall into decline so quickly? Someone else thought that the Qin mansion, which seemed to be in danger at the beginning, suddenly became a powerful force sweeping across the Chu state. Who else would have thought that the waste boy more than a year ago dominated the fate of the Chu state and controlled the ownership of the imperial power? If he could have thought of it, Bai King Song would never have made such a decision even if he died. The years are long, like a dream, like a dream. Bai King Song turned and left, his body slightly hunched, showing his old age. Even the kings and generals are like this, let alone ordinary people. Bai Kibuksu looked at her father's vicissitudes, and there was a faint tear in her eyes. P.S. Today is the second update, thanks to the leader Jin Duado, sweat. I have to add more updates, the pressure is huge. Chapter 223, Second Generation Ancestor. Chu Wuyi quickly settled the matter of the imperial city and immediately set about rebuilding the Emperor Star Academy. This incident allowed people to witness the demeanor of the former great prince. Although Qin Wentian was the main figure in this game, Chu Wuyi, the weakest among several forces, eventually ascended to the throne. It is conceivable how powerful he was, and many people had to seriously examine this former great prince. At the Emperor Star Academy, Qin Wentian watched as high pavilions rose from the ground, and the academy began to resume enrollment outside, as well as to welcome the return of students who had left the academy in the past. It was a thriving scene. I thought I would never see this day, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. Ren Qianxing stood beside Qin Wentian, with a smile in his eyes. He was so happy to see the revival of the Emperor Star Academy. The Emperor Star Academy will remain the #1 academy in Chu as before. Qin Wentian also said with a smile. Seeing those energetic faces, he seemed to see his former self. I never doubted that Chu Wuyi was different from Chu Xianjiao. Perhaps Chu would have a better future in his hands. Ren Qianxing murmured, it's a pity that my adoptive father can't see it anymore. It's a pity that I don't even know whether my adoptive father is alive or dead now. I, Ren Qianxing, am too incompetent. The adoptive father he mentioned was Yi, the dean of the Emperor Star Academy. The dean will be fine. One day, I will set foot on the Jiutian palace. Qin Wentian's eyes were sharp. If the Ouyang family and Qingyuan pavilion hadn't stepped forward, the Jiutian palace would probably still not be able to suppress the turmoil in the imperial city. I believe you. Ren Qianxing looked at Qin Wentian and smiled. The talent Qin Wentian showed made him have strong confidence in Qin Wentian. He had misjudged Luo Xian'ai before, but this time, he was not wrong. Wentian. A voice came from behind, and Mo Xiang, Ruohun and Fan Li came over. Teacher, Sister Ruohun. Qin Wentian smiled. What are your plans for the future? Mo Xiang looked at Qin Wentian and asked. Go out and have a look. The affairs of the state of Chu were over, and it was time for him to go out and walk his own way and grow up. Do you want to take your sister Ruohun with you? Ruohun giggled, as if she had regained her former spirit. Great, it's a blessing to have such a beautiful lady like senior sister with me. Qin Wentian said with a smile. You are getting better and better at talking. Ruohun glared at Qin Wentian and said, I won't hold you back, and I don't plan to leave now, let's wait for a while. Okay, what about you, fatty? What are your plans? Qin Wentian looked at Fanal and asked. Me. Fanal squinted his eyes and turned around, shrugged his face, and said quite depressedly, I originally planned to go out with you to conquer the world, but the gap in talent is too big, forget it, it's better for me to follow Sister Ruohun. Oh. Qin Wentian looked at Fatty Fanal's serious expression and looked down on him fiercely. He wanted to follow a beautiful woman and even found a reason. I didn't say I would take you with me. Ruohun chuckled, and Fanal's face suddenly fell. Forget it, I have to bear with it and follow him. Fanel glanced at Qin Wentian and said rather depressedly, which made Qin Wentian laugh and secretly curse this fat guy. In fact, the fat guy's talent is not bad at all. After Mo Xiang and Ruahun were captured, Qin Wentian rescued them and then found that the fat guy had broken through to the Yuanfu realm. Ruahun teased the fat guy and asked him if he broke through because of stimulation. The fat guy was honest and said that he dreamed of saving Sister Ruahun, so he accidentally broke through to the Yuanfu realm. Fanel was the first friend Qin Wentian made after entering the imperial city. They had a life and death friendship, so he naturally hoped that the fat guy could go out with him. This fat guy had no other shortcomings except that he was a little wretched. Are you interested in practicing in Qingyan Pavilion? At this time, a figure came over, with a slender figure, beautiful and dignified, and it was Jin Mengayu. Jin Mengayu smiled at Qin Wentian and invited him. Qin Wentian was very grateful to Jin Mengayu for this matter. He had long forgotten the unpleasantness at the beginning. However, he had not yet decided which force to join, so he naturally could not agree to anything from Jin Mengayu. I still want to go out and see the outside world first, and then decide whether to join a force. Qin Wentian smiled. Well, when you want to join a big force, you must remember to take my Qingyan Pavilion into consideration. This is what I said. Jin Mengayu no longer had that noble temperament. She had already regarded Qin Wentian as a person of equal status. She even had some admiration for Qin Wentian. Definitely. Qin Wentian smiled and nodded. In that case, I'll take my leave first. I'll see you again if I have a chance in the future. Jin Mengayu smiled gently, and it was time for her to leave. There will be a chance. Don't deny me, a wandering martial artist, when the time comes. Qin Wentian said jokingly. Jin Mengayu left just like that. Watching her leaving, Fan Li muttered, why don't I have such good luck with women? As he said that, the fat man left dejectedly, as if he had been hit, leaving Qin Wentian speechless. Not long after the people from Qingyan Pavilion left, Yang Kuangsheng also said goodbye and left. After all, he came to Chu just to see Qin Wentian. Now that the matter in the Dark Forest is almost resolved, he should go back. But he believes that he and Qin Wentian will meet again one day. Mo family, Mo Qingcheng has been paying attention to the news of the imperial city. After learning that everything has settled, Mo Qingcheng's heart finally settled down. She was very happy in her heart, happy for Qin Wentian. It was heard that he easily defeated Luo Qianqiu, who was in the second level of Yuanfu, and also strongly crushed Chu Xianjiao. Such an impressive record made Mo Qingcheng full of expectations for Qin Wentian's future. However, Mo Qingcheng was concerned about the movements in the imperial city, but old Master Mo was more concerned about when he would leave. As for the affairs of the state of Chu, old Master Qin had never been very interested. He had seen too many wonderful things outside, so he naturally looked down on the so-called storms in the state of Chu. He only knew that Qin Wentian seemed to be the winner, but so what? Although a person of the first level of Yuanfu had good talents, he still relied on the power of others. How big a wave could he make? Even such a thought only occurred to old Master Mo once, and only once, and he did not think about it. Old Master Mo, who was sitting in the pavilion, frowned and was a little depressed. Just now, Bai Fei came over and told him very impolitely that if Mo Qingcheng continued to delay and refused to leave, she would report to the master. Don't worry, old man. Since Qingcheng wants to wait for Qin Wentian to leave the state of Chu before leaving, just wait for her for a few more days. Hu Xiaowen, who was sitting opposite old Master Mo, smiled lightly. This girl is too outrageous. Old Master Mo became even more angry after hearing what Hu Xiaowen said. I really don't know why she is so obsessed. After all, Qingcheng is still young and doesn't meet many people. After she goes to the Great Xia dynasty, her ideas will slowly change. Hu Xiaowen advised. Maybe. Old Master Mo sighed. Xiaowen, you should get in touch with Qingcheng more. This girl has a stubborn temper, but she has a good heart. Don't take the last thing too seriously. Well, why would I care about such a small matter with Qingcheng? Hu Xiaowen smiled and shook his head and said, Old man, how about I go and persuade Qingcheng? Old Master Mo pondered for a moment. He knew Hu Xiaowen was pursuing Mo Qingcheng, and he also hoped that the two of them could get along, but Mo Qingcheng seemed to have always had a problem with Hu Xiaowen. Okay, you have a good chat with her. Old Master Mo nodded. Then I'll go first. Hu Xiaowen said goodbye, then turned and went to the other courtyard where Mo Qingcheng lived. A cold flash flashed in his eyes. He received news from his brother that the matter over there was about to be resolved, which meant that Luo He would soon take the people from the Danwang Palace away, and Mo Qingchang would also leave. This was his best chance to take Mo Qingchang down. However, Mo Qingchang was not very friendly to him at all. She was always cold and even scolded him, which made him always resentful. Without him, would Mo Qingchang be where she is today? Now she dared to pretend to be someone in front of him, which was really ridiculous. Mo Qingchang's villa was quiet and elegant. Seeing Hu Xiaoyan coming in, she couldn't help but said coldly, "What are you doing here?" Seeing Mo Qingchang's indifferent attitude, Hu Xiaoyan smiled, but his heart became colder. "Miss Mo, I recommended you to the Danwang Palace, and you are a guest of your Mo mansion. Even if you don't like me, you don't have to do this." Hu Xiaoyan slowly stepped forward. Mo Qingchang frowned slightly, but she didn't want to be too much. Hu Xiaoyan gradually approached her. Suddenly, Hu Xiaoyan's figure flashed, and his hands behind his back were raised forward. A stream of gray air was instantly sucked into Mo Qingchang's body. Her face instantly turned cold, and she shouted, "What are you doing?" As soon as the voice fell, Mo Qingchang's face changed. The gray air actually flowed in her body, and soon paralyzed her body's strength. She even felt that she had no strength in her body, as if she was about to fall down. Her face turned pale, staring at Hu Xiaoyan, extremely cold. "What do you want to do?" Mo Qingchang found that her voice was very weak, almost inaudible, and her face turned even paler. Hu Xiaoyan's expression was somewhat evil, staring at Mo Qingchang and said, "You are so beautiful, what do you want to do? Do you dare?" Mo Qingchang's voice was still faint, and her body moved back with difficulty. "Don't dare? Why shouldn't I dare? Who am I, Hu Xiaoyan? If I touch you, the Mo family will not object even for your reputation. Even if the Mo family objects, what can they do to me? And the Danwang Palace, even if they are angry, they can't kill me. What do I lose? On the contrary, I got the body of a beautiful woman." Hu Xiaoyan said evilly, "Since you want to pretend to be noble, let me see how you pretend later. Maybe after this, you will change your mind and follow this young master wholeheartedly." Hu Xiaoyan's expression was ferocious, and his disguise was completely removed, revealing his attitude of a second-generation ancestor. "So beautiful, so exciting, tisk tisk." Hu Xiaoyan walked forward, staring greedily at Mo Qingchang's graceful body. Mo Qingchang looked miserable, and took out a dagger from her body with her right hand, staring at Hu Xiaoyan with anger. "Want to kill me? Do you still have the strength?" Hu Xiaoyan whispered. "Father, Mother, Wentian, I'm sorry." A tear fell from Mo Qingchang's beautiful eyes, and then she stabbed the sharp divine weapon dagger into her heart. Even though she had no strength, the divine weapon dagger was so sharp that it stabbed in instantly, and the blood stained the pure clothes red. The tear in her eyes was heartbreaking. She didn't expect Hu Xiaoyan to be so despicable, so she had to die to protect her innocence. "You are crazy." Hu Xiaoyan's face suddenly became ugly. Seeing Mo Qingchang's resolute look, he suddenly became a little scared. "Mo Qingchang, this is suicide, and she won't let him touch her even if she dies, this crazy woman." P.S. The third update, 550 chapters of monthly tickets plus more chapters. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224 Extremely Angry. Hu Xiaoyan was really panicked when he saw blood constantly flowing out of Mo Qingchang's heart. This was worse than any of the endings he had expected. Not only would he not get Mo Qingchang's body, he would also become the murderer who killed Mo Qingchang. In this way, the Mo family would not dare to do anything to him, but the people in Danwang Palace would definitely hate him, especially Luo He, who knew that he had forced her beloved disciple to death. She might do anything in anger. "Don't stab me anymore, I'll let go, I'll let go." Hu Xiaoyan shouted loudly. Mo Qingchang's body had already limply fallen down. She had no strength to withstand such pain, but her beautiful eyes were still open, hoping that the bastard would not touch her. "What's going on?" Several people heard the noise and ran over. Seeing Mo Qingchang lying in a pool of blood, her face suddenly turned pale as paper. "Miss is in trouble." A cry of surprise came out, resounding in the Mo family mansion like a bolt from the blue. But in an instant, People kept pouring in. When Mo Xianlin arrived, he saw his beloved daughter lying in a pool of blood, and his face turned pale instantly. King Chen. Mo Xianlin's body trembled slightly. He held Mo Qingcheng's body. Seeing her father coming, Mo Qingcheng smiled, her lips moved, and she wanted to say something, but couldn't. Who did it? Mo Xianlin's eyes were filled with a terrible cold light, looking at Hu Xian. What's going on? Bai Fei and others also rushed over, and they all changed color when they saw such a scene. It's not me, I just made a few jokes with her, and she actually took it seriously. Hu Xian defended himself, he couldn't say that he wanted to do something bad to Mo Qingcheng. Bai Fei glanced at him coldly, then walked to Mo Qingcheng's side, and instantly took out a bottle of pills from her body, and then poured a few pills into Mo Qingcheng's mouth. One of her hands was placed on Mo Qingcheng's chest, and the other hand was placed on her wrist. Hu Xian, you bastard. Bai Fei seemed to know what Hu Xian had done to Mo Qingcheng, staring at him angrily. Are you kidding me? You need to use Jiutian powder to deal with her, you beast. Although Bai Fei did not have any good feelings for Mo Qingcheng, she was a woman after all. How could she not be angry when Hu Xian used such means to deal with Mo Qingcheng? This was simply a beastly act. You are presumptuous. Hu Xian's expression was a bit ferocious. Seeing that he was exposed by Bai Fei, he calmed down instead and said coldly, do you know who you are talking to? Second-generation ancestor, who do you think you are? If you are not your brother, do you think you have the qualifications to talk to me? Bai Fei was also aroused. As a disciple of Luohi, the daughter of the Dan King, she was also very proud. How could this second-generation ancestor be so rampant? Hu Xian's face turned pale and blue, and became more and more ferocious. He stared at Bai Fei and said fiercely in his heart, stinky bitch, don't fall into my hands, or I will let you be arrogant. However, he only thought about this in his heart and didn't dare to say it out loud. This woman is not a good person. Let's save people first. Yan Qi, you go and inform the master immediately. She may be in danger. Bai Fei said to Yan Qi beside him. Yan Qi nodded and turned away. Bai Fei released a soft light from his body. This light enveloped Mo Qingcheng's body, and then a stream of warm current flowed into Mo Qingcheng's body, nourishing her body, but she didn't dare to move the dagger inserted there easily. Mo Xianlin stood aside, his whole body was shaking with tension. When he stared at Hu Xian, he wished to cut him into pieces. Old Master Mo also arrived. He looked very ugly and knew what happened here. Mr. Mo, I was wrong. I wanted to play a joke on Miss Mo. I will apologize. Hu Xian's face was uncertain. Seeing Mr. Mo shaking with anger, he explained. He had already met the madman Mo Qingcheng. If Mr. Mo went crazy again and killed him regardless of the consequences, his death would be too unjust. At that time, even if the Mo family was buried with him, it would not help. Now he had to endure and stabilize the people of the Mo family. I hope Mr. Hu will not move around. Mr. Mo said coldly, suppressing his anger. Obviously, he also knew that he had misjudged the person, but thinking of Hu Xian's background, he could only endure it. Don't worry, I won't leave. Hu Xian swallowed his anger, and they all had their own ulterior motives. Father, kill him. Mo Xianlin roared in anger, his voice was a little hoarse, which made Hu Xian look serious. He said coldly, it's just a joke. I believe Miss Mo will be fine. You should think clearly before you speak. Shut up. Old Master Mo glanced at Mo Xianlin. Kill? If someone from a powerful outside force kills him, the Mo family will be buried with him. Now, we can only pray that Mo Qingcheng will be safe. The silence of the Mo family was suddenly broken. The whole mansion was shrouded in a tense atmosphere, and the news of Mo Qingcheng's accident was soon known to some close people. Bai Fei did her best to save Mo Qingcheng's life. After all, the person in front of her was the disciple that the master valued. If she didn't work hard, the master would blame her. Fortunately, she stabilized Mo Qingcheng's life. Now, just wait for the master to come. Qin Wentian was in the bamboo hut at this time, standing in front of the river. He thought of Mo Qingcheng, and a soft smile appeared on his face. I don't know what happened to that silly girl. Thinking of Mo Qingcheng wanting to stay that night, Qin Wentian felt warm in his heart. This girl gave her heart to him. I heard that she hasn't left yet, as if she is waiting for him to leave before she is willing to leave. Danwang Palace. Qin Wentian murmured. At this moment, there was a movement from the back. Qin Wentian's eyes slowly turned around. When he saw the person coming, he showed a puzzled look. It turned out to be An Yuolan. Why did she come to find him? Moreover, An Yuolan's face looked very bad at this time, as if there was something urgent. Qin Wentian, King Cheng, she's in trouble. An Yuolan uttered a voice. Qin Wentian's heart skipped a beat, and then his body rushed out and landed beside An Yuolan in an instant. What happened to King Cheng? Qin Wentian asked anxiously. It was Huizayan, that beast. I heard that he wanted to do something bad to King Cheng, so the silly girl King Cheng committed suicide. She seems to be still in a coma. When I went to the Mo mansion, the Mo family would not let anyone in. I couldn't see King Cheng's situation, so I had to come to you. And Yuolan's eyes were a little red. She and Mo King Cheng have been sisters for many years. Now that Mo King Cheng's life and death are unknown, she is of course sad. Buzz! Qin Wentian's head trembled violently, as if he was electrocuted. His face turned pale and frightening. A terrifying chill rushed out of his body, frightening An Yuolan so much that he kept backing away. King Cheng. Qin Wentian's heart suddenly became confused. His body soared into the sky. The wings of Kunpeng suddenly appeared behind him. The whole person was full of demonic energy. The surging demonic energy was madly flowing around his body. The terrible strong wind blew past, and his body turned into a black light and flashed away. Huizayan. A voice full of murderous intent fell from the sky, revealing endless anger and roaring murderous intent. No one could describe the anger and coldness, fear and worry in Qin Wentian's heart at this moment. It was the first time he was so scared, never before. Qin Wentian's speed was unprecedentedly fast. He drew a terrible black light in the void and headed straight for the direction of the Mo mansion. He felt anxious that every moment was so difficult. It seemed that after a long time, he finally saw the Mo mansion. Not far from Qin Wentian, there was also a figure walking over. The figure was even faster. She glanced at Qin Wentian with deep eyes, as if she wanted to see through Qin Wentian at a glance. This was a dignified and noble, with a terrifying aura. Her whole body seemed to be shrouded in rays of light, and her figure turned into a beam of light and entered the Mo mansion directly. The people in the Mo mansion could not even catch her shadow, let alone stop her. But when the people in the Mo mansion saw Qin Wentian coming, several of them jumped into the air and shouted angrily, "Outsiders are not allowed. Get out." Before they finished their words, they saw a roar full of demonic energy. Suddenly, it seemed that a terrifying demon sword shot out, as fast as lightning. The people who blocked it dodged instantly, and then they saw that figure rushing into the Mo mansion. Qin Wentian quickly found Mo King Cheng and dived down. Seeing Mo King Cheng's white clothes stained with blood, his body trembled slightly. King Cheng. His body turned into a phantom and jumped over the crowd to Mo King Cheng's side. Seeing the pale face, his heart was very painful. "Don't disturb master." Bai Fei shouted coldly at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian then noticed that they seemed to be treating Mo King Cheng. "Bai Fei, let's go in." A soft light supported Mo King Cheng's body, and led Bai Fei's disciples into the room. Qin Wentian didn't dare to go in and disturb her. He could only pray that King Cheng was safe and sound. "What are you doing here?" Old Master Mo frowned when he saw Qin Wentian suddenly appear. Qin Wentian's eyes slowly turned and looked at Huizayan behind Old Master Mo. A terrifying murderous intent swept out and rushed towards Huizayan frantically. Bang! Qin Wentian took a step and walked towards Huizayan. Old Master Mo frowned even more and blocked Qin Wentian's retreat. Qin Wentian looked at Old Master Mo, pointed his finger at Huizayan, stared at Old Master Mo and said coldly, "This beast made King Cheng become like this. You didn't kill him, but stopped me. What does the Mo mansion have to do with you?" Old Master Mo scolded, "This Qin Wentian, it's a bit too presumptuous. What does the Mo mansion's affairs have to do with me? I am too lazy to care about the Mo mansion's affairs, but now, it is King Cheng who is in trouble." Qin Wentian's voice was extremely cold, as if it came from the underworld. He took another step forward and said coldly to Grandpa Mo, "Old bastard, get out of here. P.S. Today is the 4th update. This chapter is the first update added by the Alliance leader. I still owe one more update, which will be made up tomorrow. One chapter has more than 3,000 words. It only takes a few minutes for brothers to read it, but it takes at least more than 2 hours to write a chapter without a trace, not counting the time for conception. Sometimes I cannot finish adding more at once, so I can only delay it for a while. Please forgive me, brothers, I will make it up tomorrow. 4 updates for 2 consecutive days, And I guess I will have to continue tomorrow. My back hurts. Chapter 225 Reinforcements. When Mr. Mo heard Qin Wentian's voice, his expression instantly turned cold. Old bastard? Get out of here? Who is he? The owner of the Mo Mansion, Mo Qingchang's grandfather. If there were no Xiangang realm in Chu State, he would be invincible. Qin Wentian, a young man with some talent, dared to scold him in the Mo Mansion? What did you say? Mr. Mo was in a very bad mood. He was also nervous and uncomfortable about Mo Qingchang's injury. How could he tolerate Qin Wentian's arrogance? He couldn't help but release a terrifying chill. You don't have the guts to kill me, I'll do it, get out of here. Qin Wentian stared at Mr. Mo coldly. Of course, he understood that there was only one possibility for the other party not to dare to kill Hu Xiaoyan, that is, he didn't dare to. Mr. Mo was afraid of Hu Xiaoyan's identity, so Hu Xiaoyan hurt Mo Qingchang like this, but he didn't dare to kill him. Kill me. Hu Xiaoyan looked at Qin Wentian with a ridiculous look. This guy has the aura of the first level of Yuan Mansion. What a joke. He is really a complete idiot. This old man is also an idiot. If Qin Wentian really dares to attack him, can he move him? His eyes narrowed slightly, and he stared at Qin Wentian with a hint of murderous intent. He felt a little guilty about the people of the Mo family, but Qin Wentian, he was looking for death. Qin Wentian stepped forward step by step. The pressure from Mr. Mo became stronger. Qin Wentian's harsh voice was like a few slaps on his face. How could he tolerate Qin Wentian's presumptuousness? Ignorant guy. Mr. Mo's palm rolled towards Qin Wentian, but at this moment, an extremely sharp breath suddenly descended, making Mr. Mo feel that his whole body was shrouded in a crisis. The wind blew, and a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in front of him, as if she had always been here. He casually went to fight, but Mr. Mo felt a cold feeling as if he fell into an ice cellar, as if his body was about to be crushed to pieces. His palm froze in the air, and he looked at the veiled woman with a look of shock. Xiangang realm? This is a Xiangang realm expert. How could there be such a powerful person around Qin Wentian? You really are not qualified to be Qingchang's grandfather. If Qingchang is fine, it's fine. If anything happens, I want you to be buried with me. Qin Wentian stared at Mr. Mo with cold eyes, causing Mr. Mo to tremble all over. He was actually threatened by a young man like this, and there was a Xiangang realm expert standing behind him. What's going on? If Mr. Mo cared about the battle for imperial power, he should have known all this long ago. Unfortunately, he had never seen this small country, let alone the genius of Qin Wentian's small country. Qin Wentian walked past Mr. Mo, staring at Hu Xiaoyan not far behind him, and his murderous intent soared into the sky. Hu Xiaoyan's eyes flickered, and he glanced at Kinger. If this woman attacked, he would die miserably. As for Qin Wentian, he didn't care, but he didn't expect that someone in Chu could be protected by a person in the Xiangang realm. Hu Xiaoyan was a little scared. I am from the Hui family in Wangzhou City. Who are you? Hu Xiaoyan looked at Kinger, a strong man in the Xiangang realm, and she seemed to be a very young and beautiful woman. She should be from the great Xia dynasty. Kinger frowned slightly, glanced at Hu Xiaoyan coldly, and then looked away without looking at him, which made Hu Xiaoyan's expression stiff. The other party was ignoring him. No matter who you are, you must die. The breath in Qin Wentian's body exploded to the extreme, and a terrifying demonic aura crisscrossed between heaven and earth. His black hair danced, as sharp as needles. His blood was boiling, his body was roaring, and the terrifying murderous intent rolled up the wind and clouds, making everyone around him look at Qin Wentian. Is this the genius boy from Chu State? He has a terrifying aura. However, they heard that Hu Xiaoyan is a strong man at the 4th level of Yuan Fu. The gap is too big. Moreover, Hu Xiaoyan has also comprehended the power of martial arts will. How can they fight? Boom. The yellow spring steel flew out directly and blasted towards Hu Xiaoyan. The blood-colored light from Qin Wentian's body poured into it frantically. Hu Xiaoyan's expression froze. He felt that his blood vessels were fluctuating unsteadily, and his heart seemed to be beating non-stop. Kill! Qin Wentian shouted coldly. The yellow spring steel blasted towards Hu Xiaoyan directly. The terrifying blood-colored light fell down. Hu Xiaoyan felt that his blood vessels were about to burst and his heart was beating very fast. Buzz! A hurricane swept past, and Qin Wentian's body turned into a residual shadow and rushed towards Hu Xiaoyan. Holding the Fangyan Huoji, he was like a demon god, full of endless cold and killing intent. Hu Xiaoyan's aura also burst out crazily. His palm trembled, and a dazzling golden halo suddenly appeared in front of him. He raised his head and clapped his hands. In an instant, golden swords stabbed at Qin Wentian crazily. The terrifying golden sword had terrifying penetrating power. At the same time, a force of martial arts will descended on Qin Wentian, making him feel as if his body was about to be pierced. The Fang Bian Hua Ji in his palm trembled, and the endless divine sword suddenly burst out. Qin Wentian's Fang Bian Hua Ji passed by, and the endless swords gathered and turned into thousands of sword beams, whistling and killing at the same time. The sword lights intertwined, gorgeous and incomparable. At the same time, the Huangquan steel in the void continued to hide Hu Xiaoyan, and the sound of dong dong continued. Hu Xiaoyan groaned. The blood in the steel was too strong. Hu Xiaoyan's palms began to dance, and a golden millstone appeared. His expression turned cold, and he shot it towards the void. The golden millstone shone brightly and printed towards the empty stone tablet. The yellow spring's stone tablet whistled, and the blood light became stronger. Qin Wentian roared, and the blood-colored light in his body seemed to rush into the stone tablet like crazy. At this time, his mind seemed to be connected to the stone tablet, and he could feel how terrible the blood energy was inside, but he couldn't completely control this power. "I want you to die." Qin Wentian stared at Hu Xiaoyan, and stepped forward fiercely. With a loud bang, the earth trembled, and his Fang Bian Hua Ji turned into a terrible stream of light and shut out. At the same time, the yellow spring's stone tablet in the void collided with a golden millstone, and at the same time, it seemed that an invisible blood-colored palm stretched out from the stone tablet and smashed towards Hu Xiaoyan. Hu Xiaoyan looked horrified, and with a puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood from his mouth, and his expression changed drastically. With a flash of light, Hu Xiaoyan's body retreated explosively. With a flick of his hand, a page of gold shot out towards Qin Wentian, and at the same time, he turned around and fled. Not to mention that the Xiangang realm expert hadn't made a move yet, the crazy Qin Wentian could threaten his life. This made Hu Xiaoyan feel very uncomfortable, as he was a figure at the 4th level of Yuan Fu. It must be that the Huangquan steel is too strong, otherwise he could easily kill him. Hu Xiaoyan thought to himself, the steel was too weird. I can't stay in this true state. Hu Xiaoyan was extremely depressed. He didn't expect to encounter danger in this small true state. It was really a great shame. Behind him, a terrifying murderous intent permeated, and a cold breath enveloped his body, causing Hu Xiaoyan's eyes to freeze. He turned around and saw the demonic figure chasing him rapidly, with monster wings on his back, and his dark eyes revealing an extremely cold murderous intent, vowing not to stop until he killed him. You're asking for your own death. Hu Xiaoyan was extremely angry. He didn't expect that this guy would not give up. The Yuan Fu was pushed to the limit, and Hu Xiaoyan's speed became more and more terrifying, heading straight for the dark forest. Buzz! The wind howled, and a terrifying bloody feeling descended. Hu Xiaoyan felt extremely uncomfortable all over. He glanced back and saw that the yellow spring steel seemed to have wings on its back and was catching up with him, which made his face look extremely ugly. A bright light shone out, and a terrifying golden sword appeared in Hu Xiaoyan's hand, filled with an extremely strong and sharp aura. Cut! A golden sword light flashed past and chopped towards the steel. The steel hummed, but did not move at all, and followed him closely. His heart beat faster and faster. Hu Xiaoyan was a little scared. If he continued like this, he would be forced to death. Young master. At this time, a voice came from a distance. Seeing that person, Hu Xiaoyan was overjoyed and shouted, "Kill him, kill the people behind me." Several figures came whistling. The leader was terrifying and powerful. He was a powerful figure in the Xiangang realm. Behind him were 5 or 6 people, his servants. Their cultivation was at the lower 3rd level of the Yuan Fu realm. They usually helped him with chores and did some miscellaneous things. If he had time, he would guide them in their cultivation. In the Great Xia dynasty, this kind of thing was very common. The strong men in the Xiangang realm would have many servants, and many Yuan Fu strong men who were not powerful were also willing to become servants of the Xiangang strong men. They did not have extraordinary talents and could not join the powerful forces to be reused. They could only be servants of others, or they would be mediocre. But even a strong man at the lower 3rd level of the Yuan Fu realm would be considered a master in the true state. This was the difference. This Xiangang realm expert was ordered to rescue Hu Xiaoyan because the matter in the dark forest was resolved. He did not expect to encounter Hu Xiaoyan being hunted down. Being hunted down in a small place like Chu State, his anger can be imagined. He was really presumptuous. Perhaps this is the fearlessness of the ignorant. Even though Hu Zion was not prominent in the Hu family, he was at least a descendant of the direct bloodline, and he also had an elder brother who was extremely dazzling in the entire Great Xia dynasty. Therefore, Hu Zion had very few people who dared to bully him, whether in the family or outside the family. Perhaps this is why he developed the character of a second-generation ancestor. The Xiangang realm expert glanced at Qin Wentian coldly, stretched out his hand and grabbed him, and the terrifying airflow roared and rushed straight to Qin Wentian. However, at the same time, a lotus flower bloomed, rolling up the airflow, and the cold wind blew past. Kinger's figure appeared on the lotus, extraordinary and otherworldly. "Hunting me? I want you to die." Hu Zion saw his people coming, his face became ferocious, and he roared at Qin Wentian madly. Qin Wentian looked at Kinger, who was still cold. Seeing Qin Wentian's gaze, she said crisply, "I can handle this old man." Qin Wentian saw Kinger's cold look, but a smile appeared on his face. However, when he looked at the crazy Hu Zion, murderous intent swept out again. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.